Chapter 401 Corpse King, Long Time No See. Although Tang Cheng is a child of luck, he is different from other children of luck. No matter how strong or weak the other children of luck are, at least they are still individuals, while he is a zombie. Zombies are no longer human. This is the consensus that mankind has reached. As the Corpse King, it is doomed that his interpersonal relationship is not as good as other children of luck. Therefore, if Liu wants to solve him, he doesn't need any strategy. It is enough to directly call people to confront him. Just. What? Let's cooperate? Sorry, we don't have time. It's so dangerous outside, how can we cooperate? That is, whether you go or not, I will not go anyway. I'm not going either. Whoever you like to go, go. Are you sure you want to do this? What? You want to threaten me? It's really embarrassing to you. Go back and tell you that young Master Liu, others are afraid of him, but I am not afraid of him, let us obey unconditionally. Why? Go away, you are not welcome here. Okay. Nanchi is so big and there are so many bases, not everyone knows Liu, and not everyone is afraid of Liu. Perhaps they have heard of Liu's name and his deeds. But these days, the ears are false. When the awakened ones opened up the way to other bases and got these leaders to cooperate with them, some base leaders who claimed to be powerful were not willing to bow their heads to Liu. But they forgot what it means to be a man of no vein under a great reputation. When Liu came to the door alone with a green sword in his hand, and killed two leaders who were unwilling to cooperate. All base leaders are honest. Fuck, why is this guy so awesome? Tajal is strong. This is simply invulnerable. It's over, it's over. Looking at the blood on the ground, and the base boss who was decapitated. The survivors fell silent. So in this world, is there really someone who is strong enough to reason with his fists? In fact, no matter what era, fists can be used to reason. If you can't, it only proves that your fist is not hard enough. Otherwise, there would be no such saying that a weak country has no diplomacy. So as time went by, the awakened ones forcibly united under Liu's arrangement. They are cleaning up the monsters in Nanchi. These monsters are deadly to ordinary people, but human awakeners are not without the power to fight, plus the existence of thermal weapons. In just 2 days, Nan City was cleared of several war channels. At the same time, a small town in the southwest direction of Nanchi. There is no one alive here. A large number of zombies gathered here, overwhelming and densely packed at a glance. With the development of the last days to the point where it is today, there are very few black iron level zombies, and most of them have already advanced to the bronze level. Under the influence of Tang Cheng's power, they took this place as their base. In the depths of the town, Tang Cheng, who was sitting in the center of the yard, was still thinking about how to get Qin Weiwei and her daughter out of Liu's base. After all, Liu followed Chen Dashan's route to find Qin Weiwei. It would be unrealistic to say that he didn't know that he was the one who brought food to Qin Weiwei. So Tang Cheng was very worried about Qin Weiwei's safety. But directly storm the Liu base? This obviously doesn't work either. Leaving aside the negative effects of mobilizing an army of zombies to attack the city, just the fact that those zombies go crazy and don't distinguish between enemies and friends is enough to give him a headache for a long time. What if Qin Weiwei was injured during the siege? So for him, the best way at present is to find a chance to kill Liu. It's just that he never thought that Liu's actions were faster than he imagined. Just when he was racking his brains to figure out how to deal with Liu. Boom, boom. The sound of an explosion suddenly reached his ears. This voice not only attracted Tang Cheng, but also tens of thousands of zombies in the town. Where did the voice come from? Tang Cheng frowned, as if he had sensed something. He quickly came to the highest building in the town. With the help of some zombies with special powers, he sensed the situation outside the town. Humans? Why are there so many? Before he could react. Da-da-da-da. Countless gunshots rang out. When the zombies heard the gunshot, they couldn't restrain the restlessness in their bodies, and swarmed towards the gunshot. My god, there are really so many zombies gathered here. Terrible. Hit me hard. Heavy gunner, kill them. Don't let them rush over. The rocket launcher is ready, hold this intersection for me. Kill these monsters. Da-da-da. Shhhhhhh. Boom boom boom. The gunshots continued and the artillery fire continued. To deal with zombie groups, no matter what, hot weapons are better than cold weapons. The coalition formed by the survivors, together with the military, has over 1,000 fighting power just with guns. After they cleaned up the monsters on the road, they set up several temporary trenches. Several speed awakeners carried bazookas and pulled all the zombies in the town outside. Others use gatlings, sniper rifles, bazookas, and howitzers to defend the trenches. Although Tang Cheng had many troops, the appearance of Liu disrupted Tang Cheng's plan and did not give Tang Cheng the opportunity to gather zombie groups in surrounding cities. So his current zombie subordinates are only about dash. Among these zombies, only a very few zombies have long-range attack capabilities. At this time, facing the overwhelming firepower, the zombie troops would suffer countless casualties in a single encounter. This is a tough battle, a war without any conspiracy. Bronze-level claw zombies have a certain resistance to bullets. Not to mention silver-level zombies. Relying on their strong body defenses, they rushed forward desperately bearing the firepower of humans. One zombie fell down, and thousands of zombies rushed over from behind. The silver-level gigantic zombie has become faster and stronger in defense. A licker and a crawler, the movements are exceptionally fast. Claw zombie is a combination of offense and defense. They are not afraid of injury or pain, and rush towards the human camp one after another. With the increase in the number of zombies, the firepower on the human side also began to become difficult. No, Captain, there are too many zombies. And it's very resistant to beating, and I can't beat it at all. Retreat, retreat, the awakened cover the retreat. Hurry up. Again, the reason why human beings can become the overlord of the earth mainly depends on their brains. They know how to use weapons and how to use tactics. Even among these zombies, very few know how to cooperate. It can also be stopped by some awakened people who have ambushed in advance. How did they find me? Looking at these prepared human survivors, Tang Cheng was full of doubts. Chen Dashan and Luo Zhenyi's are just his puppets, they don't even know where he is. And these people obviously knew their hiding place in advance. Is it the guy named Liu? It should be. Except for him, even if the average person knows my location, they will not be so stupid as to come to me to die. Tang Cheng muttered to himself. As soon as the voice fell, two black spots appeared in the sky in the distance. The two black dots grow from far to near, from small to large. This is a man and a woman. The man was wearing black armor and holding a shiny silver gun. The woman was dressed in silver armor, and in her hand was an ancient ingot knife with pine patterns. This guy, come so fast. Hey, Corpse King, long time no see. Tang Cheng looked up at the two people in the sky, and his hoarse voice sounded faintly. I knew it was you. One-on-one or gang fight? Is there a difference? There is no difference. But I want to tell you that Qin Weiwei is in my hands. Tang Cheng, Chapter 402 I really want to kill him. Flying ability is an ability that many people yearn for. Before the end of the world, people could only rely on airplanes or some special tools to realize this dream. After the end of the world, people awaken supernatural powers. Using supernatural powers to fly can add a lot of excitement. There are not many abilities that can be used to fly, but there are also few. In addition to the most basic bird-like powers, mind power, wind powers, and repulsion can also be used to fly. In Liu's team, there are quite a few people with mind power. Besides Liu himself, there was also Qin Xiao and Li Wanning. It's just that Li Wanning is in logistics, and Qin Xiao's ability is more suitable for large-scale team battles, so the only people who come here to find the Corpse King are Liu and Luo Kekai. Luo Kekai doesn't know mind power, but she knows wind power. With the Jade Pendant space, after experiencing the Beast Tide, it is not particularly difficult to upgrade the wind ability to the Dark Gold level that can fly. Just Qin Weiwei? Who is Qin Weiwei? Tang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked calmly on the surface. This behavior was not because he didn't want to admit it, but because he wanted to test what Liu knew. Liu also answered the expectations. The woman you asked Chen Dashan to deliver the food. What did you do to her? Of course she's asleep, otherwise why should I take her back? Tang Cheng, I am Nima. I really want to kill him, what should I do? Wait online, hurry up. Hearing the conversation between the two, Luo Kekai beside her was also full of black lines. She originally thought that when Liu brought her here, he would fight directly with the Corpse King. After all, the Corpse King is a very terrifying existence, and the competition outside is also very fierce. In this case, a quick decision is the most correct choice. Didn't expect this person to chat with a woman named Qin Weiwei? What's the situation? You are the most powerful human being after all. Is it appropriate to deal with a woman in this way? What's inappropriate? I didn't force her. After saying this, Liu casually swept the spear aside without even looking at it. Boom. A crawler with a strong jumping ability wanted to escape into the air and attack Liu, but it happened to bump into his spear. The terrifying force instantly smashed the creeper's head to pieces. Like a watermelon being blasted by an iron rod, the red and white objects were scattered all over the ground, and the crawler died instantly. You. Upon hearing that Qin Weiwei might have taken the initiative, Tang Cheng pulled his fist, and the anger in his heart began to surge. He was not an irritable person, but after becoming a zombie, his temper became more volatile than humans. Okay. Very good, don't you want to kill me? Come on. I will accompany you to the end today. Boom. As soon as Tang Cheng finished speaking, he took out the Suanhua axe and pestle from the ring, and the terrifying airwave instantly spread in all directions centered on Tang Cheng. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help but smile. He quickly retracted the silver gun and took out a bazooka from the ring. I'll give you a meeting gift first. Tang Cheng, dot. Call out. The strong recoil caused Liu in the air to move back 2 positions involuntarily. With a long tail flame, the rocket hit the position where Tang Cheng was just now. Boom. Huge roar, deafening. The roof of the building where Tang Cheng was located was filled with smoke and dust, and gravel splashed. The end of the world is a war between humans and alien monsters. For this war, the people Liu mobilized can be said to be the elite of the entire Nanxi city. When he relied on the information provided by Xiao Xiu's avatar, he went straight to Huanglong to attack Tang Cheng. The battlefield outside is also in full swing. Today is cloudy. For some awakened people with special abilities, such weather does not increase or weaken much. Originally, when human beings were at a disadvantage in numbers and powerful weapons such as fighter jets and tanks could not be used, it would have cost a heavy price to kill Tang Cheng's zombie troops. But Liu's team played a vital role in this war. Not to mention Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, Qiao Manli, Wei Jianjun, Luo Yin, Cao Meng, Wu Jiang, and Chen Yang. After Liu killed Ye Yang and Chu Yun, he got 3 storage rings. He gave these 3 rings to Luo Yin, Cao Meng, and Wu Jiang respectively. In other words, everyone in this team has a storage ring. With this storage ring, not only can they use a large number of hot weapons to attack these zombies, but they also have extremely powerful self-protection capabilities. Plus Xiao Xiu's auxiliary ability. Those zombies who broke through the fire defense line had no effect on them at all. And the others have nothing to say, the only thing worth mentioning is the ability of Li Wanning's father Li Hai. His ability is to write in the air, and then throw it to the monster group with a special ability Pen Spirit. Although these words are what he wants to write, which means he can't speak freely, but the energy consumed and the effect are different. For example, if you write weak, all monsters within a radius of 20 meters will be weakened regardless of their level, but the higher the level, the smaller the level of weakening. Energy consumption can only be considered average. But if you write dead, the coverage may still be 20 meters, but the monsters within this range may not necessarily die. There may be 10 dead, 1 may die, or none may die. The exact number of deaths depends on the level difference between the caster and the monster, as well as luck. The more monsters, the higher the level, the greater the energy consumption, and the lower the chance of death. Therefore, how to use this ability depends on the master of the caster. Sister Ruobing, Captain Long asked me to tell you that the battlefield on the left side where he is located is a little bit overwhelmed, and he has to think of a way quickly. It will be troublesome if those zombies break through the defense line over there and double-team them. Xiao Xiu's voice sounded in Lu Ruobing's heart. Her soul avatar will get some strengthening as its level increases. These enhancements are not only in the detection range and the number of clones, telepathy is also one of them. Although this ability can only be used after possession, the effect is very significant. Before Liu asked her to notify Luo Kikai, it was done with this ability. At this time, there are already 4 soul clones of her, attached to Lu Ruobing, Luo Kikai, Long Zhan, and Duan Qing respectively. In the absence of electronic communication equipment, this telepathic voice transmission has become the fastest way for several people to transmit information. Left side? Didn't Liu let Qingyu pass by? Sister Qingyu alone. Liu said that she is alone, that's fine. Xiao Xiu, dot. Hearing this, Xiao Xiu didn't know what to say for a while. But at this time, she didn't have time to think about it, so she could only convey the words to Long Zhan in detail. What? There is only one reinforcement. After getting this feedback, Long Zhan wanted to vomit blood. Do you know how many zombies are here? What's the use of sending someone over? Not to mention that this person is so Qingyu, even if Liu himself came, the casualties could only be reduced, not avoided. But in this case, he can't order a retreat. Because he is already the last line of defense here, if he retreats, these zombies will cross the line of defense and attack the main force from both sides, there will be more casualties. At this moment, Long Zhan was in a dilemma. He even doubted whether Liu wanted to take this opportunity to kill himself. Although he didn't know why Liu did this, he couldn't help thinking about the situation now. But at this time, he had no other choice but to bite the bullet and guard against death. Just when Long Zhan was thinking quickly about how to reduce casualties, the alluring So Qingyu finally appeared in her sight. She walked very slowly, but not on purpose. Because behind her, there was a person over 2 meters tall who was covered in black robes. No, to be precise, he is no longer human. The exposed solace of his feet under the black robe were only the gloomy white bones, and the exposed eyes were also filled with faint blue will-o'-the-wisps. This person is not fast, so Cangyun is waiting for him. Soon, so Cangyun brought him to Long Zhan's side. He didn't do anything else, he came to the front line and started chanting spells directly. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, a large number of zombies were resurrected, and countless skeleton warriors and skeleton archers also appeared one after another. Among them is even a bone dragon with blue flames in its eyes. After they came out, they didn't attack humans, but rushed towards the group of zombies. My god, this is... Really? Is this too exaggerated? Beautiful glass. Necromancer? Damn it. Chapter 403 Corpse King, Corpse General. One person is enough to withstand thousands of troops. This is the best interpretation of the necromancer profession. In a team battle with dozens or hundreds of people, perhaps Lu's contribution to the team will be greater. But when the scale of the battle reaches tens of thousands, the contribution of the necromancer to the team is definitely beyond Lu's existence. In any case, the manpower Lu summoned this time was also to help him kill the Corpse King. Therefore, whether it is for the cohesion of the team or to maintain his prestige in the future, it is impossible for Lu to ignore the lives of these people. Ignoring their lives means that there will be many betrayers in the future. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Anyway, they are going to die, so it is better to fight to the death. Just like how Lu dealt with Ye Yang before. If Lu would kill anyone he saw when he attacked Ye Yang's base, the final outcome might not change. But the difficulty will at least triple. Therefore, it is impossible for Lu to kill his teammates when his life is not threatened by his teammates. So this scene just happened. He's so handsome. I didn't expect that there would be a necromancer. No, why does this necromancer help us? Who really knows? Are you crazy? Chatting at this time. Stop talking nonsense, kill these zombies first. Some of the fighters have also played games, so they naturally know the special species of necromancer. But the necromancer in front of him obviously shouldn't belong to the human camp. Why does he help humans fight against zombies? Of course, at this time, the enemy is at hand, and they have no time to think about this. Hurry up and focus on killing zombies. The bone dragon summoned by the necromancer is not the winged bone dragon in the west. It was an adult Tyrannosaurus rex, whose huge skeleton gave it a terrifying aura. Every time you take a step, you can hear a huge roar from the ground. It appeared together with the skeleton king that Lu gave him before. This skeleton king was only for him to study, not for him to destroy, so it did not lose its fighting ability. At this time, the other skeleton warriors, led by these two huge skeleton monsters, turned into meat shields to meet the corpses in front of them. Because they are not afraid of pain, life, and death. Therefore, their appearance not only relieved a lot of offensive pressure for the soldiers in the rear, but also provided them with enough firepower output time. The situation on the entire battlefield soon began to reverse. At the same time, on top of tall buildings deep in the town, the rocket that Lu threw out was an anti-tank rocket. Although it didn't hit Tang Cheng directly, it also penetrated the concrete on the roof, blowing the top floor in front of it into ruins. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, and that burly figure also appeared in the sight of Lu and Luo Kikai. Tisk tisk, the Corpse King is indeed the Corpse King, can even resist rockets. Looking at Tang Cheng who was standing motionless in the ruins, Lu was full of admiration, but he was not surprised at all. When the two fought for the first time, he already felt that Tang Cheng's skin was much harder than that of ordinary zombies. Now that it has been so long since the two sides fought, if he can't even stop the rocket fragments, then he is not worthy of being the Corpse King. Are you working hard to find me, just to waste time in the sky with this kind of attack? Tang Cheng tore off his scorched shirt, and asked in a low voice. His trousers had turned into battered shorts as the rocket had burned his top, blown off his hat and sunglasses. So at this time Tang Cheng has revealed his true body. Tall, strong, with a muscular upper body, long silver white hair fluttering in the wind. With pitch-black eyes and a Suanhua axe representing absolute power, he suddenly looked like a demon god. It has to be said that this sail is better than that of many human beings. Don't worry, don't you still have several zombie brothers? Call them out together. Tang Cheng, dot. What's going on, boy? How do you know everything? His ability to inquire about intelligence is already so strong. Hearing Lu's words, Tang Cheng suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and once this premonition appeared, it became stronger and stronger. He was originally a very cautious person, even if he became a Corpse King who was easily angered, he still belonged to the kind of thick and thin. But now, since meeting Lu, he has become very passive no matter what he does. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Could it be that I will die here today? It seems very likely. The other party has inquired about the information so clearly and came prepared, so he must be fully confident. So do you want to run? No, Wei Wei is in the hands of the other party now, and the other party has only 2 people. If I can't even deal with these 2 people, then I will not be able to deal with Liu in the future. Unless he can live with the humiliation of losing his wife and daughter, even if he dies in battle, he must not back down this time. Thinking of this, Tang Cheng was full of fighting spirit. Okay, since you already know, let the horse come. After Tang Cheng said this, he jumped off the ruins of the roof with a Suanhua axe in his hand. The tallest building in this town is not because of the floor, but because of the terrain. However, this building also has 16 floors. Tang Cheng's huge and burly body jumped from the 16th floor, as if a heavy shot had hit the ground. Boom! A loud bang, deafening. The surrounding ground was cracked in all directions by Tang Cheng's legs. Immediately after, a dozen or so zombies of various shapes emerged from several surrounding buildings. Some zombies are huge, wearing armor and holding a giant mace in their hands. Some had strong limbs, their mouths were cracked to the base of their ears, and they were lying on the ground with green corrosive liquid flowing from their mouths. Some have fleshy backs, sharp-nosed monkey cheeks, and unusually sharp claws, making them look like giant bats. There are also others lying on the ground, but their bodies exude a black metallic luster. Luo Kekai, this is your so-called corpse general. Liu didn't rush to follow, but took the lead to ask Luo Kekai who was floating beside him. According to Luo Kekai's description, the Corpse King will be the most terrifying existence in the future, whether it is the ability to fight alone or in groups, it is second to none. At least 3 top human beings are required to be eligible to fight him. Remember, you are entitled to fight him, not defeat him. So Liu treats him more seriously than any other protagonist. That's right, it's just that these zombies are a little different from the ones in memory. Fortunately, you didn't rush straight down just now. Both the sonic zombies and airflow zombies can limit the speed. It seems that they are specially prepared to deal with you. 1, 2, 3, 40, 11, 12, a total of 12. There are still 6 hiding in the building. In other words, there are a total of 18 corpse generals. We are a little outnumbered. I said earlier that he is very strong, why don't we come in steadily? Are you going to drag me in and fly in to scare the snake away? Luo Kekai, I should be able to trust you, right? Liu didn't care about Luo Kekai's complaint, but asked this question suddenly. Hearing Liu's words, Luo Kekai frowned. What do you mean? I mean, even though we've slept, it doesn't mean absolute loyalty, so. Why didn't you say it when you asked me to sit on you and move by yourself at night? Cough cough. Liu couldn't help coughing twice, and was almost choked to death by this rotten girl. I just asked casually just now, but I actually believe you. Don't come. Well, although the number is a bit inferior, it's not impossible to fight. Liu shrugged helplessly, however, don't reveal the ability I will use next. And you, Xiao Xiu, if anyone other than the 2 of you knows, I will definitely spank your ass when I come back. After saying this, Liu directly found a safe place and landed. Snapped. With a snap of the fingers, countless dark space cracks suddenly opened. Caroline, Dark Warrior, Crypt Spider, Black Light Leopard, and Severed Head Cavalry stepped out of it one by one. Luo Kekai was dumbfounded, this is, that Lin Feng's call from the abyss. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 404 Decisive Battle, Liu vs Tang Cheng. Soldiers to soldiers, to generals. This is the most logical way to fight on the battlefield. In Tang Cheng's location, are there any other zombies besides the corpse general? Of course, this is Tang Cheng's territory after all. It's just that although zombies generally evolve faster than humans, the number of cutting-edge combat power is still not as good as that of humans. Because human beings have wisdom and know the way of intensive cultivation. Zombies have no intelligence, and most of them are in a state of natural evolution. If the zombies don't have special opportunities and are not cultivated by a corpse king like Tang Cheng, it would be pretty good to be able to naturally evolve to the silver level in the current period of time. Gold level zombies are even more rare. So Tang Cheng didn't keep a few ordinary zombies by his side. At this time, Liu found a safe place to land, and after killing a few miscellaneous fish, he summoned his own abyssal creature. Liu originally had 10 summoned creatures. On the way back to Nanxi from Shanghai, he made up the remaining 2. Of these 2 abyssal creatures, one is a dark gold high-ranking black magic bear summoned by sacrifices from the corpses of the Cyclops group. The other is a golden high-level abyss giant summoned by sacrifice with messy monster corpses. In other words, except for the necromancer and skeleton king that So King Yu took away, as well as the dreamer and Yan Falcon, 2 summoned creatures who are not good at fighting. There are a total of 8 summoned creatures around Liu. Seeing this scene, Luo Kekai was really dumbfounded. Liu has a full attribute ability, she knows it very well. But Liu also has many abilities, which he has never used before. Except for magma and ice, he had only used light, dark, and healing abilities to save people in front of So Qingyu and Nangang Ling. So Luo Kekai only knew that Liu had all attribute abilities, plus a thought power. The summoned creatures of Xiaojin and Heishui relied on the dark contract. If it is said that Liu's all attribute ability comes from a special physique that can eat any crystal nucleus, and his mind power is awakened by the ability to awaken the scroll. So where did this abyss summoning ability come from? This is very unscientific. There is an abyss in the secret realm to summon this ability awakening scroll? Luo Kekai has lived in the end of the world for 10 years and has never seen it, let alone heard of it. Even if there is, with the terrifying degree of this ability, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary small secret realms to possess it. When did Liu get it? It's a pity that now that the enemy is at hand, Luo Kekai didn't have time to think too much, so she quickly controlled the airflow and landed beside Liu. You are in charge of the female zombie, and leave the rest to me. The one behind the corpse king. Hearing this, Luo Kekai quickly glanced at the battlefield, and soon saw that among the zombies, the appearance was no different from that of a human, and she was quite pretty. Although her skin was more intact than that of ordinary zombies, her eyes were full of ferocity when she looked at Liu. If the corpse king hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed towards Liu long ago. Not bad. Looking at her, it seems that she has a grudge against you. Didn't I tell you? In order to support her, his brother became an enemy of the entire human race. I joined forces with other base leaders to kill her brother. It feels a little tricky. I believe in you, no problem. Luo Kekai didn't bother to talk nonsense, she directly clenched the ancient ingot knife in her hand and took a stance. She has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, so she naturally knows what it is like to raise zombies. As for the corpse king? Don't think that if the corpse king can speak, he can become a human being. In fact, any corpse king is conscious. It's just that they are very aware of their situation, and will no longer regard humans as their companions. So at this moment, even if she still has scruples about this white-haired corpse king, it is absolutely impossible to be soft on Su Yin. Summoning ability. Seeing that Liu summoned so many powerful creatures, Tang Cheng also realized the seriousness of the problem. It's just that at this moment, the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Kill them all. Kill. Roar. Squeak. Blood, head. As both sides issued attack orders at the same time, the final decisive battle between Liu and Tang Cheng officially started. The decapitated cavalry took the lead, riding into the corpses without fear of death on their skeleton horses. The other abyssal monsters followed closely behind. The corpse generals did not show any timidity, and greeted them with all kinds of weapons. Boom! The powerful bodies of both sides collided quickly. Liu's subordinates are inferior in number, but the overall combat effectiveness is relatively high, and most of them have wisdom. Although these corpse generals of Tang Cheng have no wisdom, their individual combat ability may also be slightly weaker. But they have already evolved fighting instincts, and their team fighting ability is really not bad at all. Cut! A high-ranking zombie with sharp claws, facing the decapitation of the decapitated cavalry, quickly dodged to the side, just avoiding the slash of the opponent's long knife. But the moment it dodged, a spear with strong penetrating power went straight to its head. Go to hell! Roar! Boom! The 3-meter-tall giant zombie knocked Caroline's spear flying with the mace in his hand. Boom! 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 After he flew the spear, he didn't stop at all. With heavy steps, he wanted to come over and smash Caroline to death. The abyss giant holding a huge hammer blocked his way again. Bang! The giant hammer smashed into the ground, and the terrifying force smashed the ground to the ground. It's a melee. An unprecedented melee. The collision of power and strength, the competition of speed and speed. Victory leads to life, defeat leads to death. My god, what kind of battle is this? On the periphery of the battlefield, on the doomsday chariot. Looking at the battle in the depths of the town through Luo Kekai's eyes, Xiao Xia was stunned. When Liu told her not to talk nonsense, she was still a little confused. But now the battle between the two sides can be described as shocking. There are more than a dozen corpse generals around the corpse king, Liu used summoning to make up for the lack of quantity. And the fighting power of both sides is extremely exaggerated. The power type can open mountains and crack rocks with a single blow. Speed type, so fast that the naked eye can't catch it. The surrounding buildings were riddled with holes, and the ground was full of dust. Since Xiaojin and Heishui were not summoned creatures, they did not appear on the battlefield immediately. But they are small enough and fast enough. At present, he has broken through the encirclement of zombies and quickly moved towards Liu's location. The battle in the town was very fierce at this time, but the most exciting ones were Luo Kekai and Su Yin, Liu, and Tang Cheng. Both Luo Kekai and Su Yin are heroines. One is female and one is male. Under Tang Cheng's training, Su Yin's enhancement level is already at the elementary level of Dark Gold. With her own efforts and the help of Liu, Luo Kekai also strengthened to the dark gold middle level. Although Luo Kekai's life level is higher, but in terms of strength and agility, Su Yin surpasses Luo Kekai by a lot. Because the zombie body is inherently stronger than the human body. Fortunately, Luo Kekai not only has supernatural powers, but also weapons and armor. Relying on the speed of Feng Glai and the sharp ancient ingot knife in her hand, she has an absolute advantage. Kill me to kill him, you. Get out of here. Let you go and kill my man? Don't be ridiculous. Zombies should belong to zombies, go to hell. Wind and thunder, lightning and thunder. Kill those two sonic zombies and airflow zombies first, damn it. Tang Cheng, are you still not surrendering? Surrender. You can't beat me. Even if I stand here and don't fight back and get killed by you, your wife and daughter will die too. What's the point of you being alive then? Go at ease, I will take good care of your wife and daughter. Chapter 405 Is it a man? The battle was extremely fierce, and the battlefield was changing rapidly. Although Tang Cheng didn't do anything harmful. But in order to kill him, Liu described him as a heinous, inhuman, and terrifying creature. So he somehow became a public enemy. This time, the military and the top awakened people from other bases all joined in the encirclement and suppression of the Corpse King. A large number of traps and hot weapons prepared in advance give humans the capital to win more with less in this battle. The awakened cleared the obstacles on the road, and other fighters used a large amount of gasoline and landmines to lay traps and provide cover for people to evacuate. Bullets, grenades, and rockets are thrown into the zombie crowd as if they don't need money. No matter how hard the zombies resisted the beating, they were still falling down in pieces at this time. But in the depths of the town, in the open space of the ruins, Tang Cheng was already dumbfounded. Wife and daughter. How did he know the relationship between Qin Weiwei, Tang Lanlin, and himself? This is impossible. Even I only knew about this matter not long ago, how could Liu know about it? Hey, by the way, he just called himself Tang Cheng? He knows his name? Holy shit! How do you know? Of course it's a guess. Do you think you can control Luo Zhenyi's affairs without anyone noticing? Liu's lies came out as soon as he opened his mouth, and his voice was clearly heard in Tang Cheng's ears under the control of the hurricane. A guy who has become a corpse king cares so much for Qin Weiwei's mother and daughter for some reason, and he is from Dongxi? The answer is not hard to guess at all. Are you careless? Tang Cheng frowned. If the puppet Chen Dashan was discovered by the other party last time, it was because Chen Sihai slipped his mouth. So this time, he really couldn't figure out how Luo Zhenyi's was discovered? But at this time, Tang Cheng didn't have time to think about it. But you obviously have enough strength, why do you still threaten me with women and children? Are you a man? Whether I'm a man or not, Qin Weiwei knows better than you. Go to hell. Tang Cheng's mentality collapsed, and he couldn't care too much at this time, and rushed towards Liu with a Suanhua axe with a roar. Liu moved sideways rapidly. Boom. Crack mountains and rocks with one axe. It has to be said that this duel with the Corpse King is definitely the largest and most difficult duel that Liu has fought since the end of the world. Although the scale of the previous beast horde was larger, there were more bases to help share it. The base not only has walls to help stop monsters, but the overall strength of monsters is not as high as it is now. And the closer to the base inside the city, the smaller the impact of the beast tide. But now Tang Cheng has a full zombie army. There is no fence on the human side, so the danger factor of this battle exceeds the beast tide. And Tang Cheng himself was the strongest son of luck that Liu had ever met. Yes, you read that right, he is the strongest one. Although the child of luck is definitely stronger than other awakened ones. But between the son of luck and the son of luck, there is also a difference between strength and weakness. Some of them are very strong in the early stage, some are strong in the late stage, some like to farm and grow, and some like to rely on technology to mutate. Also, I like to rely on the system. Everyone's development direction is different, and the combat effectiveness is naturally different. Among the sons of luck that Liu met before, the person with the strongest personal strength should be Chu Feng. Although Lin Chen, Xiao Fan, Su Chen, and Ye Bai have chariots, they have all attribute abilities. But they are all partial developmental types, and they were all dicks before experiencing the end of the world. Liu can say responsibly, if he doesn't have himself, let them develop at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the early stage or the late stage, none of them would be Chu Feng's opponent. Even if Chu Feng was only in close combat, the result still could not be changed. As for the protagonists I met recently, the strongest person should be the Abyss Summoner Lin Feng. With the identity of a reborn person, the profession of abyss summoning, and the transformation of Balrog, even if the two protagonists Zhang Xiaodong and Ye Yang have systems, they will not be Lin Feng's opponents in a short time. But now even if he was as strong as Lin Feng, he still couldn't beat the Corpse King. Because this guy not only has powerful corpse generals, but his own defense and strength are also ridiculously strong. Regardless of the fact that Liu has gathered the abilities of so many protagonists, he thinks he should beat the Corpse King in seconds. You know, the Sacred Body and the Hidden Abyss are both passive defense skills. The Chariot is also a foreign object. Both copying and picking attributes are used for development. That is to say, what Liu can use to deal with the Corpse King now is only the Crystal Nucleus suitability, danger perception, mastery of several full-level skills, and Lin Feng's abyss summoning skills. Other abilities are basically negligible. At this time, the strength and defense are not as good as the Corpse King, and the speed is limited by those monsters. If Liu wanted to kill Tang Cheng, he had to find an opportunity to kill the speed-limiting monsters first, or he could only wait for Luo Kekai and his subordinates to kill those corpse generals before besieging the Corpse King together. But those monsters were standing not far behind Tang Cheng. How easy is it for Liu to get past Tang Cheng to kill them? So Liu can only wait for his subordinates to decide the winner first, and then kill the Corpse King. Undefeated in the face of Liu's strong attack, is a height that other children of luck have never reached. And He Shui and Xiaojin rushed over at this time. Under Liu's voice transmission, they attacked the two airflow zombies. Airflow zombies are similar to human wind-type supernatural beings. They can form a protective cover with strong airflow to protect them and Tang Cheng inside. If Liu wanted to attack Tang Cheng, he had to pass through this layer of airflow, and his own speed would definitely be greatly affected. So get rid of the two small ones first, there is nothing wrong with it. But under the cover of Liu, He Shui and Xiaojin had just rushed in front of the airflow zombies. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The two mutant beasts were actually crushed to the ground by an invisible force. Hearing this voice, Liu in the battle took a quick look. Xiaojin and He Shui forced their bodies to stand up at this time, wanting to kill the two airflow zombies. But their movements are obviously not as fast as normal. Before they could react, several corpse generals who had been ambushing inside the building rushed out to surround them. Looking carefully, where they were before, the ground actually cracked a bit. This is gravity. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help cursing directly. This damn, can you be more outrageous? Although the power of gravity is not very aggressive, it is definitely a magical skill to use as an assist. Think about what it's like to suddenly give you a 5 times gravity in the middle of a battle. Although judging from the current state of Xiaojin and He Shui, this gravity may not necessarily be 5 times that of usual, but it is definitely 3 times. A sudden triple gravity can catch the opponent by surprise. But even Chu Yun, a magnetic power user, hasn't awakened the gravity power, so why is a zombie? Liu didn't have time to think about this, and after a few quick dodges to distance himself, he yelled at Luo Kekai. Luo Kekai, are you alright? Okay, there is one final blow. Boom. As soon as Luo Kekai finished speaking, a raging fire ignited on the ancient ingot knife. At the same time, a gleam flashed in her eyes. Next second. Call out. The afterimage of Luo Kekai still remained in place, and the main body had already bumped towards Su Yin. Although Su Yin's physical strength is stronger than Luo Kekai's. But with the blessing of abilities and weapons, Luo Kekai is not even a little bit stronger than Su Yin in terms of speed and attack power. Facing Luo Kekai's fatal blow at this moment, Su Yin could barely even dodge. Fortunately, Su Yin is a heroine zombie after all. Although she was reluctant to dodge this blow, she managed to dodge it anyway. But just when she dodged the knife and was about to die with the other party, Luo Kekai's afterimage left in place suddenly charged towards her. Su Yin is just a zombie, her intelligence has not fully recovered, so she can't understand what kind of move it is. Broken rock, slash. No. Goodbye. The golden knife light flashed, and Su Yin was cut into 2 by the ancient ingot knife in Luo Kekai's hand. Chapter 406 The Last Words of Corpse King Tang Cheng. Shadow Slash is a combat technique developed by the awakened people of later generations. At least a dark gold level body is required, plus very hard training to master it. Use afterimages to confuse the enemy, so that the body that rushed out first can give the opponent a fatal blow while the enemy is not paying attention. The afterimage is equivalent to a clone, with attack power but not too high, at least with the body of Su Yin's zombie, there is no problem in resisting. However, this afterimage also has the breath of the main body. So let alone Su Yin whose intelligence has not fully recovered, even many strong human beings will be inexplicably rushed to the street when they face this ability for the first time. Rock Breaking Slash is a sword combat technique that improves the cutting ability and range of the blade. It can be regarded as a simplified version of the sword spirit ability. The reinforcement level required for this combat skill is not very high, only gold level is enough. But not only hard training is required, but also mutant weapons above the bronze level can be used. At this time, Luo Kekai relied on the sharpness of the ancient ingot knife, coupled with these 2 unique combat skills of later generations, to cut Su Yin's mighty body in half. Following the flash of the saber, Su Yin's lower body was still standing, but the upper half of her body had already fallen to the ground. The hair that was originally tied up fell loose after being scorched by the fire. Black blood and stinking intestines flowed all over the place. The previously pretty face was also full of despair. Why? Why is this happening? Zombies won't die if they are cut in half, but Luo Kekai has no intention of letting her go. Taking advantage of Su Yun's missing legs, he jumped into the air. Seeing this, Su Yun burst into anger. Even with only one pair of hands left, she propped up half of her body with all her strength, and flew towards Luo Kekai. It's just that she just flew in the air when she suddenly stopped. Is this the bondage of Luo's thoughts? Su Yun was dumbfounded, and Luo Kekai was also a little puzzled, but at this moment she had no time to think too much. Go to hell! Puff! With a sharp cold light, the Gu Ding knife cut Su Yun's head with a line in the middle. Brother, the enemy is so strong. I don't think I can avenge you. This was the last thought in Su Yun's mind. Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to see Su Chen's sunny smile with her newly recovered eyesight. If you can't take revenge, forget it, I don't blame you. Really? Bro. Of course it's true. Even if you want to blame it, you should blame your brother for not protecting you well. Elder brother. Su Chen's sunny figure dissipated, and Su Yun's world fell into endless darkness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the dark gold enhanced zombie and getting a dark gold treasure chest *1. Ding! The heroine Su Yun died, you got the basic reward, all attributes plus 30. Hey, so dangerous, so dangerous. Seeing these two system prompts, Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get the assist from this hidden gold treasure chest. Why did you come here? Don't talk about that yet, there's a gravity zombie over there, I'll hold Tang Cheng back, you go and kill him. Gravity zombie. Hearing this term, even Luo Kekai couldn't help being stunned. Because she had only seen this thing in her previous life, and she didn't know the ability of this thing. Didn't expect this corpse general to use gravity? Okay, leave it to me. There are 18 corpse generals beside Tang Cheng. Adding Su Yun and Tang Cheng himself, there are 20 combat units in total. On Luo's side, there are a total of 8 summoned creatures, including Xiaojin, Heishui, Luo, and Luo Kekai, making a total of 12 combat units. In terms of numbers, Luo has 8 less, which is a disadvantage. But in terms of rank, Luo has a great advantage. Because on his side, except Xiaojin, Black Light Leopard, and Abyss Giant, everyone else is above Dark Gold. Even Heishui, who had only a gold bottleneck before, is already at the beginning level of Dark Gold. On Tang Cheng's side, besides him and Su Yun, there were only 2 corpses who were of the Dark Gold rank. One is the giant zombie holding a mace, and the other is the zombie lying on the ground exuding a black metallic luster. Moreover, the 2 are only beginners of Dark Gold, not as exaggerated as Luo's high-level Dark Gold. The one who released the gravity ability just now was the zombie lying on the ground exuding a black metallic luster. Not only can it release the gravity ability, but it is also faster and has higher defense. It was Tang Cheng's whole card specially used to prevent Luo from cutting the back row. In other words, in the previous duel on the field, Tang Cheng brought a sonic zombie, 2 air currents, and a gravity zombie. 5 against 1, forcibly restraining Luo. If Luo attacks Tang Cheng, he will be disturbed by several other zombies. If Luo wanted to attack a few little zombies, Tang Cheng would certainly not agree. Thus, the 2 sides became deadlocked. Except for Luo and Tang Cheng, the others were 15 against 11. Although at this level, the level can no longer represent combat power. Zombies of the same level have higher body defense, stronger strength, and faster speed. They are not even afraid of pain, not afraid of death. But none of the abyssal creatures on Luo's side is weak. Especially the Dark Knight and Severed Head Rider. Not only has solid armor body protection, but also powerful hunting skills. In addition, the special fighting methods of the 2 creatures, the Crypt Spider and the Dark Devil Bear. Even if Tang Cheng's subordinates are superior in number, and they specifically target Luo and find a few corpse generals with strange abilities, it is impossible for him to be Luo's opponent. As long as Luo holds Tang Cheng for a while, and waits for his subordinates to decide the winner, Tang Cheng will definitely lose. After seeing Luo use his summoning ability, Tang Cheng also understood this. But can he do it? There is no way. Luo's strength was beyond his imagination. Not only necromancers help deal with miscellaneous soldiers, but also abyssal creatures help deal with corpse generals. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates and Su Yun fell into a disadvantage, and then were killed by the other party. Can he withdraw? No. Because Luo can not only fly, but also faster than him, and Qin Weiwei is in the opponent's hands. Therefore, he has no way to retreat now. Finished. Looking at the corpse general team, which was already at a small disadvantage, the disadvantage became bigger and bigger because of Su Yun's death. Tang Cheng muttered something to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the gold level claw zombie and getting a golden treasure chest *1. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the gold level thunder zombie. Ding, congratulations on killing the host. As those corpses fell one by one, Tang Cheng also fell into a desperate situation. Tang Cheng, how are you doing now? I surrender. Tang Cheng didn't make any more pointless struggles, and directly put down the Suanhua axe. I didn't expect that after preparing for so long, I still couldn't beat you. Any last words? I know it's unrealistic for you to let me go, so, help me take care of Wei and Lanlin. Luu. Why should I promise you? If it was before, I was really worried about you, but now, I believe I can't be wrong. Tang Cheng stared at Luu closely, and said in a calm voice, a guy who is as strong as you, there is no need to embarrass two ordinary people. And you can gather so many survivors to encircle me, which proves that you are not as shameless as you seem on the surface. Fuck, are you praising me or hurting me? Whether it's praise or insult, in short, the mother and daughter are entrusted to you. There are 3 treasures in my Corpse King Hall. Please give one of them to Wei for me, so that she can have some self-protection ability. Treat the other 2 as your reward for helping me take care of them. Luu. Nimas. What's up with this Corpse King? Before dying, ask Gu. If you say that, I'm too embarrassed to kill you, did you make it? Chapter 407 Death of the Corpse King. Zombies are a magical species. They were originally mutated from humans. According to common sense, the proportion of human mutant zombies is very low. Not only are there many surviving human beings, but there are also advanced creatures such as awakened ones. Under the ebb and flow, the zombies should be wiped out in less than 2 years. Not to mention exterminating them all, at least not in a few years, there will still be a group of millions of zombies. But the reality is that zombies can also reproduce. In addition to the most basic pregnant female zombies, there is also a disgusting creature that has evolved into a zombie mother. This kind of zombie mother body itself is a large mass of rotten flesh. According to its appearance, it can no longer be regarded as a zombie. They are more like queen ants in an ant colony, responsible for breeding zombies. The reproduction speed is very fast, comparable to a zombie manufacturing machine. And the Corpse King? Okay. The Corpse King has no direct relationship with the zombie mother. Having said so much, I just want to explain that a large part of the zombie army in his previous life came from this zombie mother. At this time, he, who was determined to defeat Luu, was a little tired of dealing with the sudden human coalition forces. Without Luu, human beings would not be able to unite during this period of time, let alone the ability to find him. Even if they can unite to find him, they don't have the capital to fight him. But the appearance of Luu changed everything. Relying on the hunter and Xiao Xiu to pinpoint his position precisely. Luu, who has integrated the power of various protagonists, also has the capital to defeat him. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, Tang Cheng knew that he was doomed, and it was better to face it calmly than to struggle desperately. So there was the picture of Tuogu just now. To be frank, there was no major conflict between Luu and the Corpse King except for the first time the Corpse King rescued Suyan in front of him. Even if there was, it was Luu who provoked the Corpse King first, not the Corpse King who provoked Luu first. After all, the Corpse King hadn't taken action yet, and Luu had already brought his wife back to sleep. Moreover, the abilities possessed by the Corpse King, in addition to the powerful power unique to zombies, whether it is tempered skin or the domain of the Corpse King, Luu's sacred body also has them all. It's just that the names are a little different. Even if it is mind control, Luu also has a hypnotic eye to replace it. So judging from the current situation, subduing the Corpse King is definitely more profitable than killing him. Kill him and get several repeating skills yourself. If you subdue him, you will not only get the powerful combat power of the Corpse King, but also have a terrifying army of zombies. But can Luu let him go? The answer is no. Because the normal protagonist is naturally hostile. Even if he is bound by a contract, he may stumble one day, and then get a method or treasure that can cancel the contract. Then the rebellion will come even more violently. Coupled with the fact that he slept with Qin Wei himself, it was a hatred for the Corpse King to take his wife away. So he asked Gu only because he knew he couldn't run away. If he really let him go, it would be because he thought his life was too long. I can think about what you said, but whether I do it or not depends on my mood. That's enough for you. After Tang Cheng finished speaking, he swung the Suanhua axe, and slaughtered the only sonic zombie and airflow assist zombie left beside him. Seeing this scene, Luu and Luokikai frowned at the same time. Luokikai was a little puzzled, but Luu felt that with Tang Cheng's axe down, he lost 2 golden boxes. Tang Cheng turned a blind eye and explained. Come on, in my current situation, it is very difficult to commit suicide, and other people can't kill me, so, let me use my own strength to fight you one last time. Is that so? Hearing this, Liu squinted his eyes, and then threw out his Liquan gun. Yes. Tang Cheng is the corpse king. As long as the head is still there, no matter how injured it is elsewhere, it will not die. And having evolved to his current level, even his head is extremely hard. So suicide is not only not easy, but this way of dying is also very aggrieved for Tang Cheng. The same goes for dying at the hands of others. So in the end, Liu had to give him a ride in person. Without the auxiliary zombies, Tang Cheng's personal combat power was stronger than Luo Kikai's. There is nothing wrong with saying that the two of them had sex on June-th. But facing Liu, he is not so easy to play. After all, Sapphire's basic physical fitness and full-level soldier proficiency were not possessed by Luo Kikai. Even if Tang Cheng's Corpse King domain has evolved and can affect the speed of the enemy, it still cannot limit the current Liu. The lonely smoke in the desert, the sunset on the long river. These Yuejia spear moves, which are very suitable for Liquan's sharp gun, were used by Liu to the fullest. The last blast stab plus the return carbine. The tip of the spear, like a spirit snake, pierced the Corpse King's forehead with unparalleled momentum. Puff! The spear tip was pulled out, and the huge body of the Corpse King fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Gold rank Corpse King and getting the Dark Gold treasure chest *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Tang Cheng and gaining Tang Cheng's talent abilities, Tempered Skin, Corpse King domain, Mind Control. Ding! It was detected that the Tempered Skin and Zhou domain belong to the unique skills of the Corpse King in conflict with the host's sacred body, and have been automatically replaced with other talents of the same level. Please go to the skill selection interface to select the host. Hehe, the replacement function of this Yang treasure box system is quite easy to use. The first two system prompts are common. Liu has become accustomed to it. But when he saw the third system prompt, even Liu couldn't help but smile. Tang Cheng is the Corpse King, and Liu is a human being. So some of Tang Cheng's abilities are beyond Liu's use. However, the same items and skills can also be replaced. This replacement function is a capability that Yang's system has, and it is also a capability that Liu's previous system did not have. Now that Liu has devoured Yang's treasure box system, not only did he get 10 more full attributes when he killed the heroine. This skill replacement function has also been added. However, Liu didn't go to see it immediately, but took a look at the battlefield first. The corpse generals around Tang Cheng had been wiped out at this time. The giant zombie was cut into 2 pieces by the Dark Warrior's skills, and then his head was smashed to pieces. The gravity zombie was also trapped by the crypt spider with its silk, and then cut in half by Luo Kikai. The animal summoned beasts on Liu's side were also injured. Caroline and Xiaojin were the most seriously injured, while the dark demon bear and Heishui were the least injured. The other creatures were fine. Everyone take a break. Kikai, are you injured? No. It's just a matter of picking up 2 corpse generals, it's not enough. That's good. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked in front of the seriously injured Caroline. She was attacked by a lightning zombie, and then attacked by a claw zombie to the shoulders and lower abdomen. At this time, he was covered in bruises and blood all over his body. Master! Lie down and don't move, I'll heal you first. Hearing this, Caroline was a little surprised, but she hurriedly spoke. Thank you, Master. You are welcome. As Liu spoke, he checked Caroline's injuries. Seeing that the zombie virus also had an effect on Caroline, he stopped talking, and purified the zombie virus first, and then helped her heal the wound. Since healing is not a panacea, some abyssal creatures, such as crypt spiders and decapitated cavalry, do not consume this kind of power at all. So Liu healed all the creatures that could be healed, and then looked at the skill selection interface of his system. Tempered Skin has been successfully exchanged for 1. Magnetic Power. 2. Portable Space. Choose one of the above abilities. Corpse King Field has been successfully exchanged for 1. Resistance Field. 2. Space Blockade. Choose one of the above abilities. Chapter 408 Marshal, is that you? Corpse King Tang Cheng is dead. He died at the hands of Liu and the awakened human beings in Nanxi. Fortunately, Tang Cheng was unable to command the tens of thousands of zombies to fight while being attacked by Liu. Otherwise, even if the human coalition forces had been prepared, the more than 1,000 elite human beings who were not protected by walls might be scattered by the tens of thousands of zombie troops. Looking at the 4 power options popped up by the system at this time, Liu's heart was as still as water. Tang Cheng was the first non-human protagonist he killed. Not only was he strong enough, but he also had a terrifying zombie army. After killing him, Liu got 4 skills. In addition to the 3 skills displayed by the system just now, there is also a telepathic sound transmission that Tang Cheng used when he rescued Su Yin. Tempered Skin and Corpse King Field are the unique abilities of the Corpse King. As a human, Liu cannot use them, and they also conflict with the abilities attached to the sacred body. However, after Liu got Ye Yang's treasure box system, he had the function of repeating skill replacement. After some deliberation, between the magnetic power and the portable space, Liu finally chose the magnetic power. Because pocket space, a storage space that is bound to the soul, and cannot store life forms other than the host. For every 10 points of mental power, 1 cubic meter of storage space can be obtained. Current mental power, 674.65. Available space, 67 cubic meters of storage space. Although this portable space is large, it is more convenient and quicker than storage rings. But Liu's 3 storage rings and the space attached to the doomsday chariot are completely enough. As for storing yourself, who is so rare? But the magnetic power is different. Although there is also thought power that can replace it, but for manipulating metal, the power and range of magnetic force are much greater than thought power, and the consumption is much smaller than thought power. So there is no explanation for improving personal combat power. As for the resistance area and space blockade, this Liu made his choice without much hesitation. The resistance field is the ability used by the young man under Ye Yang before, which can make the surrounding space thicker, thus forming a strong resistance. In this field, other people will be affected, but the caster will not be affected. In other words, this is an ability that restricts others' movement speed and attack speed. This ability is very useful to Tang Cheng, but it is a bit tasteless to Liu. Unless the opponent is faster than Liu, this skill is just a display. Is there anyone faster than Liu? Even if there is, Liu has other ways to deal with it, so Liu chose Space Blockade. Space Blockade, domain type skills, creating a special domain centered on itself. All spatial abilities in this domain, including the caster, cannot be used. The basic radius of the space blockade is 20 meters, and the radius increases by 5 meters for every 1 points of mental power. The current blockade radius is 154 meters. With this ability, the protagonist can still use the teleportation scroll to escape. Hey, Xiaojin, wait a minute, these zombies are not edible, I'll find you 2 low-level monsters. Seeing that Xiaojin, who was seriously injured, wanted to eat the corpse to restore blood to his brain, Liu, who came back to his senses, hurriedly stopped him. There are corpses of the Corpse King and so many corpses here, of course Liu will summon a wave. As for the corpse used for summoning, the more complete the preservation, the better the effect of the sacrifice. The most critical position of a zombie is the brain. Without the brain, it is equivalent to losing 90% of its functions. So the brain of the corpse general must not be given to it. Hearing Liu's words, Xiaojin was very wronged, but Liu was his master, no matter how wronged he was, he could only endure it. Kikai, the task of hunting mobs and saving Xiaojin is entrusted to you. I have to hurry up and draw the summoning circle. Luo Kikai, dot. How do I feel? I'm working for you. Our 2 bodies and souls are combined, what else do you and I have? Then tell me, where did your summoning ability come from? Would you believe me if I told you that I found the awakening scroll in a large secret realm in Modu? Do you think I believe it? Luo Kikai's head was full of black lines. Forget it, the answer to this question is not important, just tell me when you are happy. After saying this, Luo Kikai turned around and ran towards the battlefield without waiting for Liu's answer. Liu didn't have time to think about anything else, so he quickly turned around and got busy. Liu's 12 abyss-summoned creatures are already full, and each one is very useful. Therefore, Liu could only sacrifice the silver-level swallow falcon that was used to report the letter. With the passage of time, the description of Liu's formation was completed. Snapped. After snapping their fingers, all the abyssal creatures walked into the space crack. Only the swallow falcon did the opposite. The poor Yan falcon was summoned, and before he could figure out what was going on, he was pulled back into the abyss by a large number of pale arms on the ground. Liu didn't have time to think too much, and quickly threw the other corpses onto the magic circle. The Corpse King, Su Yin, plus the corpses of 18 generals. Finally, one was replaced. Damn it! Looking at this abyssal creature with a giant black horse in his hand and riding a huge skeleton warhorse, even he was stupefied. Blood, head, loyalty. Marshal, is that you? It's me. Hearing this voice, Liu hurriedly replied shamelessly with his thoughts. The voice is very indifferent, which fits the image of the marshal. It's just that he was already happy in his heart at this time. This Corpse King is the Corpse King, and even death has such a great effect. Name, Headless Cavalry General. Level, Sapphire High Level. Explanation, the Supreme Leader of the Severed Head Cavalry is only 1 step away from the epic level. Not only is it invulnerable, but it also has a strong ability to kill groups. The Decapitated Cavalry General who is 1 step away from the epic level? Haha, this wave is absolutely bloody. There are 3 types of decapitated cavalry. The first type is ordinary cavalry with severed heads, the second type is the leader of cavalry with severed heads, and the third type is generals with severed heads. In an average of decapitated cavalry, there will be 10 leaders and 1 general. Ordinary cavalry can reach the bottleneck of dark gold at most, and the one Luu summoned now is like that. The leader will reach the sapphire bottleneck at most. The general can grow up to the legendary level. Now that Luu summoned a cavalry general with a severed head, how could he be unhappy? He took a careful look at the decapitated cavalry general in front of him. Luu found that his body was nearly twice the size of the cavalry with the severed head, and his horse was also nearly twice the size of the cavalry with the severed head. The generals and soldiers gave Luu the same feeling as in the Three Kingdoms Warriors game, when Lu Buletin rode a red rabbit horse and watched soldiers ride mules. You can tell who is the general and who is the soldier at a glance. You go back first, and I will summon you again when there is a task. Yes, Marshal. The decapitated cavalry general clasped his fists, pulled the reins of the huge skeleton horse, turned around and walked into the dark space crack. The cavalry is so loyal that Luu directly declared his allegiance without convincing him with virtue. Not long after the severed general left, Luo Kekai hunted down a mutated hyena and came back to let Xiaojin and Heishui heal their wounds. As time passed, Luu's subordinates, led by Wei Jianjun and Lu Ruobing, killed those zombies and rushed over. Luu. Young Master Lu. Boss. I don't care, is the battle here so tragic? Is it too exaggerated? This wall, this ground, damn it. Where is the Corpse King? Why didn't you see the Corpse King? I heard that the Corpse King is invulnerable, is it true? Of course it is true, how can it be false? Sister Kekai, are you alright? It's okay, let's clean the battlefield first. Ruobing, Old Wei, Chen Yang, you guys follow me. Where? Go to the Corpse King Hall to find treasures. Treasure? Damn, boss, wait for me. Chapter 409. I have to say, Tang Cheng is very strong. Dead is also very aggrieved. Obviously he didn't do anything, yet he was treated as a public enemy by all the human beings in Nanxi. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or moral decay? Obviously, both. If he hadn't pretended to take Suyan away in front of Luu, maybe it would have taken a long time for Luu to discover his existence. If the two do not have conflicts, it is naturally impossible to become enemies. It's a pity that he not only took Suyan away, but also reunited with Luu in Nanxi under the arrangement of fate. With the First World War after this reunion, the relationship between the protagonist and the villain is formally established. Although the protagonist's growth rate is not slow, Luu has integrated the strength of several protagonists. In terms of development, of course, it is an existence that even he can't match. So Tang Cheng lost. After killing Tang Cheng, Luu got a lot. In addition to the talents and abilities that the protagonist should have, there are 5 golden treasure chests, 2 dark golden treasure chests, Tang Cheng's ring and Suanhua axe. And collected and copied their crystal nuclei. They even used their corpses to summon a decapitated cavalry general. Of course, there are also 3 treasures that Tang Cheng entrusted to Luu at the end of his life. As for the treasure chests in other places, Luu has no other way to get them. Because whether it is an abyss creature or a dark contract creature, they all have a spiritual connection with Luu. The monsters they killed were equivalent to those killed by Luu. Luu didn't need to be assisted, and he had a chance to get the treasure chest. But the function of the treasure chest system is the same as picking up attributes. Not only does Luu need to participate in the assist, but it will only take effect within 500 meters of him. If you don't pick it up for 5 minutes, it will disappear automatically. Therefore, it is impossible for Luu to give up the chance to kill Tang Cheng for those low-level treasure chests. Let me tell you, the battle on my side just now, you don't know how dangerous it is. That sharp-clawed zombie suddenly sprang out from the nearby woods. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. What are you doing? Did you see the injury on my arm? It was caused by poisonous zombies. If I hadn't worn leather armor, this arm would have been gone. Fuck, you are a bit ruthless. Not so good. Along the way, Wu Jiang and several of Qin Zheng's subordinates were boasting. Luu looked around with sharp eyes as if he had never heard of it. Soon he found his purpose. It should be here, you look around. Okay, boss. The Hall of the Corpse King is actually a private villa in a small town. Although after the end of the world, the outside became dilapidated, but under Tang Cheng's care, the inside can barely be seen. The door of the villa was not closed, and everyone easily entered the villa. Since the place is remote, there are monsters or zombies in the town, so Tang Cheng doesn't need to worry about someone coming to snatch the treasure. The 3 treasures are in the closet of the room where Tang Cheng lives in the villa, and the location is not particularly hidden. As for why he doesn't carry it with him, This Luu is not very clear. It's just that Luu originally thought that the 3 treasures given by Tang Cheng were ordinary secret treasures. It's useless to yourself. But when everyone found these treasures from the closet, even Luu was surprised. This is a jewelry shop box the same size as 3 rift chests. In the first brocade box is a white jade bracelet. The function of the jade bracelet is the same as that of protecting the jade pendant. It's just that the guardian jade pendant can only be used once every 7 days, and can only be used up to 5 times. The guardian jade bracelet can be used unlimited times. This should be Tang Cheng's treasure to increase Qin Weiwei's self-protection ability, and Luu doesn't care much about it. The treasure in the second brocade box is also very ordinary, it's just an awakening scroll, pigeon, and Luu doesn't care. But the third one is great. This is a pigeon egg-sized bead with a black body. The beads are like black Buddhist beads with special power, with a faint black halo emitting from them. Soul-fixing orb? Damn it! Seeing this black bead, Luu was really surprised. Because there are a total of 5 materials for making the soul-fixing bow, and this soul-fixing bead is one of them. You know, the fixed soul bow is a legendary weapon. The soul-fixing pearl is the most critical and difficult material to make a soul-fixing bow. How could Tang Cheng have it? But Luu didn't have time to think about it now, so he quickly put the storage ring on it. It's just that this post doesn't matter, Luu instantly understood why Tang Cheng didn't take these treasures with him. The guardian jade bracelet was prepared by Tang Cheng as a gift to Qin Weiwei, and putting the box in a gift bag was more ceremonial. The awakening scroll, pigeon, is a treasure that zombies and monsters cannot use. To Tang Cheng, the value is too low, and there is no need to put it in the ring. And the soul-fixing orb is too powerful to be put into the storage ring at all? How do I do it now? Can't I put it in your ring? It's time to strengthen it. Seeing this scene, Luo Kekai said quietly. Luu was also speechless. I also want to strengthen it, but now which casting master has the ability to strengthen the storage ring? That's right, so what are you going to do? Take it back with the brocade box. I really can't fit it in, that's all I can do, hey. Got it. Luu suddenly thought of something, and quickly took out the soul-fixing bow forging book. In addition to the description of the soul-fixing bow, there are 5 positions for placing forging materials in the soul-fixing bow forging book. Just like the dark contract, there is a blank circle in the middle, surrounded by black runes. According to the instructions in the forging book, Luu put the soul-fixing orb in the designated position. The forging book emitted a burst of bright light, sucking the soul-fixing pearl into it. Hee, it's done. Luu smiled and put the forging book into the ring. Putting the fixed soul orb into the forging book is equivalent to sealing the power of the fixed soul orb, so it is easy and stress-free to put it into the storage ring. Wujiang, is Shilei here? No. Boss, he is a sniper now, and he is hiding from sniper monsters on the roof outside. How dare he come here? I'm useless for this thing, you can take this awakening scroll back to him. Luu casually threw the awakening scroll, pigeon, to Wujiang. Okay, no problem. Pigeon, dove means. This thing can fly, but its detection ability is not as good as that of an owl, and it is useless to people who already have the ability to transform. So it's useless for Wujiang to use it, it's just right for Shilei who has eagle eyes. Let's go home. Luu killed the Corpse King and got so many good things, he was in a good mood for a while. Luu, how many materials are missing for your weapon forging book? 3 are missing, Kyunjimu 10, Demon Dragon Tendon 1, Demon Dragon Horn * 1. I know where to get the Kyunjimu, but the latter 2 may have to wait a while before I can find them. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. What's your plan next? Go back and build an impregnable city. Walking with Luo Kekai at the end, Luu put his hands on the back of his head and said with a satisfied face, then make some contribution to human reproduction. I have to come too. If you're ready, I don't have to wear it tonight. You'd better put it on, I have no plans to have children yet. Hehe, how about I make a face for you? Luu. The two were chatting with each other, when Lu Ruobing's voice suddenly interrupted it. What happened? That. I want to borrow your car. Use it if you want, you still need to report this kind of thing to me. Seeing Lu Ruobing's embarrassed look, Luu was a little curious. Because in his memory, Lu Ruobing had never spoken to him in this tone. No, I mean, I want to drive the car back to Yanjing. What? Back to Yanjing? Chapter 410 Red Police Base. With the death of the Corpse King Tang Cheng, the battle between the Awakened Ones and the zombie army officially came to an end. With the help of Luu's powerful strength and the military's hot weapons, mankind can be said to have won completely. Some people may also be killed in battle, but as long as they are deployed in accordance with the war, it is absolutely impossible for the Awakened who obey the command to have such a tragedy. Because Necromancer is really a team battle bug. With it, human beings can minimize the death toll. At this time, people are vigilant and vigilant, healing wounds are healing, looking for crystal nuclei is looking for crystal nuclei, and burning corpses are burning corpses. Because the bodies were so scattered, most of them died for more than an hour. So they cannot be reused by Liu. You want to go back to Yanjing? Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, Liu was a little surprised. She was originally from Yanjing, so it was not surprising that she wanted to go back to Yanjing. But now is the end of the world? She doesn't think that the 1,000-kilometer road before the end of the world will be easy to walk after the end of the world, right? Well, I know that car is important to you in the base, but that car is worth more than it is. If we can study its working principle and internal structure, we can not only deal with those monsters better, but also restore the previous civilization. Lu Ruobing paused at this point, but said with a cheeky face, Liu, this is an opportunity to make meritorious service. If you agree, I want to drive this car back to Beijing. After all, there are experts who specialize in this field. As the owner of this car, you will definitely be punished in the future. Stop, stop, stop. Before Lu Ruobing finished speaking, Liu hurriedly interrupted, Ruobing, we have been teammates for a long time, don't you know me yet? I know that your family has been in the army for generations, and you value national honor more than anything else, but meritorious service? Merit? Recorded in history? Do you think I will care about these things? But it's nothing but, it's just a chariot that can drive, and it's not a great thing. If you want to use it, just take it, but… Liu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chariots can be upgraded. The higher the level, the more comprehensive the functions. Liu didn't know what it would look like when it was upgraded to the end, but it was the golden finger of a lucky child after all, and it wouldn't be too weak after all. Even now, it is still useful to Liu. Therefore, it is not in line with Liu's style to just lend Lu Ruobing to drive back to Yanjing without asking for anything. But what can I get from Lu Ruobing? It seems that I can't get anything. After the apocalypse, money and power are at your fingertips. I don't lack women now. I really don't lack women. The women beside her, So Qingyu, Li Wanning, Yan Yun, Luo Kikai, which one is not the most beautiful in the world? Moreover, Lu Ruobing is still a special heroine, not only will she get nothing after sleeping with her, but it will also make her lose the physique of a special heroine. This is the explanation given to Liu by the system, and it is also the reason why Liu has never touched some of their special heroines. Think about it. Is it possible for a woman who has been slept by a villain to become the heroine in someone else's script? Obviously impossible. Even if it is possible, it is absolutely impossible to be the heroine in the Doomsday novel. So, if you have any request, just ask. Seeing Liu hesitate, Lu Ruobing hurriedly spoke. She is a policewoman with a strong personality, and she rarely asks for help under normal circumstances. Nor does she see herself as a savior. But the edification she received since she was a child made her not give up easily when faced with desperation. Not long after the end of the world, she met Liu. Compared with the lingering life of other awakened people, Liu possesses strength and ability that others cannot match. In Liu, she saw hope. Bigger hope than any human awakener, so… Hearing this, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Anything is fine. Of course, as long as I can. Is it okay to let you be my wife? As long as your wives agree, I have no problem. Lu Ruobing only hesitated for a second, then nodded directly. Obviously, it was well thought out before. It's just that after hearing this, Liu became a little curious. I'll go, what's your situation? I remember you said before that you hate men like me the most? Why do you agree so simply now? The past was the past, and the present is the present. Didn't you say before that I will be your wife in the future? Lu Ruobing asked without answering, I promise you now, what's the problem? Liu. How could I be so speechless? Okay, you won, go alone, or go with others. My brother will stay here to help, so I'm alone at the moment. Lu Ruobing paused at this point, and then said with a little embarrassment, actually, I want you to go back with me. After all, your ability is so strong. Many things can be solved with you, but when you think about it carefully, this seems to be a little bit farther. Keep an inch? No, not at all. Liu smiled playfully. What do you mean? You wait until I ask them. Lu Ruobing, dot. The beast tide is over. Liu handed over the affairs of Shanghai to Nangongling, and all the powerful corpse kings in Nanxi were killed. What remains now is the reconstruction of the human homeland. What Liu pursued was strength, and it was impossible to stay at the base and rebuild his homeland with others. Anyway, they are all going to the wild to seek strength, so there is nothing wrong with going to Yanjing. And the presence of a chariot will not affect his enjoyment of life. How pleasant is it to find a few beautiful girls to travel in an RV with you. But just when Liu was about to ask which women would go out with him. On the outskirts of Yanjing, outside a huge factory building. My god, isn't this place too big? It's incredible. This equipment, this wall. Looking at the steel-like city wall in front of him. Rows of well-trained soldiers stood on the city wall. Fat Chen Han stared his eyes wide. Even Shang Guanlinglong's beautiful eyes were full of inconceivable expressions. When did the military build a large base here? Why have I never heard of it? This is too unbelievable. But the steel-like city wall was right in front of her eyes, and she didn't have time to think about anything else. Chu Feng, what did you bring us here for? Fatty Chen Han asked curiously, are you here for a deal? I don't think so. The middle-aged Wu Yuemin retorted. Why? Is there anything else you can get out of your body now? It seems to be the same. Then what are we doing here? Are we seeking their asylum? Hee, everyone. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth raised a smile that pretended to be successful. I brought you here today for no other purpose, just to let you visit my base. If everyone thinks it's okay, we will live here in the future. Hey? Your base. Chu Feng, don't make a fuss. If we said that in the past, we will definitely be beaten by others. Yes, it will definitely be shot out. That's right, Chu Feng, let's go quickly, it will be troublesome if someone is caught as a suspicious person. Everyone told Chu Feng not to pretend. But Chu Feng ignored them at all and walked directly towards the camp. The others had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow behind Chu Feng. Just when they thought they were about to be stopped by those soldiers for questioning, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The well-trained soldiers standing guard inside gave Chu Feng a military salute, and called out commander one after another. Trucks, mine carts, police dogs are everywhere, and even saw several rhino tanks on the road. The most important is, these trucks, mine carts, and tanks can all be driven? My god, what's going on here? Chapter 411 Qin Wei and number 039, S Reward. The classic trick of pretending to slap your face. Let others feel that he is a rookie, and then hide and develop quietly by himself. After the development is almost the same, he will bring everyone over to make a big splash. It can be said that the cliché can no longer be cliched. But as a dick, Chu Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. Especially among this everyone, there is a top-notch beauty who can beat his ex-girlfriend with her looks, figure, and temperament. Feng Jingjing is very beautiful. When she broke up with Chu Feng was in pain. Shang Guanlinglong is more beautiful, which gives Chu Feng a glimmer of hope. Question, is there anything in this world that can heal the pain of a broken love? Answer, yes, the next relationship will start immediately, and the other half of the next relationship will be better than the previous one. At this time, Chu Feng is in such a situation. Ever since he met Shang Guanlinglong, he quickly forgot about his ex-girlfriend completely. You know, in the last days, women who can rely on themselves to survive are a minority after all. Especially beauties. Because this kind of woman not only has to have a strong awakening power, but also has a very resolute character. He even had to deal with monsters at ordinary times, and his body would be more or less stained with dust and blood. A beautiful woman who combines beauty, strength, and perseverance must also have the spirit of not being afraid of dirt or hardship. Let alone a woman, even a man, this is an extremely demanding requirement. Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing became such women because of their previous life experiences and their identities in this life. Now this Shang Guanlinglong is too. Moreover, her awakened power is very special, giving her a special temperament that is not stained by mud. This special temperament is at the same level as So Qingyu's charm and Xiao Xiu's affinity. As a vigorous man, how could Chu Feng resist her charm? If it was in the past, a dick like him would be embarrassed to take a second look at a woman as gorgeous as Shang Guanlinglong. But now, he has a system. The system gave him courage and confidence. Come on, let's go in. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Feng was very satisfied. The surprise on Shang Guanlinglong's face made him even more complacent. Chu Feng, no, brother Feng. Is this base really yours? Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Chen Han asked out the doubts in his heart. When they rescued Chu Feng back then, wasn't Chu Feng powerless? How could he be the commander of this military base? Could it be that he is behind the door? Of course it's mine. Haven't you heard so many people calling me commander? All the soldiers around were wearing gas masks, so they couldn't see their faces clearly. But the neat attire and uniform weapons made them feel awe. Fuck, I'm not dreaming, am I? This tank, this mining truck, and these guns. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow. Oh, come. Steel walls, strict guards. It made Chen Han and others amazed. When Chu Feng took Chen Han and others to visit his base. Young Master Liu, is this bracelet for me? Nanji, on the sofa in the living room of the villa. Looking at the white jade bracelet in her hand, Qin Weiwei's face was also full of surprise. She knew that after becoming Lu's woman, Lu would not treat her badly. But I really didn't expect that Lu gave himself a self-defense treasure in just a few days. Does he have any other women? Okay. Lu nodded slightly, although this base is very safe, most people would not dare to trouble you, but you can still be regarded as my woman, and multiple self-protection capabilities are also good. Thank you, young Master Lu. You're welcome, I'll unlock 2 more poses later, it's better than anything else. Qin Weiwei, dot. Forget it, don't wait for the meeting, just do it now. What? Before Qin Weiwei could react, Lu hooked her. Faced with Lu's straightforward words, would Qin Weiwei dare to refuse? Dare not, nor will it. Because on the night that Lu asked her to move here, she had already been fucked by Lu. With the first time, the next number of times can become a matter of course. Therefore, seeing Lu's actions, she could only walk in front of Lu timidly. Lu Lushao, it's not dark yet, in case they come in. It's okay, let's go upstairs to the room. After Lu finished speaking, he immediately hugged Qin Weiwei, turned around and walked towards the room on the 2nd floor. By the way, do you have stockings in your room? Yes. But you broke the black one last time, and I haven't had time to get a new one. Now there is only one red one. Lu, dot. Red silk, fuck, isn't this more exciting than black silk? Hurry up and put it on. Well. An hour later. Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the fate of the heroine of Qin Weiwei, and getting the basic reward, all attributes plus 30, get additional rewards, combat skill selection permission *1. Ding, congratulations, your enhancement level has been raised to Sapphire Intermediate. Vitality, 670. Mental power, 705.32. Power, 694.12. Agility, 765.83. Enhancement level, mid-level Sapphire. Is this Nima leveled up after solving the 2 heroines? It has to be said that Lu's speed of improving his strength is very fast. The body has been strengthened to the Sapphire level. If you want to continue to strengthen, you need to kill the Sapphire level monsters and obtain the Sapphire level non-attribute crystal core. Without the crystal nucleus, even if Lu has the ability to copy, it will not help. But so far Lu has not seen any other Sapphire level creatures except for the Red Flame Eagle before. So he wanted to improve his physical strength, but it was impossible to do it in a short time. But now that he killed Su Yin, he gained 30 full attributes. Tang Cheng is dead. Without the influence of the protagonist's halo, Qin Weiwei soon fell. 60 points of all attributes, directly raised a small rank? Yes, yes. Hey, I seem to have a treasure chest that I haven't opened yet. The low-level treasure chests are meaningless, replace them all with dark gold treasure chests. Ding, the treasure chest was exchanged successfully. Lu glanced at the number of treasure chests after exchange. Black iron treasure chest 3, bronze treasure chest 6, silver treasure chest 9, gold treasure chest 2, dark gold treasure chest *3. 3 dark gold treasure chests? That's fine too. Ding, successfully opened the dark gold treasure chest, congratulations to the host for obtaining canned meat *100, boxes, and flour 5 tons. Ding, successfully opened the dark gold treasure chest, congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10, agility plus 10, cloud piercing bow, gold, golden soft armor, gold. Ding, successfully opened the dark gold treasure chest, congratulations to the host for obtaining a fully loaded J20 *1. J20? Damn, is Yang's treasure box system so stupid? Seeing this treasure chest reward, Lu was a little speechless. Whether it's Lu's villain system or Yang's treasure box system. As long as the produced things are not taken out, they can always be stored in the system. Before killing the Cyclops, he also got 2 hidden gold treasure chests, but they were all supplies. Unexpectedly, a J20 has been launched now? Forget it, let's use the combat skill authority first. Ding, use the combat skill selection authority successfully, please choose from the following 3 types of abilities. 1. Proficiency in class skills, 2nd, enhancer fighting skills, 3. Skills of supernatural beings. Seeing these 3 skill options, even Lu couldn't help being stunned. When I got permission to choose combat skills before, I could only choose full-level proficient skills. After absorbing the 2 systems now, the ability to choose this permission has increased by 2. The combat skills of the enhancers are the so-called combat skills in later generations, and Lu knows this. Lu is also very clear about the skills of supernatural beings, such as Wind Blade, Wind Walk and so on. But why do these 2 options appear? Liu took a look and found that there are 3 options that can be clicked. Liu was familiar with the first option, so he decisively started to look at the second option. Enhancer combat skills. General combat skills, all levels. Sword combat skills, all levels. Sword combat skills, all levels. Gun department. Skills of supernatural beings. Fire ability, all levels. Water system ability, all levels. Wind ability. Liu. Chapter 412 Those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Qin Weiwei is Tang Cheng's first love, and she is still an ordinary person. After Tang Cheng died, she naturally lost her role. Why did Liu sleep with her in broad daylight? Or just to drain the last remaining value from her before leaving? The saying that love grows with time is not unreasonable. No matter how cold a woman is usually, once she enters her body, she will have to yell husband one after another. Besides, Qin Weiwei is not that kind of cold woman. So, things are going pretty well. It's just that Liu didn't expect that there would be 2 more options for this combat skill selection authority. You know, how did the combat skills come from? These are the researchers of later generations, evolved according to the special abilities of the awakened ones. Most of the combat skills come from the souls of those cold weapons. Only some common skills and individual cold weapon combat skills are created by humans themselves. Now these full-level combat skills in Liu's system are equivalent to helping him awaken the soul of cold weapons. As for the skill of the supernatural being, there is nothing to say about this. Whether it is the wind blade, the wind barrier, or the wind walk, they are all researched by the awakened ones themselves. It's just that the principles of these abilities are very simple. As long as you are not a fool, you can basically use them if you have enough abilities and mental strength. But when the ability reaches an advanced level, it's impossible for you to only use elementary moves, right? An epic level fire-type supernatural being can only hit people with fireballs, others use small fireballs, but you use big fireballs? Shame on you! So the ability release technique of the ability user was born in this way. How to release it can enhance the deterrent power of the ability, and how to release it can save the most energy of the ability. How to release it to better hit the enemy. Everything needs to be figured out by the supernatural person himself. If there is no system to practice on your own, one move may take a year or a half to practice. Now this skill option of the Liu system directly reaches the full level of a series of skills. All the combat skills that a cold weapon can use, all the release skills of an attribute ability. What should I choose? Liu put his hands on his head, looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Each of these abilities is useful, but only one option is available. So you can only choose one kind of cold weapon, and you can only choose one skill. Forget it, let's choose this one. After some deliberation, Liu finally chose general combat skills, all levels. Because his current power level is only dark gold, and there are many power attributes. In this case, choosing only one attribute and specialization will not increase the strength very much. But choosing a cold weapon combat skill requires a prerequisite. The prerequisite for this is that you must first have general combat skills, full level, otherwise many cold weapon combat skills will not be able to be used. So Liu can only choose this ability first. Just following Liu's choice, a series of memories flooded into Liu's mind. Phantom Step, Tian Gang Step, 7-Star Step, Inch Strength, Flowing Water, Dragon Tang, Tiger Leap, Golden Bell Cover, Lion's Roar. Fuck. Seeing the ability in the front, Liu still thinks it is normal. What the hell is the Golden Bell and Lion's Roar in the back? What's wrong? Did it hurt you? Qin Weiwei's voice suddenly came to Liu's ears from under the quilt. Liu came back to his senses. No, you continue. After saying this, he stretched out his hand and pressed Qin Weiwei's head back. In order for human beings to survive safely, we need higher and thicker walls to resist monsters. But if you want to surround the whole city, how long do you need to build a city wall? The building materials in the city should be insufficient. It's definitely not enough. But even so, it has to be built. It's almost enough to demolish those high-rise buildings in the city. Let the awakened people from other bases come and help. After Liu slept with Qin Weiwei, he first took Shen Tingting to Nangongling base by riding Hai Shai for a day. Then arranged things in Nanxi properly. Food, supplies, and clothing filled the entire chariot, and with a few of his own women, he set foot on the road to Yanjing. At this time, the human beings who were fighting on their own began to rebuild their homes under the leadership of some base leaders. The leaders of Nanxi are Qin Zairo's father, Qin Zheng, and the military leader, Yang Zhan. And the leader of Modu is Liu's mistress Nangongling. With the help of Liu and the live broadcast system, she became the strongest in Shanghai and started a business management model. First, promise a certain status to your subordinates and leaders of large bases like Chenwei and Xiaoyuki, and ask them to do their best for the Lang family. Then under the banner of protecting the homeland of mankind and rebuilding human civilization, a large number of awakened people have gathered. With so many strong men and families gathered together, the road to rule is simply overwhelming. Even the military couldn't stop Nangongling's rising momentum, and in the end, she could only obey the destiny and join this team of rebuilding human civilization. Those who obey prosper, those who oppose perish. The survivors of Shanghai and Nanxi entered a new era. Compared with the rebuilding of Modu and Nanxi, the survivors of other cities are not so lucky. Where there is an army is slightly better. Where there is no army, not only the survival rate is low, but the living environment is also worse. Some places didn't even survive the second wave of beasts, and were reduced to ruins. Yanjing is the capital of Xia Kingdom. This is not only the city with the most troops in the Xia Kingdom, but also the most scientists in the Xia Kingdom. So it is safer here than other cities. Of course, it's only relative. Because the area here is also very large, nearly twice as large as the area of Modu, the number one economic city in Xia Kingdom. The vast area makes there are many more monsters in the early stage. The more monsters there are, the worse the ability of human beings to protect themselves, no matter how safe they are, it is limited. At this time, at the entrance of the city in the southeast direction of the city, there is a large base for community renovation. On the open space in the base, a middle-aged man was kneeling in front of a handsome man, begging for something. Please, please let me go, I will never dare again next time. Looking at this humble man, Kong Jingtian looked indifferent, unmoved at all. Next time? And next time? You guys, smash his mouth and throw it out to feed the dogs. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Looking at this handsome man who gave orders, their faces were full of complexity. There is disdain, contempt, fear, and resentment. This little boy, why? Isn't it because of the elder sister's hood that she dares to show off her might in the base? Old Su just talked about him behind his back, and he was going to smash other people's mouths and throw them out to feed the dogs? There is no reason at all. It's just that although they thought so, they didn't dare to say it. Because their eldest sister is the boss of this base, and her words are the imperial decree. She said that in this base, if she is not in Kong Jingtian, she is the boss, and no one can violate it. What? Can't you hear what I said? Seeing that no one moved, Kong Jingtian's expression became even more gloomy. He was a star before the end of the world, a real big star. Not an internet celebrity like Takata. When the end of the world came, he was filming with the beautiful female star he had been chasing for a long time. After the end of the world, he became a strengthener. Following the beautiful female star and a group of bodyguards, the manager started his way to survive. He could have naturally been with this beautiful female star by relying on his appearance and commanding ability, but when he entered a refuge, he was thrown out by the owner of the refuge because he put on a celebrity airs. Well, the female star stayed, and he was thrown out by the other party together with his bodyguard and manager. In the last days, a very normal bridge. Fortunately, his life was not to die. At a critical moment, he and his team were saved by a woman. Although this woman is a bit fat and ugly, she is very strong, otherwise he would have become food for monsters now. And after coming to this base, he discovered that as long as he pleases this woman, he has a chance of revenge. So this happened just now. I come. A strong man stepped out decisively, rolled up his sleeves and slapped Lao Su on the face. I'm sorry, old Su. Snapped. The man slapped Lao Su's teeth directly. Seeing this scene, the corner of Kong Jingtian's mouth raised a satisfied smile. Chapter 413 One Sword, Instant Kill. The end of the world has come, and some people have gained power that they shouldn't have. It also turned some people from the top of the society to ordinary people in the vast crowd. Some people couldn't bear the blow, and they were depressed and lost their fighting spirit ever since. Some people choose to linger on, making good use of every resource around them, trying to find a chance to stand up. Kong Jingtian, a big star, obviously belongs to the second category. Before the apocalypse, he was a popular niche and a big traffic star. After the apocalypse, due to lack of strength, he became a male favorite who was taken care of by strong women. There are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkeys are kings. Feng Yanli, the boss of the base, went out to hunt monsters today, and he has the final say on the entire base. Pop, pop. The strong man slapped one after another, without giving Lao Su a chance to beg for mercy. Fuck, it's too cruel. What's up with this Nima? Old Su usually treats Wang Jun well, why is he so ruthless now? Others couldn't bear to see this, but there was no way to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the man named Wang Jun beat Lao Su until his mouth was full of blood. Wang Jun ignored other people's comments, and dragged Lao Su out after the fight. Wang Jun, have you become that bastard's henchman? Lao Su, who was being dragged by Wang Jun, had red and swollen cheeks and couldn't speak clearly. But still squeezed out a few words from his throat. If I don't hit you, others will hit you. Wang Jun said calmly, if you let those dog legs of his do it, you will be 100 times worse than you are now. After hearing this sentence, old Su couldn't help being startled, but he still couldn't believe it. Until Wang Jun dragged him to the corner of the entrance of the base, he greeted a brother and handed him a pair of leather armor and a machete. Old Su, you offended him. You can't stay in this base anymore. Take these weapons and armor and go to the shelter where we avoided monsters together before. Your wife and child, I will try my best to bring you here before dark, so hurry up and leave. Hearing these words, Lao Su was moved. Then what about you? I didn't offend him, he won't do anything to me, take care. Wang Jun patted Lao Su on the shoulder. After saying this, without waiting for Lao Su to say anything else, he turned around and went back to the base. Seeing the back of the man leaving, old Su gritted his teeth, and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly changed into leather armor, took a machete and disappeared at the gate of the base. He and Wang Jun had a lifelong friendship. The two once took refuge in a gas station at the exit of the highway together. So his destination this time is this gas station. But it took him a long time to come to this gas station, but he saw a scene that shocked him. The area around the gas station has been covered with lush weeds. A black giant that was the size of a heavy truck and full of metal texture stopped at the entrance of the gas station. Below the giant saloon car was a tall woman with a high ponytail and black bodysuit. At this time, she was holding a fiery red long sword, searching for something at the gas station alone. This is a RV? I'm so stupid. Such a big RV? Did it come here? And that woman? Facing a strange woman with a weapon, no matter how beautiful she was, Lao Su didn't dare to step forward. He could only hide in the ruins at the corner of the street, waiting cautiously. Just then, a brown scorpion snake appeared near the gas station. Seeing this scorpion snake, old Su was startled into a cold sweat. The scorpion snake, as the name suggests, is a combination of a scorpion and a snake. Although it spits out a letter, it has two huge iron pincers like a scorpion. It walks upright by itself, and under normal circumstances it is as tall as a person. But it has no other limbs, just like a cobra, with its head up and its belly swinging from side to side on the ground. Belonging to a disgusting and ferocious hybrid monster. And most importantly, it is very powerful. Even though ordinary scorpions only have high-level silver, their combat effectiveness is no worse than some gold-level powerhouses. Even in Feng Yanli's base, there were not many guys who could single-handedly kill a scorpion without injury. And this scorpion snake in front of him is actually a gold rank? But it's okay, Scorpion didn't find Lao Su hiding in the ruins, but the woman at the gas station. It used the weeds on the side of the road to hide its figure and leaned towards the woman. Today, a girl wearing a black JK uniform, black knee socks, small leather boots, and double ponytails jumped out of the car at this moment. Zyro, why did you come down? It's too stuffy in the car, come out to get some fresh air. Where's that guy Luu? Hasn't he come out of the room yet? No, he said that it was too tiring to resist the wave of beasts in the morning, so let's not bother him. Beast tide. Hearing Qin Zyro's words, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but twitched the corners of her mouth. There are more than 100 monsters, can they be called a beast tied to him? It's okay for other enhancers to say this, but she doesn't believe Luu's words. So there is only one truth behind this excuse. Who else is in his room? Sister Qingyu, Sister Yunyun, Teacher Li, Xiao Manli. Qin Zyro reported the names of these four women like a treasure. After listening to Lu Ruobing, she looked as if that was the case. This guy, I don't know how to restrain myself. Where are your sister and Kikai? My sister is looking for information, and Sister Kikai is studying combat skills in her room. That's it, that's okay, help me find out if there is still gasoline in these tanks. I used a lot on the way, and I didn't find any supplies at the last stop. Okay. Qin Zyro nodded, and was about to take action, so she stopped. Hey, Sister Ruobing, there seems to be something over there. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Zyro finished speaking, the huge scorpion snake jumped out of the weeds next to the gas station. It is extremely fast and powerful, and it seems to be able to spray poisonous smoke from its mouth. Seeing this scene in the distance, Lao Su, who was hiding in the ruins and thinking about it, still gritted his teeth. Although he is only a silver-level enhancer, he still has a chance to save the two women if he doesn't fight the scorpion snake. Just at the moment when he was about to step forward to save someone, the scorpion snake was frozen in the air, and then the tall woman flicked the fiery red longsword casually. Boom! Fiery linear flames flew out of the longsword with unparalleled aura. Not only did it disperse the poisonous smoke released by the scorpion snake, but it also broke the scorpion snake in half, and the scorching flame even scorched the scorpion snake's body. The weeds were cut open by the sword into a scorched black passage several meters long, and sporadic flames swayed gently on the grass. Spike? Damn, this woman with a sword killed a gold-ranked scorpion instantly with a single blow? And it seems that the attack is still a little overflowing? What the hell is this Nima? Is this woman so awesome? Is it too exaggerated? Old Su was stunned, completely unable to understand what was going on with this woman. At this time, he had no idea that this woman was not only very strong, but also wore a pair of Bluetooth headphones on her ears. This Bluetooth headset flickered when Lu Ruobing just killed the scorpion. Ruobing, your back is facing the gas station, there is a man at 2 o'clock, you go and catch him and ask about the situation. Oh, yes, you. Before Lu Ruobing finished speaking, Luu's smirk sounded again. Yuner, should you take it off now? I hate it, Luu, didn't you tell me to order? Let you? How can I let you at this time? Hurry up. Lu Ruobing was speechless for a moment, and after a while, he choked out a sentence, Luu, what are you playing? Landlords take off your clothes. Peasants lose one and take off one piece. Landlords lose two. Do you want to play? Lu Ruobing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 414 with Luu here, everyone else is an ant. Listening to the teasing sound from the Bluetooth headset, Lu Ruobing was speechless. This guy is so idle that his stomach hurts. At this time, others are either living in fear of monsters, or living in worry about the future. Luu is a good guy. He not only piled up a lot of survival supplies on the chariot, but also brought Cangyun and a few women to fight the landlord in the room? Or undress? Such a vulgar game, who wants to play it? It has to be said that Lu Ruobing's feelings for Luu are not as pure as other women. Although she was rescued by Luu like other women, and she has fought side by side with Luu for so long. But her feelings for Luu are more about gratitude and appreciation than the kind of admiration between a man and a woman. She is not the kind of woman who can do anything to survive. It can be seen from the fact that she would rather die against Xiao Fan in Xiao Fan's plot, and immediately set fire to herself after forcing Xiao Fan back. The reason why she agreed to be Luu's wife was not because she liked Luu so much, but because of a sense of responsibility from the heart. Luu has very strong power, whether it is personal ability or weapons and equipment. This kind of power not only allows him to live a better life than others, but even has the possibility of changing the world pattern. And if she wants to get Luu's support, she has no other chips other than becoming Luu's wife. That's why the two of them have developed to where they are today. But at this time, she had no time to think about it, so she quickly followed Luu's instructions and pretended to go to the street on the left to search for supplies. Then, under the cover of tall buildings, quickly moved towards the target direction. Luu, to 3. Qiao Manli, I'm sorry. Cangyun, Wang Jia. I'll go, do you know how to play? I'll play a 1-on-3, and you just go straight to the king. On the chariot, in Luu's bedroom. Luu, Cangyun, and Qiao Manli were fighting for landlords around a folding table. So Qingyi watched the battle lying on the sofa behind Luu, her charming eyes looked out of the window at the dilapidated street from time to time. Li Wanning leaned on the other side of the bed, controlling the invisible drone to check the surrounding situation. She was the one who discovered Lao Su's existence just now, and then notified Luu, who then notified Lu Ruobing with the receiver of the chariot. Is it not okay? Yes, but in this case Manli is the landlord, and we are in the same group. Who told you to bully me just now? Luu. How could I be so speechless? Okay, anyway, you only have a few clothes left on your body, if you lose this one, I'll see how you play in the future. Looking at Cangyun, who was only left with a white sports vest, a light-colored miniskirt and white pantyhose, Luu said viciously. When he came to Yanjing City this time, he brought a little too many women. Except for Shen Tingting who went to Shanghai and Qin Weiwei who stayed at the base to help, he basically brought all the women he could bring with him. So Qingyu, Cangyun, Li Wanning, Qiao Manli, Luo Kikai, Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiu. Anyway, with this doomsday chariot, not only is there a guarantee of safety while sleeping, but also enough food as supplies. And the monsters in Nanxi couldn't make a difference. They had no previous use in staying in the base, so they naturally followed Luu out to tour. Now on this doomsday chariot, apart from Luu and these 8 women, there are also Xiaojin and Heishui. Because of his size, the Scorpion King was left by Luu at the base as a means of transportation. At the same time, he could protect Qin Weiwei's safety, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't be afraid, I have a lot of socks. Socks? Are there many? Luu raised his eyebrows and lost the game. Then she just watched Cangyun take off her white pantyhose, revealing the white thigh socks inside. Seeing this scene, Luu was basically sure that there might be knee socks, stockings, socks, and boat socks in this chick's thigh socks. You typical playful. Where did I play? Before you started, you didn't say you couldn't dress like this. Liu wanted to say something, but Li Wanning's voice reached his ears. Liu, stop playing. Ruobing brought him back. Oh. Old Su, his full name is Su Minglu. A silver primary enhancer. The level of silver is not high in the current period of time, but it is by no means low. However, there is no enhancer who has cultivated combat skills. Among the awakened combatants, their strength must be at the bottom. With only a strong body and no other auxiliary abilities, they can't even get close to some supernatural beings. At this time, Lao Su, whose nose was bruised and swollen by Wang Jun, couldn't figure out where this giant RV came from. I also don't understand why that woman can find her own existence from such a long distance. I still don't understand why there are so many superb beauties in this car. One or two were so beautiful that he didn't even dare to look directly at them. Until that handsome young man came down from the chariot with two graceful and charming women in his arms, he seemed to understand something. What's your name? Su Ming Road. Knowing that the woman holding the sword is very powerful, Lao Su didn't dare to lie. It's just the swollen cheeks that made him a little speechless. Looking at Su Minglu who was kneeling in front of him, Liu looked curious. Why is your nose bruised and face swollen? Forget it, it's not important, tell me where is the largest base within 3 kilometers around. The biggest base. Old Su was a little confused, but he still told what he knew. After Lao Su's detailed explanation for a period of time, Liu also had a general understanding of the surrounding area. After all, Yanjing City is the capital of Xia Kingdom, and generally speaking, it is better than other cities. But that's about it. Because the shortage of food is inevitable. At best, the military can provide some protection to the masses, but cannot provide enough food for the masses. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. This is true whether it is Yanjing, Nanxi or Shanghai. Or become a member of the search party and the hunting party and get a lot of food. Or participate in the base construction to obtain the survival materials given by the base. Want to get something for nothing? In the end of the year, only a small number of women and some special professionals can do it. But you said, the largest base around you was the one you stayed in before. Yes. Boarding. Ah. Old Su didn't come back to his senses. Ah what? Get in the car and lead the way. This. Hearing Liu's words, Old Su hesitated and couldn't speak. Although he would also like to see what the inside of this motorhome looks like. But he only escaped from that base in the morning. Let yourself go back now? To be honest, I escaped from that base in the morning because I offended Kong Jingtian. Old Su wanted to cry, but quickly told what happened in the morning. Basically, he has always been dissatisfied with Kong Jingtian. This morning, I just scolded Kong Jingtian behind his back. What a little boy who eats soft food, what a waste of power. What ugly scolding. After being found out by the other party, what happened this morning happened. Kong Jingtian? Are you talking about the Kong Jingtian who played the white-faced sword immortal in The Legend of Famous Mountains? Qin Zairal looked curious. Yes, it's him. My god, he's actually in this base? I liked him so much before. Kong Jingtian? That big star. I liked him quite a lot before, but now, hey. Qiao Manli, who was beside Liu, couldn't help but chuckled when she said this. Before the end of the world comes, no matter how high the status is. After the end of the world, all these things will disappear. Appearance, figure, fame, status, and wealth are no longer important. Only strength is the foundation of everything. In terms of strength, who can be the opponent of the man beside her? Where there is Liu, everyone else is an ant. Okay, get in the car and lead the way, they dare not touch you with me here. Hearing what Liu said so lightly, Lao Su subconsciously looked at Liu, and then at Lu Ruobing. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the huge black chariot. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his bloody teeth. Okay, I'll show you the way. Chapter 415 Shangguan Ling Long. The history of this world is the same as that of the earth where Liu lives. But modern characters are quite different. Therefore, Liu has never read any biography of famous mountains, let alone know Kong Jingtian. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he was looking for a large base just to inquire about the situation, and to see if he could find traces of the protagonist. Other issues are not important at all. Facing this group of young handsome men and beautiful women, Su Minglu had no intention of resisting. A handsome young man, with a group of alluring women, wandering around in an RV in the last days? Even a fool can see that there is a problem, but can Su Minglu not see it? If there was only this huge black RV, maybe he wouldn't feel anything. After going through such a long time in the last days, what strange things hasn't he seen? Just a black motorhome that works, no big deal. But just now Lu Ruobing instantly killed the gold-rank scorpion with a sword, which really scared him. That's a scorpion? A gold-rank scorpion? They once dispatched a combat team and barely killed a silver-ranked one after paying some price. As a result, all the gold level ones were killed by that woman. Su Minglu didn't dare to do anything wrong. After Liu got into the car with two charming women, he also walked up under Lu Ruobing's surveillance. My god, this is... Coming to the chariot and looking at the scene inside the chariot, Su Minglu was dumbfounded. He thought it was just an ordinary RV. After he came to the car, he realized how outrageous the interior of this chariot was. This is a wide, but magnificent space. It's fine to have a high-tech cab separate from the passenger seat, but what about those leather sofas, coffee tables, and crystal chandeliers? What the hell are you telling me this is a car? Holy crap, this is a villa, right? Su Minglu was shocked, but Liu sat on the sofa chatting with So Qingyu as if no one else was there. He didn't care if Su Minglu had any other plans. Perhaps for him now, it would be more fun to meet the other party with plans. It took him more than a month to come to Yanjing from Shanghai. For more than a month, although the chariot has been upgraded, Liu's strength has also become stronger. But also because of his strength, he is not interested in many things now. You can't stay in the room with a few women all day long, can you? This kind of thing, once in a while will be very cool, but if you do too much, it won't be interesting. So along the way, he was extremely bored. I can only find some fun for myself while searching for other protagonists. Such as refining medicine, such as sniping powerful monsters. Another example is helping Luo Kikai's jade pendant space to find natural materials and earth treasures for cultivation. Fighting landlords is also a recently developed entertainment project. Every time he met other survivors, he wished each other would have some ideas. In this way, I can justifiably kill two people and add some fun to my boring life. How to get to the intersection ahead? Lu Ruobing's voice suddenly came from the speaker next to the seat. The driving position of the chariot is separated from the rear by a light blue energy shield, which is bulletproof and soundproof. So the call can only rely on modern equipment. Turn right ahead. Su Minglu twitched the corners of his mouth. It was difficult to adapt to the high technology of this car, but he still spoke. See that abandoned traffic light and go left. The street over there is blocked by a few large abandoned trucks. Your car can't get through. It shouldn't be far away, right? Well, it's not far away. It's a 3-minute walk at most. Then get out of the car and stretch your muscles. Following everyone's questions and answers, the chariot stopped about 1 kilometer away from Feng Yanli's base. Fatty, I heard you have an enemy. In the northern suburbs of Yanjing City, in the living room inside the Red Police base. Qin Feng asked leisurely while drinking the Taiguanyan brewed by his servant. As an owner of the Red Alert system, Qin Feng has had a good time during this time. Not only did he pretend to slap his ex-girlfriend in the face, but he also established his own base in the last days. The novice gift pack gave him 500 points, and 100 points was a conscript. And a conscript has an AK and dash rounds of ammunition, and a thick-backed machete. Most importantly, the bullets of these conscripts will be automatically replenished after 12 o'clock in the morning every day. In other words, when the base was not deployed at the beginning, he had 5 subordinates with guns who fired dash bullets a day. Relying on these 5 subordinates, Qin Feng started his own hunt. A black iron monster with 10 points. A bronze monster with 50 points. From the beginning, carefully hunting monsters to gain points to increase the number of soldiers, to the subsequent firepower crushing. It only took him 3 short days. The rest of the time was basically spent on base development. Now the firepower of this base is no worse than that of some military bases. With strength, it is natural to find a place for your savior. There is indeed one, but this guy is not in Yanjing. Not in Yanjing? Then how could you become enemies? We met in a secret realm. Secret realm? Is it the one we encountered before? Okay. Fatty Chen nodded, and told about how he and Ye Bai entered the secret realm. Fuck, there are so many entrances to that thing. After listening to it, Qin Feng lamented the magic of the secret realm and the cruelty of the last days. The fat man sighed helplessly. Yeah, I didn't want to mention this matter again, but... Thinking of how Ye Bai fell down, pain was written on his face. Ye Bai was the first guy to treat him as a human being, and also the first companion to recognize him. But he didn't even snatch Ye Bai's body from the other party. What a painful thing for a man of temperament. Okay, fat man, don't be so sentimental. Qin Feng comforted, you and Ling Long saved my life, and you are my best friend Qin Feng. If there is a chance to meet him again in the future, I will help you take revenge. You? Help me avenge. The fat man was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and smiled wryly, hee, forget it. What? Look down on me. It's not that I look down on it, but that bullets have limited effects on supernatural beings. You don't know that? How easy is it to kill him? Hee, no matter how powerful the awakened person is, they are still made of flesh and blood. Chu Feng said indifferently, I don't believe he can resist my missiles. Guided missiles? You still have missiles? Fatty Chen was stunned, a little incredulous. This thing is a big killer, right? How could Chu Feng have it? Nonsense. How can I have such a big base without missiles? Chu Feng smiled disdainfully, don't talk about missiles, I have more powerful weapons, but I just didn't take them out. Real or fake? Why am I lying to you? If you don't believe me, I will take you with me. Chu Feng, what are you bragging about? Chu Feng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a voice like a silver bell. Next up. The fairy-like woman in a light green dress came in from the door. Seeing this fairy without any fireworks, Fatty wisely left the living room. There was also a smile on Chu Feng's face. Linglong, you are here. How did you think about what I told you last night? Hearing Chu Feng's directness, Shangguan Linglong pretended to be at a loss. What's the matter? Chu Feng took it for granted, of course you want to be my girlfriend, otherwise what do you think is going on? TCH, who wants to be your girlfriend? Seeing Shangguan Linglong's reddish cheeks, Chu Feng's heart was already full of joy. Apart from me, do you have a better choice? Chapter 416 Tell me chapter, you have to kneel. A person's self-confidence does not come out of thin air. It is cultivated by the acquired living environment. In a peaceful world, people's self-confidence generally comes from various aspects such as personal ability, appearance, economic situation, and family background. And in these last days, most of them come from strength. Chu Feng was originally just a handsome little dick with little ability. After traveling to this world, the red alarm system was awakened. This system not only allows him to have a large number of subordinates and advanced weapons and equipment, but also has genetic medicine to help him strengthen his body. That's why he was confident enough to say such things in front of Shangguan Linglong. It's just that Shangguan Linglong, the heroine, is not that easy to pick up. Of course. Chu Feng, don't forget that it's the last days outside. What happened in the last days? The end of the world. It not only represents the disaster of mankind, but also represents an era. Shangguan Linglong said calmly, although in this era, there are more villains who bully men and women, but there are also many young talents with both ability and political integrity. Why should I choose you? Yanjing is not only a city with the largest number of troops except for several major military regions. I haven't experienced the plague of insects like the magic capital. So after the initial chaos, the speed of order recovery here is also faster than other cities. And because Shangguan Linglong's team and personal strength are enough for her to protect herself. So when facing Chu Feng, a traverser, she has the right to choose. Just. Of course it's because I'm handsome enough. Chu Feng brushed his hair narcissistically, and then asked in a humorous tone, don't you think I'm handsome? Can you stop making such low-level jokes? Shangguan Linglong was a little overwhelmed, she blushed slightly and said, I came to you this time because I have something to tell you. What's up? A group of armed soldiers came outside and said they wanted to see the base leader. Your subordinates didn't know what to do. I arranged them in the reception room. Soldier. Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, hee, the one who should come is finally here. Let's go, and have a look together. After saying this, without waiting for Shangguan Linglong to answer, Chu Feng walked out of the living room first. He has his own army. It was normal for other armies to want to know him after meeting his army. So hearing this, Chu Feng is not surprised at all. Seeing Chu Feng leave, Shangguan Linglong didn't think about anything else, she just paused for 2 seconds and quickly followed. Want to ask her if she likes Chu Feng? Of course I like it. Men and women, hero and heroine, handsome man and beautiful woman. It can be said to be a match made in heaven. But she was originally supposed to be the heroine in Ye Yang's plot in the treasure box system. It was after Ye Yang's death that Chu Feng traveled to take over. So even if God wants her and Chu Feng to achieve a positive result, it will take some time to do so. Baby, don't worry, whoever bullies you is my enemy, Feng Yanli. I have already sent someone to investigate the base in Heshi, and news will come back in a short time. When Chu Feng was in contact with Yanjing's local military. To the southeast of Yanjing City, in the living room of the leader of Feng Yanli's base. Feng Yanli sat in Kong Jingtian's arms, put her arms around Kong Jingtian's neck, and said with a shy face. Feng Yanli is 38 years old. Height 170, weight 135, with some spots on his face. It's not particularly ugly, but it's definitely not beautiful either. According to Luo's scoring standard for women, she can score up to 60 points. Her situation is somewhat similar to that of Luo Kikai's father, Luo Zhenyi's. It's just that Luo Zhenyi's killed his wife, and she killed her husband. Before the end of the world, she was a rich woman. Not a strong woman like Nangong Ling, but a yellow-faced woman who got rich off her husband. Her husband has money, and wants to change her, a yellow-faced woman, but she is not to be outdone, and makes a bad face outside. The husband and wife can be said to play their own way. On the day when the end of the world came, her husband found out about her making a bad face, and they were arguing in the parking lot. As a result, the monsters attacked and they had to flee together. It's a pity that there are too many monsters, and they are everywhere, and they can't escape at all. At the critical moment, she pushed her husband into the crowd of monsters, buying herself time to escape. Needless to say what happened after that. Awaken supernatural powers, strengthen yourself, the weak will prey on the strong, and form forces. She and Kong Jingtian just met by chance. Men like beautiful women, women like handsome guys, there is nothing wrong with that in itself. Kong Jingtian was also her idol. But with Feng Yanli's previous net worth, it is not enough to hire a male star of Kong Jingtian's level. But now, let your subordinates be careful. Hearing Feng Yanli's words, Kong Jingtian was secretly happy, but said calmly on the surface, not only is that guy very strong, but the base is also like a fortified wall. It's not so easy to deal with him. Are you caring about me? Of course. Looking at Feng Yanli's face with heavy makeup, Kong Jingtian suppressed his nausea. We are a couple on the same boat now, if you have any problems, I will be in big trouble. On the boat? Shouldn't it be the bed? Feng Yanli didn't care about Kong Jingtian's reminder, instead she teased Kong Jingtian with a coquettish smile. Kong Jingtian really couldn't bear Feng Yanli's virtue, but he couldn't stand the man's normal reaction. This has nothing to do with whether you like it or not, it's just a normal physical phenomenon. Seeing that Feng Yanli was about to squat down and undress him, there was a hasty knock on the door. Tuck tuck tuck. Big sister. Big sister. Damn it, who is it? It was a good thing to be disturbed. Feng Yanli was full of anger. The person outside also knew that he shouldn't come, but he still stuttered and explained. Big sister. Our people have been beaten, come out and have a look. If someone beats you, don't you know how to beat him back? Why are you looking for my old lady? The man outside looked aggrieved, we can't beat it. If he had other methods, how could he come to meet his boss's fate at this time? Can't beat it. Hearing this, Feng Yanli frowned. He got up and tidied his clothes and pushed open the door. Where were you beaten? It's right at the gate of the base. What? Was beaten at the gate of our base? Take me to see it. Feng Yanli was stunned, completely unable to understand why these guys were beaten in her base. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. He quickly gave Kong Jingtian a gesture, and the two walked out of the room one after the other. When she brought her subordinates and Kong Jingtian to the gate of the base, 4 men and women with peerless looks, with 2 pets, a dog and a monkey, appeared in her sight. In addition to Lao Su who defected in the morning, 7 or 8 of his subordinates were lying around. My god, this man is so handsome. This was the first time Feng Yanli saw Luu. These 3 women are superb. This was the first time Kong Jingtian saw Luu. At this time, in the open space at the entrance of the base, a handsome man stood in the middle with his arms around a charming woman. A tall woman holding a fiery red long sword, and a loli with twin ponytails stood behind them on one left and one on the right. 2 small pets stood in front of them. Yo, handsome guy, the person who beat me at my base? What do you mean? Your dog is barking, I'll help you discipline it. Facing Feng Yanli's questioning and dozens of people siege, Luu said casually. After speaking, she hooked So Qingyu's chin playfully in Go's arms, and So Qingyu cooperatingly gave Luu a wink. This little fairy is getting more and more seductive. Are you here to stand up for Su Minglu? Seeing this scene, Feng Yanli squinted her eyes, and looked at Lao Su not far away. Get ahead for him? No, I'm not that free. I just heard that you have raised a big star here. I'll come and have a look. Who is Kong Jingtian? Who are you? Do I know you? You are Kong Jingtian? Does it look normal? Let me ask you a few questions and answer me honestly. What are you? Why should I? Boom. Before Kong Jingtian finished speaking, he suddenly flew out, and the understatement sounded. You have to kneel when you talk to me. Chapter 417 This guy has a problem. Arrogant. Unprecedented arrogance. The sudden thought power attack made everyone unable to react. The content of the casual words also made everyone present dumbfounded. After a brief moment of stupefaction, everyone began to discuss. Fuck, what's up with this kid? Kong Jingtian was beaten. My mother, this is not true, is it? It's okay to beat someone, but actually beat Kong Jingtian in front of the eldest sister. Too arrogant. Hey, this kid is finally cleaned up. I think he deserves it. Hehe, who told him to bully others? Some people were surprised, some gloated, some folded their hands and prepared to watch the play, but there was no sympathy for Kong Jingtian. After all, Kong Jingtian often used Feng Yanli's identity to bully them. And Kong Jingtian, originally a big star. Having experienced the cruelty of the last days, I also know that there is a day beyond the sky. But Feng Yanli's own strength gave him enough confidence. He felt that he was backed by someone, and his behavior was also standing out for the base. So no matter how awesome Liu was, he didn't dare to make a move in front of Feng Yanli. Too bad he was wrong. Wrong, some outrageous. Liu is a man who has the power of several sons of luck. For Liu now, let alone such a waste as Kong Jingtian. Even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu came, he would not dare to talk to him like this. Mind power? What do you mean? Seeing Kong Jingtian being helped up by a dog's leg, Feng Yanli's face became a little gloomy. Punch Jingtian in front of her, that was hitting her in the face. As a normal person, how could he endure it? It's just that Liu's arrogant behavior made her vigilant after living in the last days for so long, so she didn't take action directly. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Liu. Liu answered irrelevantly, and said calmly, it doesn't matter if you don't know me now, you will remember me soon. Now, I'll give you two choices, either let him answer my question on his knees, or I will beat you to death. Liu's villain system needs to kill the protagonist to become stronger. The income of killing one protagonist is higher than that of killing 10 powerful monsters. So on the way from Nanxi to Yanjing, apart from the pastimes mentioned earlier, he was always looking for a new child of luck. A powerful awakener, a base leader with strange abilities, a young man with a young and beautiful sister or younger sister. Every time he went to a city, he would find several base leaders to ask if he had encountered these people. If there is, he will sacrifice some time to investigate. It's just that after Tang Cheng was killed in Nanxi, creatures like the Son of Fortune seemed to have disappeared. Along the way, I have not found a qualified one. When he first met Lao Su today, he didn't feel anything. But when he heard that Kong Jingtian is a big star who eats soft food, he felt something was wrong. It is not surprising that a male star has become a favorite in the last days. Human beings who have not become awakened, regardless of gender, can only be manipulated by others. But Kong Jingtian is a strengthener, no matter how shoddy the combat power is, the enhancer won't become a male favorite, right? Unless the other party has a special puppet technique like Sun Yujiao. But ordinary women, can they have that kind of puppetry? Therefore, Liu, who was suspicious, directly targeted Kong Jingtian when he came to inquire about the situation on a routine basis. For Liu's style of handling things, Lu Ruobing and his party have long been accustomed to it. Although Feng Yanli and the others had never seen it before, they did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for 2 seconds, her usual smile returned to her gloomy face, and she quickly found a step for herself. Handsome guy, I think you have an extraordinary bearing, you shouldn't be an ordinary awakened one. Everyone is human, why use a knife? It's true that Xiao Tian was the one who spoke rudely just now, but no matter what, he's also mine. How about this, I will apologize to you on his behalf, and this matter is over. What do you want to know? I, Feng Yanli, will definitely know everything, what do you think? After all, Feng Yanli has been the boss for so long, so she speaks in a different way. After saying this, seeing that Liu didn't answer immediately, she quickly called Kong Jingtian over. Xiao Tian, why don't you hurry up and say sorry to this handsome guy? I'm sorry. Seeing Feng Yanli's current attitude towards Liu, how could Kong Jingtian dare to speak in a low voice? Hurry up and apologize. Hehe, you are quite an interesting woman. Seeing this, Liu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. During the conversation between the two parties just now, Feng Yanli's betrayal rate has been hovering around 60. In other words, she was able to maintain absolute calm in her heart even though she was provoked by herself like this. Such a flexible woman is definitely a more ruthless character than most men. What did the handsome guy say? As the leader of a base, distinguishing right from wrong is the most basic ability, isn't it? Okay, since you said that, I'll give you some face. Liu didn't bother to waste time, Ruobing, if you have any questions, bring Zyro in and ask, I'll talk to Kong Jingtian alone. It is good. The end of the world has come for so long. Everyone is very wary of strangers. So Liu didn't need to repeat some reminders at all. Lu Ruobing needed to ask about the military, so she took Qin Zyro and followed Feng Yanli to the living room of the community. Liu needed to ask about the protagonist, so he hugged So Qingyu and led Kong Jingtian to the room next to the living room. With the episode just now, Kong Jingtian didn't dare to be negligent, and after sitting down, he told Liu about his own affairs like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Liu has the villain's eyes and mind control, so he is not afraid that Kong Jingtian will lie to him. Just. Have you been thrown out by others with the woman you like? Hehe, you are very sad. Kong Jingtian, If he couldn't beat Liu, he really wanted to give him a kick. Why can't this pot be opened and which pot should be lifted? Where is that guy's base? In the river city north of Yanjing City. Kong Jingtian paused at this point, and then continued, aren't you very strong? Maybe you can snatch his base. You want to borrow a knife to kill someone. Hearing this, Lu's eyes froze slightly. In this situation, this guy still wants to use himself as a weapon? Looking for death? Sensing Lu's sudden killing intent, Kong Jingtian's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly denied it. No, how dare I have such an idea? Then tell me, well done, why should I rob other people's bases? Because his base has electricity. Is there electricity? Hearing this, even Lu couldn't help being stunned. It has been so long since the end of the world has come, except for his chariot, he has never seen a car that can be driven, or a base that can be illuminated by electric lights. But now there is electricity in this guy's base? Could it be that Yanjing City has already researched a method to store and transmit electric energy? No, not right. According to Luo Kekai, even if someone researches it, it's only the official people who have the ability. Why would a young man in a small suburban city have one? This guy has a problem. Yes, not only does his entire shelter have electricity, but also his city walls and the 6 walls of the basement are all made of steel and alloys, which are said to be shockproof, and radiation-proof. Chapter 418 The Predator of the Sanctuary. Have to say, when the villain does not meet the protagonist, he does things much more smoothly than the protagonist. Just like this time. Feng Yanli could see how extraordinary Luu was, so she didn't dare to attack Luu. If it were a different protagonist, wouldn't he have to fight Feng Yanli for rounds, and then have a wave of pretending to be slapped in the face? It's a pity that Luu is the villain. The purpose of coming here is also to find clues for the protagonist, so he is not interested in pretending to be slapped. He was really surprised when he heard Kong Jingtian's detailed description. Why is there no electricity in this world? There are 2 main reasons for this. One is because on the day when the end of the world came, the cosmic storm pulled away all the electric and nuclear energy of the Earth, and destroyed all the precision instruments in this world. Let the energy of electricity seem to disappear out of thin air. Another problem is the storage and transmission of electric energy. According to the information given by Luo Kekai, the reason why human beings cannot use electricity on a large scale is because after the end of the world, there is a lot of unknown energy on the Earth. Among them is an unknown energy that has no effect on living bodies, but will accelerate the dissipation of electrical energy of all non-living bodies. Someone once did an experiment, using a lightning-type supernatural being to control the voltage to charge the battery. As a result, charge for 1 hour and use for 1 minute. It can be said to be a thankless thing. As for current generation and current use, it's not impossible. It's just that under the influence of this unknown energy, whether ordinary power generation equipment can be used is a problem. Even if it works, is there any noise when generating electricity? Will the noise attract powerful monsters? Even if these problems are solved, it is extremely difficult to produce electricity that allows people to use it normally under the influence of this unknown energy. Therefore, in the future world, although human beings can also use electricity. However, the field where electric energy can be used has been greatly reduced, and the development path of human beings can only change from the field of science and technology to the field of cultivation. It is less than a year since the end of the world. Under such a big environment, how can a general base have electricity? Ruobing, is the situation clear? After a period of understanding, Luu figured out the general situation. When he left the room and came out, he happened to see Lu Ruobing, who also walked out of the room. Ask clearly, the situation here is similar to that in Nanchi, but we have to go to the military base to have a look at the specific situation. That's it, then let's split up. Split up? You won't go with us? What's so strange about this? Isn't it like this all the way? Okay, I really don't know what you want to do, King Yu, Zyro, let's go. Xiaojin Heishui, you two come with me, by the way, that guy named Su. The latter sentence was what Luu said to Feng Yanli, and it was also Luu's reward for promising Lao Su to lead the way. Don't worry, young Master Lu, I promise I won't embarrass him again. Feng Yanli promised. That's good, let's go. Luu gave Feng Yanli a deep look, then turned and left with Xiaojin and Heishui. He didn't care about Lao Su's life. But as a top powerhouse, if he can't even save a little guy, then it's not just a matter of face. Therefore, it was impossible for Feng Yanli to deal with Lao Su immediately after she left. He also believed that Feng Yanli would not be so stupid. Since the person Luu investigated was the child of luck, he was easily attacked by some monsters on the road. Therefore, no matter how strong Lu Ruobing and Luo Kekai are, Luu still likes to act alone when investigating such matters. And Lu Ruobing is a policewoman with a hero template. With her here, plus Luo Kekai who has 10 years of experience in the last days, Luu didn't have to worry about their safety. As for Feng Yanli and Kong Jingtian, Liu didn't have time to talk to them at all. In the last days, there are too many people like them, and Liu is not the savior of the world, so how can he have time to meddle in other people's business? After leaving Feng Yanli's base, he directly made Heishui bigger, and carried himself and Xiaojin straight to Heshi in the east of Yanjing City. What the hell is this guy? Looking at the back of Liu and others leaving, Feng Yanli frowned. Why do I feel this way? She can become the leader of the base as a woman, she is definitely not a good man and a believer. Under normal circumstances, when encountering an awakened person like Liu who came to provoke him, she would strike him with thunder. But she has the unique perception ability of the transformation system, and can perceive the degree of danger in other people. Liu gave her the feeling that he was not only like an unshakable mountain, but also like a sharp sword around her neck. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. It seems that as long as there is a change in oneself, the head will be in a different place. Just ask Su Minglu and you'll know. That's right, where is Su Ming passerby? My people seem to have locked him in the dormitory. Closed. Feng Yanli's eyes were slightly cold. Don't go and let him go, do you think the matter is not troublesome enough? I'm fine, fine. Kong Jingtian still wanted to say something, but when he thought of the cold breath on Liu's body just now, he had no choice but to hold back what he was about to say. This guy doesn't seem to be messed with? In case the other party went back and found that Lao Su had been treated unfairly. The final result can be imagined. By the way, what did he ask you just now? A question about that shelter. The shelter. Feng Yanli was stunned. Did you tell him about the refuge? I can't help it. Kong Jingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. He also didn't want to tell Liu the information about the refuge. Because as long as you are a normal person, after experiencing the end of the world for a period of time, you will miss the life before the end of the world. It would be a very happy thing for anyone if that shelter could be snatched away. But when facing Liu, would he dare to lie? Dare not. Just sitting there by Liu can make his liver and gallbladder tear apart. So. Come on. Miss. Immediately Fei Ji sent a letter to Yu Huan to tell him to keep an eye on that refuge, and don't act rashly. Yes. Kong Jingtian has been at Feng Yanli's base for a long time. Because he knew that Feng Yanli was not a woman who would be used as a weapon, so he didn't tell the other party the news of the shelter immediately. Feng Yanli also lived up to expectations, and did not act immediately after receiving this information. Instead, after some deliberation, a 6-member intelligence gathering team was dispatched. Yu Huan is the captain of this 6-member team. Don't think that the combat effectiveness of the intelligence team is not high, on the contrary, they are the backbone of the base. Do not believe? Just look at the combat effectiveness of the National Scouts. Boss, don't they say that celebrities die at the sight of light? What do I think of that female celebrity? She's pretty. I think she's pretty, too. No matter how beautiful she is someone else's woman. What happened to someone else's woman? If you snatch him over, it's ours now. That's right, I don't mind if she slept with someone else. Hee, you boys. The eastern suburbs of Yanjing City, River City. Hearing the discussion of several younger brothers, Yu Huan couldn't help but smile, and subconsciously looked at the iron wall in the distance after saying this sentence. As an awakened person who is not weak, he also has his own ambitions. It is not normal to be willing to be directed by a woman. So the purpose of his coming here is to snatch the resources in this shelter for exclusive use. Work for Feng Yanli, a fool would do that. It's just that this refuge is heavily guarded, and it's very troublesome to get in. The outside is full of copper walls and iron walls, and there are many detectors on the city walls. As long as these detectors detect living organisms, they will automatically turn on the attack mode. At that time, a large number of advanced weapons will cover the sky, and even the most powerful awakened ones will be smashed into a sieve. Hey, boss, isn't that Lao Qi pigeon? A subordinate's voice interrupted Yu Huan's thoughts. Seems. Yu Huan came back to his senses, looked at the mutated carrier pigeon in the sky, and whistled. SHHH. The pigeon heard the sound and flew to the windowsill in front of him. He quickly untied the letter from the pigeon's leg. Elder sister's information. What did the eldest sister say? She said that a strong man named Liu came here, let us play by ear and not act rashly. Liu? Who is it? Is it strong? How do I know? Who? Before Yu Huan finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Because the person who said this was not from their team. But the 6 people were inexplicably terrified, and immediately set up an attacking formation. Whoever pretends to be a ghost, get out of here. If you don't come out again, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Huan yelled twice, trying to force the opponent to show up with his momentum. You're welcome. I see how you are being rude. The other parties seemed to have no intention of playing hide-and-seek with them. After a playful voice sounded, the originally transparent space in front of them suddenly shook. Next up, a man in iron armor appeared in their sight. Seeing the invisible armored warrior in front of them, the 6 people were even more surprised. Fuck. This is Predator. Chapter 419 I and number 039, M Desperate 2. How is this possible? Iron armor, wrist knife, shoulder cannon, helmet with dreadlocks. Looking at the man covered in iron armor in front of them, Yu Huan and the other 6 really couldn't believe their eyes. The Predator is an alien creature in a series of Western movies. This set of uniquely shaped armor also left a very deep impression on people who have watched this series of movies. This thing can be used not only for invisibility, but also for catching prey. It can be said that it is a seemingly ordinary, but actually a product of very black technology. However, this is the only armor in the movie. Why does this kind of thing appear in the doomsday environment where there is no electricity in the world? You also know that this is a predator? That's easy. There was a sound of banter, and the young man in the armor looked at Yu Huan, and his voice gradually became colder. Speak. Who sent you here? You have been staring at me here for so many days, what is your plan? Dude, are we staring at you? Are you mistaken? We're only here. Phew, boom. A younger brother wanted to divert the other party's attention by talking, but before he finished speaking, the rocket on the other party's shoulder flew towards him. Yu Huan and the others dodged in panic, and the rocket hit the concrete wall behind them, making a huge roar. Gravel splashed and dust flew. Don't talk nonsense to me. The Predator's voice was still cold. I'll ask you one more time, who sent you here? Fucking shit, you stinking idiot. Hearing the young man's words, and looking at the smoking hole behind him, Yu Huan cursed angrily, think I'm invincible by wearing armor? It's not sure who will live and who will die today. Brothers, let's kill him together. After such a long period of end times, which living combat type awakener doesn't have a few lives in his hands? Before coming here, they were ready for battle. Seeing that the other party was extremely vigilant at this time, and there was no chance of a sneak attack, they no longer concealed it. It's just that since the other party dared to show up, he was naturally prepared. Humph, looking for a dead end. The Predator snorted coldly, and disappeared in place again out of thin air. He is not a shadow assassin, but this set of armor allows him to have a stronger invisible ability than the shadow assassin. Yu Huan has also watched the Predator, and knows that the opponent's ability is only invisibility, not teleportation, so he can attack the opponent with firepower coverage. But just when he and his subordinates were about to attack the air in front of them with supernatural powers, countless rustling sounds came into their ears. Hey, boss, what's that sound? A younger brother was a little surprised. Another subordinate was also stunned. Looks like a bug. Oops, not good. Yu Huan seemed to realize something, and his complexion changed drastically. While being wary of the invisible predator, he quickly ran towards the window. Outside the window, countless spiders the size of an adult's palm came into their sight. These spiders are not ordinary spiders, but mechanical spiders full of technological sense. They were completely black, with red lights flashing at the compound eyes, and they were rushing towards their room from all directions. Retreat quickly. It was too late for Yu Huan to deal with the predator, so he quickly gave the order to retreat. In the last days, what is the monster that human awakeners fear most? They are not nimble zombies, nor birds in the sky, nor are they huge mutant beasts. But bugs. Insects overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, destroying the dead. No grass grows wherever it goes. Although they have no rank, they can easily crush human awakened people to death with their numerical advantage. At this time, although these spiders were not real bugs, their numbers were no worse than the swarm. Dense, overwhelming. No matter how strong Yu Huan and the other 6 are, they cannot be opponents of these mechanical spiders. Is it just that the other side will let them go? Will not. Boom. As a mechanical spider pounced on a younger brother and exploded, the battle between the two sides officially started. Cangshan is like the sea, and the setting sun is like blood. A huge black mastiff with more muscles than a cheetah, carrying a little golden monkey and a young man in black armor, ran towards the east of the city on the dilapidated streets of Yanjing. Bulldogs are extremely fast. The strong wind behind him also scattered the dust and newspapers on the road. Fuck, this riding pet looks good. This dog is not an ordinary dog, is it? Certainly not, the muscles are much stronger than ordinary mutant dogs. Tisk tisk, I don't know which base's strong man is so awesome. I really envy these guys who are at the forefront of evolution. Yeah, they have evolved to their level, and they can hang out wherever they want. Seeing Luu passing by on a black hansom, the survivors of the base on both sides of the road couldn't help talking. In Yanjing City, awakened people who can walk outside are not particularly rare. But an awakened who can own a riding pet is definitely the envy of everyone. They are like rich people who own tens of millions of luxury cars before the end of the world, making ordinary people sigh. Riding a pet is a symbol of the status of the strong. The more awesome the pet ride looks, the more it proves the strength of the pet ride owner. At this time, Lu's mutated black dog was not only muscular, but also had shiny black hair without a trace of stray hair, which made people know that it was not ordinary at a glance. After they saw it, of course they couldn't help but discuss it. It's just that Lu doesn't have time to talk to them, although he doesn't need to fly now. But flying in the last days is not only easy to scare the snake, but also easy to become a living target for others. In addition, for convenience, he brought two pets, Xiaojun and Heishui. Therefore, he could only choose to advance from land. Anyway, the distance between the two places is only tens of kilometers, and with Heishui's current physical strength, there is not much time difference. But Lu originally wanted to find a place to hide, and let the dreamer or shadow demon help him inquire about the situation of the shelter at night. But fate is always so magical. When he was riding Heishui and approaching the river city in the east of the city, a man was running towards him with 3 steps and 3 turns. He was badly wounded, with bruises and blood all over his face and body, and he was limping as he ran. Heishui, wait a minute. Lu didn't want to be nosy at first, but the man's movement of turning his head 3 times made him stop. His action proves that there are monsters or humans chasing him behind him. If you rush over desperately, it is easy to make things more troublesome. The man who was running for his life was only concerned about running for his life, but when he saw a young man sitting on the back of a giant black dog in front of him, he was stunned for a moment and then burst into ecstasy. The whole person scrambled and crawled towards Lu. Help, brother, help me. Someone is chasing me from behind, please help me stop him. Why should I save you? Lu spat out a few words indifferently. No matter what time period it is, Lu has a purpose in saving lives. Want him to save someone for no reason, how can it be? I am a dual-element awakener, my abilities are useful to you, please. Oh. Lu asked casually, who is chasing you? A predator. Predator. Lu couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words, and then couldn't help complaining, have you seen too many freaking aliens? It's a real predator. The man was burning with anxiety. At this moment, he really wanted to complain. I am not an alien, but I am going to be hunted down by the predator. He is also very desperate. Seeing the man's appearance, Lu originally wanted to ask something. Call out. An arrow with strong penetrating power went straight to the man in front of Lu. Lu frowned. The power of thought was activated, and an invisible barrier appeared instantly, blocking the arrow. This is the power of mind. The space in the distance was distorted, and a predator appeared 20 meters away from Lu. Hey, this guy is my prey, can you give him to me? Ding, congratulations on discovering the hidden plot protagonist Wu Di, the plot is being read, please wait later. Ding, the plot has been read, please check with the host. Global catastrophe, can my shelter be upgraded infinitely? Chapter 420 Lu vs Wu Di. Lu couldn't help but be a little surprised to see a predator really appeared in front of him, and it was also a hidden protagonist. Although he had already guessed that the guy in the River City Refuge might be the protagonist, he never thought that he would meet him in this way. But is it just a hidden protagonist? Lu narrowed his eyes and spoke quickly after a short thought. Xiaojun, look at him. Xiaojun is the Golden Monkey King, and the limit of his evolution level is the elementary level of gold. At this time, it has already evolved to the bottleneck. The normal height has also changed from the previous 1.5 meters to the current 1.2 meters. Squeak. Hearing Lu's words, Xiaojun, who was squatting behind him, responded, knowing that the man Lu was referring to was the man who called for help. Jumped off Heishui's back, and ran up to the man with both hands and feet. Needless to say, the man's identity was Yu Huan, who had narrowly escaped from the other party's hands by relying on his strong strength. Seeing Xiaojun approaching, he didn't dare to move, and Lu also locked his eyes on the predator opposite him at this moment. Are you a human, or a monster? Lu asked knowingly. The other party is the hidden protagonist, and his tone is not as aggressive as the other protagonists. Of course, Lu will not show hostility at this time. Of course it's human. Why did you chase him down? This is my personal grievance with him. Looking at Lu riding on the back of a giant bulldog, Wu Di said with a frown. After living in the last days for so long, most awakened people have developed a cautious character. Seeing the black bulldog under Lu's crotch and the black venom armor on his body, he can naturally sense that the other party is not an ordinary awakened person. But he couldn't let Yu Huan go back. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. If the other party wants to make an idea of his own refuge, he can only become a corpse. Even if it's a personal grievance, there should always be a reason, right? Liu said awe-inspiringly, nowadays foreign enemies are invading and monsters are rampant. Human beings should be more united. It's hard for me to chase him down like this for no reason. I didn't see it, you are still a guy who likes to meddle in his own business. Wu De looked at Liu with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. It has been so long since the end of the world, maybe some people are still holding on to the justice in their hearts. But justice also depends on strength to stick to it. Just like peace needs to be exchanged for war. Now that Liu alone dared to ride a mutant beast and wander around in this suburban city, such a person would definitely not be a messenger of justice. No way, who made me free today? Forget it, if he doesn't say it, let you say it. Why did he chase you down? Liu looked at Yu Huan and asked casually. In fact, when he saw the name of Wu De's script, he had already guessed a general idea. But whether this is the case, he has to confirm again. I was resting in the room with my brother and this guy insisted that we were spying on him. Hearing Liu's words, Yu Huan couldn't care too much at the moment in order to save his life, so he hurriedly told what happened. It's just that in this plot, he described himself as innocent. While talking, he was still looking at Liu's expression. Liu smiled disdainfully after listening, aren't you monitoring him? We do not have. I'll give you another chance. If you don't tell the truth again, I won't be able to save you. Yu Huan was at a loss for words for a while, and wanted to quibble, but after seeing Liu's calm expression, he was completely discouraged. In front of Liu, he couldn't lie, if he wanted to survive, he had to tell the truth. Wu De. I am 25 years old and my height is 179. The ability obtained is not a system, but an alien technology similar to the doomsday chariot, the mechanical heart. The function of this thing is similar to that of a chariot. It's just that the chariot belongs to the mobile fortress, and the mechanical heart belongs to the underground shelter. According to the original plot direction, Chu Feng should not exist. And Wu De will also be discovered by Yanjing's military, and he will study the correct use of electric energy from him. But the appearance of Liu obviously changed the direction of the plot. Listening to Yu Huan's narration, Wu De narrowed his eyes. He didn't want Liu to know the news about his refuge, but it was impossible to shut up Yu Huan in this situation. After thinking about it, he still decided to let Yu Huan finish the sentence and see how Liu expressed his opinion. If the other party also has bad thoughts about his refuge, then it's not too late for him to decide how to go next. After a period of narration, Liu knew a general idea. Yu Huan is Feng Yanli's subordinate. It seems that Feng Yanli can also be regarded as a villain boss in Wu De's plot. So you are the owner of the shelter in Heshi. Any advice? Let me introduce myself first, my name is Liu. Liu. You are Liu. Yu Huan was stunned, and Wu De frowned too. This guy is the strong man in Feng Yanli's Fiji biography just now? You know me? Forget it, it doesn't matter, what matters is that I came here for your refuge this time. Haha. Wu De in the iron-blooded battle armor couldn't help but sneered and said, I heard you say so righteously just now, I thought you would be some kind of good person. I didn't expect you to be like everyone else. No, I'm not like everyone else. Before Wu De could finish speaking, Liu interrupted directly, if others rob you of your shelter, they shouldn't rob you head-on, right? What do you mean? I mean that. Liu raised his mouth and raised his left hand. The liquid metal armor covering his left hand revealed a storage ring inside. In the next second, a silver light flashed. Clang clang clang. A large number of metal machines, including the sound of impact, sounded. Soon a mini Gatling was automatically assembled in Liu's left hand. The mini Gatling is not the Gatling used by the military, but is assembled automatically from a silver metal box. From this point of view, it is not military equipment, but a high-tech product from the future. Seeing this scene, Yu Huan was stunned, and Wu De didn't react. How could this product have such a high-tech thing? But at this moment, he had no time to think too much. Quickly used the invisibility ability of the battlesuit to disappear in place, and quickly flew back. No matter what the two of them thought, Liu pointed Gatling at the place where Wu De disappeared and just shot. I can grab your things openly and squarely. Liu grinned while pressing Gatling's trigger. A large number of bullets, under his control, poured out towards Wu De. Da-da-da-da. Ding 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 ding. These bullets hit Wu De's body, sending out bursts of metal crackling and sparks. On this level? Are you embarrassed to come out and make a fool of yourself? Wu De seemed to have expected it a long time ago. After avoiding the fire coverage point, he directly raised the rocket on his shoulder. Go to hell. Call out. The small rocket headed straight for Liu with a long tail flame. This is a duel of hot weapons. Chu Feng's saying is correct, no matter how strong the awakened person is, he is still a body of flesh and blood. In the face of hot weapons like rockets and Gatling, even Earth-type supernatural powers dare not directly fight them. It's just that this rocket, although it won't deviate from the high-tech lock of Wu Di's battle armor, the imaginary impact and explosion sound did not come. Instead, under the surprised eyes of the two, they stopped in front of Luu. Electrically fused rockets? Then give it back to you. As soon as Luu finished speaking, the rocket turned around and flew towards Wu Di. Seeing this scene, Wu Di was dumbfounded. Damn it! This is magnetic force. Chapter 421 Surrounded by people? A person with supernatural abilities is synonymous with a strong person. Although for every 100 humans, there will be one supernatural being. However, there are many kinds of abilities awakened by supernatural beings, and the early supernatural beings are not strong enough. Plus human cannibalism. Therefore, it is not bad if 50 or 60 supernatural beings can survive out of 10,000 people. Arranged according to the rarity of abilities, light and darkness are the two rarest attributes among the 9 elemental abilities. If there is only one enhanced ability user among the 50 or 60 ability users, then the light and dark ability users need at least dash ability users to have a light and dark attribute. That's a 1 in a million chance. However, the rarity of magma and magnetism's mutant powers is no worse than these two powers. Otherwise, Cangyun of the Demon City would not be able to become the #1 master in the future of the Demon City by virtue of his sword soul and magnetic power. Watching Luu use the magnetic power at this time, Wu Di's brain short-circuited. What's going on with this guy on the other side? There are riding pets, black technology, and magnetic abilities? This awakening ability is too traceless, right? Wu Di didn't have time to think too much, so he dragged his heavy armor and fled to the distance. Although a child of luck like him mainly relies on technology, he is also a strengthener himself. Relying on his strong physical fitness, even with this armor, he can run much faster than ordinary people. It's just that he only took 2 steps and found that his body was out of control. Boom! After thinking for a short moment, the rocket hit him firmly. The huge explosion was deafening. The powerful impact directly sent him flying. Wanama! Wu Di cursed angrily, and under the cover of the impact force and the thick smoke of the explosion, he rolled into the grass by the roadside. And opened the stealth mode of the armor in time. Run if you can't beat it. The magnetic ability is too restrained for him in this state. So at this time, he didn't have much hesitation at all. Rocket fuses are generally divided into 2 types. One is mechanical and one is electronic. Mechanical ones require impact to produce an explosion. After the electronic fuse is launched, even if there is no impact, it will explode after a while. What Wu Di used was obviously the second one. Do you still want to run? After seeing the flames and thick smoke, and Wu Di was gone, the corner of Luu's mouth twitched. While retracting the ring from mini Gatling, he raised his right hand in the direction where Wu Di disappeared. The magnetic force instantly started from Luu's right hand and spread forward in a fan shape. Although Wu Di's battle armor can be invisible, it is not really invisible, but a bit like a chameleon's ability. The most important thing is that there are many metals on his battle armor that can be attracted by magnetic force. And magnetism is a variant of metal abilities. So logically speaking, it is entirely possible for Luu to suck back Wu Di who escaped. But after the burst of magnetic power, what Luu sucked back was not Wu Di wearing iron-blooded armor, but a dozen mechanical spiders the size of a palm. The compound eyes of the mechanical spider were still shining red. Hey! Luu's eyes froze slightly. Careful, this thing will explode. Seeing this scene, Yu Huan, who hid in advance, reminded subconsciously. The 6 of them were defeated by this kind of spider. Without these spiders, they might not have lost so badly. Seeing the dozens of spiders flying out at this time, he can be said to have lingering fears. But his reminder was obviously superfluous. Because Luu's insight and danger perception ability are much stronger than him. Would Luu not be aware of the danger that even he could detect? Drop drop! Boom, boom, boom! Like a rocket, the mechanical spider stopped 3 meters away from Luu. But the red light of the compound eyes flashed faster and faster, and soon a series of explosions sounded. Hee, this thing is interesting. Looking at the spider shrapnel blocked by the magnetic force and the liquid metal battlesuit, Luu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. The power of a mechanical spider explosion is about the same as a grenade. Although it has the ability to automatically track and has a numerical advantage, such a thermal weapon is no longer effective against Luu. Let's not talk about Luu's defensive abilities such as mind power, magnetic power, soil power, and liquid metal battlesuit. Not to mention that he picked up the metal ability from Old Wei. Luu's own sacred body alone cannot be broken by this kind of spider bomb. The physical defense ability of the sapphire-level sacred body is no worse than that of the Corpse King's tempered skin. Luu had tried it before, and the bullets of ordinary pistols didn't feel anything at all. A silver-level cold weapon can break him a little bit. Even if Luu stood still and didn't need any abilities, if he wanted to kill him, he would need at least armor-piercing bullets or gold-level weapons to do so. Big brother, who are you? Looking at the young man in front of him who was intact, not even a little injured on his crotch riding pet. Yueguang didn't know what to say anymore. He has seen awesome ones, but he has never seen such awesome ones. This guy's ability is too strong, right? It's completely offensive and defensive, right? Horrible riding pets, black technology Gatling, liquid metal armor, magnetic abilities. Stop talking nonsense, take me to his refuge. Liu said lightly. Wu De had already run out of his attack range under the cover of the mechanical spider, but Liu didn't chase after him. Because the monk can't run away from the temple. The shelter cannot be moved, as long as the shelter is still there, Liu can find him at any time. Okay, you come with me. Hearing Liu's words, Yueguang didn't dare to neglect, but he had experienced a big battle before and suffered some injuries. At this time, I was already a little physically weak. Liu also noticed his discomfort, so in order not to waste time, he casually threw a healing spell over. Feeling the effect of the healing technique, Yueguang was dumbfounded again. Is this person perverted? What kind of shit luck is able to awaken so many abilities? Yueguang complained wildly in her heart, but Liu, who was riding on He Shui's back, suddenly frowned. He controlled He Shui to stop, and then took out the high-tech watch. At this time, the communication signal light above kept flashing. Liu pressed the answer button, and Lu Ruobing's anxious voice came from inside. Liu, can you hear me? Okay. What's the matter? I'm so sorry, I didn't want to disturb you, but we're surrounded by people now. What does it mean to be surrounded? Liu didn't react a bit, aren't you driving a car? Who can surround you? The opponent has tanks, a large number of tanks, but they don't seem to be from the military. What? Tank? Liu sensed something was wrong, and asked tentatively, if the other party only has hot weapons, you should be able to get out of trouble, right? We should be fine, but this car? The car doesn't matter, you just need to protect yourself. Liu replied casually. A car is bound to itself, you can get it back if you lose it, but not a person. So hearing Lu Ruobing's answer, Liu was relieved a lot. Okay, then I'll go first. Get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car. Hold your hands on your head, hurry up. Before Lu Ruobing finished speaking, there was a burst of soldiers shouting from the receiver. Hearing this voice, Liu's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. A tank? Hee, it's interesting. Chapter 422. Tanks are a very common modern thermal weapon. Although the shell and the way of movement are different from the car, the working principle is the same as that of the car. Either directly use electricity, or change oil to electricity, and there are also many precision components inside, so it is impossible to use other energy sources to drive. Even if other driving methods can be researched, it will be a bit of a waste of money. Therefore, there are only two possibilities for the source of these tanks in Lu Ruobing's information. Either the country has researched a new method of electric energy storage and transmission, or the special ability awakened by the Son of Destiny. But according to Lu Ruobing's description, the other party doesn't look like someone from the military. Then there is only one final answer left. Could it be this guy just now? Liu narrowed his eyes and immediately made a decision in his mind. Go, take me to his sanctuary. Tanks are modern hot weapons, and Wu Dian's shelter, which can be upgraded infinitely, belongs to alien technology. It is normal for alien technology to make tanks. Therefore, after confirming that Lu Ruobing and others would not be in danger, Liu decided to go to this refuge to find out. But just when Liu went to Wu Di's refuge. On the other side, on a certain street in the center of Yanjing, a black bus was surrounded by a dozen tanks and a large number of soldiers. The muzzle of the tank was aimed at the bus, and the soldier pointed his gun at the woman who got off the bus. Who are you guys? After getting off the chariot, looking at the gun-wielding soldiers in uniform and gas masks in front of them, Lu Ruobing said with a slight glance. As a person who grew up in a military family, she knew all the combat uniforms and tanks of Xiaoguo's troops. At least she knows all the troops and tanks in Yanjing. The people in front of her were not only wearing different combat uniforms from what she remembered. She had never even seen the model of the tank she was driving. Stop talking nonsense, everyone get down and stand up. The leader held an AK-47, pointed at several women and shouted coldly. His name is Qin Wu. It is Qin Feng's #1 mobilization soldier created by the Red Police System, and he is also the captain of this patrol force. The task they came out today was to clear the roadblocks in the city to ensure that the troops in the future can flow unimpeded. Unexpectedly, during the cleaning process, the sentry found a black bus of unknown origin. To be on the safe side, they stopped the black car. Although the Doom vehicle is now equipped with a number of weapons, the shell can also release energy shields that can stop projectiles. But the energy of the shield is limited, so if you turn around in this situation, you can only be regarded as a living target by the opponent. In addition, all 8 of them have self-defense capabilities. So Lu Ruobing saw that the other party used roadblocks and tanks to block the way, weighed the pros and cons, and then did not drive away. Under the threat of these armed soldiers, 8 women got out of the car one by one and stood in a row under the chariot. They are of different heights, but they are all stunning in the world. Tall, cold, sexy, charming, sweet, holy, cute, and charming. Even if Qin Wu was just a biochemical human created by Chu Feng using the red police system, after seeing these women, he couldn't help being stunned. What kind of gods and beauty is this Nima? The figure looks a bit against the sky, right? Surprised in his heart, Qin Wu swept his eyes over the 8 women one by one. When he swept past So Qingyu, he was taken aback again. You know, they are soldiers produced by the system, and they are either cyborgs or clones. Although they also have human thinking ability, military discipline, strong physical and psychological quality, and can even use firearms proficiently. But they have no emotions and desires, and they are absolutely loyal to Qin Feng. How could it be possible to be attracted to a woman? But now that this woman has a charming aura, even he can't help but want to take a second look. Which of you is the owner of this car? I. As the temporary host, Lu Ruobing took the initiative to speak. Qin Wu took a look at her. Leave the car behind, you can come with us. Why? All suspicious personnel must be taken back for investigation. This is an order given to me by my superiors. You really are not from the military, me. Qin Wu, where did this car come from? Lu Ruobing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Before waiting for a reaction, the soldiers automatically moved out of the way. Next up. A fat man in casual clothes walked in surrounded by several soldiers. His gaze was always on the RV, and he didn't notice Lu Ruobing and the others. Seeing this, Qin Wu hurried over and reported the situation to him. Captain Chen, it's like this. Is that so? Hey. Following Qin Wu's narration, the fat man nodded slightly, but when he saw clearly the women under the caravan, he froze in place. It's you. It's you. Lu Ruobing looked at Fatty in surprise, and obviously recognized him. Captain Chen is of course Chen Han. When Lu Ruobing returned to Yanjing this time, he wanted those experts to research the technology of the chariot. The biggest purpose is to see how your loved ones are doing now. Ye Bai saved his grandfather, and the fat man's features are so obvious, so it's not surprising that she recognized the fat man. Seeing the fat man, Yan Yun was also stunned. My god, how could it be him? He's actually a captain. Luo Kekai frowned, it feels a little bad. Seeing the expressions of several women, Li Wanning was a little puzzled. Ruobing, Kekai, you all know him. It's more than acquaintance. Luo Kekai didn't say much, but directly prepared for battle. Hehe, it's really a narrow road to Yuanjia. Where's that guy? Didn't he go with you? Seeing the heroic Lu Ruobing in tights and a high ponytail, that bad past instantly rushed into Fatty's mind. Ye Bai saved Lu Ruobing's grandfather, but was killed by Luu? How could he forget such a thing? No, you are their captain. So what? Fatty Chen looked at the chariot, and then at several women. I never thought you would be able to come to Yanjing. It's really amazing. But if that guy isn't here, you guys come with me. What do you mean? Sensing the coldness in Fatty's eyes, Lu Ruobing was a little puzzled, and Luo Kekai explained directly. Ruobing, stop talking, Luu killed your fiancé back then. What? Hearing this, let alone Lu Ruobing, even Yan Yun and Qin Xiero were stunned. Back then, the 4 women Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiero, Yan Yun and Luo Kekai followed Luu into the great secret realm of Nanxi. So all 4 of them have seen this fat man. But when the others cleaned up the monsters in the giant tower, only Shueli, Lu Zifeng, Wu Jiang and Luo Kekai followed Luu to guard the gate of the giant tower. So except for Luo Kekai, none of the other women knew that Luu had killed Ye Bai. At this time, they were really surprised when they heard Luo Kekai's words. Luu killed Ye Bai? They didn't see Ye Bai in the giant tower of the secret realm, and thought he was beaten out by survivors from other countries. Did not expect. Although I don't know why Luu did this, but it has already happened, so there is no point in talking about it. After Luo Kekai finished speaking, she looked at Fatty. Hey, Fatty, don't you want to take us women as hostages? Why not? The fat man sneered, what kind of morals do I have to deal with a bastard like him? But our women are innocent. Innocent? Birds of a kind flock together and people are divided into groups. Haven't you heard the saying? During an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The fat man roared impatiently, okay, don't talk nonsense with me today, now you either follow me obediently, or I will take your corpse away. Do you think that you can take us down with these little fish? How many miscellaneous fish? Had. The fat man sneered, and then put his hand on his ear. Above his ear, there is a Bluetooth headset. All Team Rocket members obey orders. The rockets got it, the rockets got it. Come and gather at my place immediately. Yes. Coordinates locked. All Team Rocket members, move closer to the coordinates immediately. All Team Rocket members, move closer to the coordinates immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Following Fatty Chen's order, hundreds of soldiers with spray devices on their backs suddenly soared into the air from the base in the northern outskirts of the city. Chapter 423 So Cangyun and number 039, S Strength. Rocket Pilots. A unique unit in Red Alert. Although they are difficult to achieve in modern warfare, even if they are achieved, it is useless. But the efficiency of dealing with monsters in this last days is still very good. This unit has no other advantages, that is, it is highly mobile. There is no need for a runway to fly, and with the help of the rocket propulsion behind it, the reinforcement speed is faster than that of a fighter jet. The distance of this area is only a dozen kilometers, and it only takes 1 or 2 minutes. Fatty Chen knew that with the previous incident in the secret realm as a premise, the other party would be wary of him. It's a bit unrealistic to use deception to lure the other party to Chu Feng's base. So he didn't bother to flirt with these women. In his mind, although Luu's team is strong, the strongest one is Luu. Now that Luu is not here, and he has so many black technology troops, are he afraid that he will not be able to catch these women? It's a pity that he underestimated the strength of these women, and also underestimated the chariot behind them. Lu Ruobing had previously told Luu that he might not be able to take the chariot away. That was based on the fact that the two sides had room for negotiation and there was no huge conflict. Now the other party is not only of unknown origin, but also Luu's former enemy. She wanted to get out of the whole body, and she had no choice. The moment the fat man gave the order, Luo Kikai was the first to strike. You protect yourselves. Just as the cold drink sounded, the dark gold-ranked ancient ingot knife had already been unsheathed. Not every mutation weapon has a dark gold level evolution limit. But Gu Ding Dao and Qing Ji sword do belong to the same level. Call. The strong gust of wind brought up a wave of sand and dust, blowing away all the soldiers with guns wearing gas masks in front of them. Immediately afterwards, Luo Kikai's figure had disappeared in place. Damn, kill them. Seeing this, the fat man immediately commanded his subordinates to pull the trigger. Although it would be a pity to kill these women, Fatty Chen wanted to catch them alive even more. But the other party started directly, and he couldn't care too much. Da-da-da. Countless bullets swept towards the women. Ding ding ding. 2 energy barriers, 1 blue and 1 white, blocked all these bullets. Lu Ruobing's psychic shield and Xiao Xiu's bright shield. As a top awakener of the melee and support system, it would be abnormal if he didn't have such defensive means. These guys. You guys go back to the car first, hurry up. Lu Ruobing shouted loudly without looking back. She said this to Yan Yun, Li Wanning and other women who are not strong in combat. Although they awakened their abilities with Luu's help, they have a certain ability to protect themselves. But fighting to the death is not something you can fully adapt to if you have supernatural powers. No matter how strong your physical fitness and abilities are, without the test of iron and blood, you can't become a strong one. So. Yuner, follow me. Coming. Snapped. Since Jiao Manli was the closest to the car door, her agility was second only to Lu Ruobing, Luo Kikai and the transformed So Qingyu. So under the cover of the two women, she rushed back to the chariot immediately and pressed the defense button on the driver's seat. Chariot protection device activated. As soon as the mechatronic sound dissipated, the iron skin outside the entire chariot was instantly covered with a layer of light blue energy shield. Yan Yun and Li Wanning also ran into the car at this time. While Qin Xiao used her mental power to cover Xiao Xiu, she also single-mindedly threw dark powers at those soldiers who still had the ability to fight. After those soldiers were shrouded in dark energy, they fell into a sluggish state instantly. Call out! A rocket flew towards the positions of several women. It was obvious that someone wanted to use the impact of the explosion to break the shields of the two women. But in the next second, something magical happened. Before the rocket hit the shield, a white fluffy tail suddenly wrapped around the rocket. The power of the plush tail is very strange. Not only did it hold the rocket in flight, but it also threw the rocket back after spinning to unload it. Boom! The rocket landed next to a tank, and the huge explosion was deafening. The soldiers with guns were thrown off their feet by the bombers. Hee, the strength has become stronger again. So Qingyu, who was wearing a long white cheongsam, smiled charmingly, not caring about the lives of these soldiers at all. She has been a weakling in the law of the jungle, and knows that this world is no longer the original world. So in her mind, no matter who you are, as long as you attack yourself, you are your enemy. She will never be soft when dealing with enemies. Qingyu, go and get rid of those tanks ahead. Luo Kekai hacked a soldier to death, and said quickly. No problem. With a bow, So Cangyun avoided some stray bullets and came to the top of the chariot with the help of her speed after transformation. Next second. Rumble. There was a sudden roar on the ground, and then the ground began to tremble. The house also began to shake, and the stones on the ground kept beating. This is an earthquake. Fuck, won't you? Could it be this woman's ability? How is this possible? Looking at the woman on the top of the chariot, with 4 white fluffy tails swaying left and right in the wind, and a light blue light shining in her beautiful eyes, Fatty Chen was dumbfounded. He asked himself that he had seen many supernatural beings. But haven't seen a supernatural being who can control earthquakes? This Nima. Rumble. The shaking of the ground made these soldiers unable to stand still, let alone raise their guns to aim. Before waiting for everyone's reaction, they only heard a click. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground not far from the tank. Under So Cangyun's control, these cracks became bigger and bigger. A tank fired a shell and hit the tank in front. The blue energy shield on the surface of the chariot was fleeting, blocking all the explosion energy from the chariot. It also wanted to hit a second shot, but the sloping ground no longer allowed it to do so. Before the second shell was fired, the entire tank fell into the cracks in the ground. Immediately afterwards, the second, and the third. Boom! The building next to it suddenly collapsed, directly pressing on the 2 tanks. Lu Ruobing, don't hold back anymore. Seeing the tanks lose their function one after another, Luo Kekai's voice sounded again. Lu Ruobing because of professional reasons. When facing human survivors, as long as the opponent is not extremely vicious, she will not easily take the opponent's life. Now that the other party was wearing a military uniform, Luo Kekai was afraid that she would fall ill again, so she hurriedly reminded her. I know. Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth and answered. After speaking, he threw out the Desert Eagle with his left hand, took out the Fire Phoenix sword with his right hand, and rushed into the crowd. This is a contest between hot weapons and abilities. Originally, in team battles between humans and humans, thermal weapons must have an advantage over supernatural powers. But Luo's team obviously didn't judge by common sense. A doomsday vehicle that is also of alien technology. The 2 goddesses of war are devastated. Dark and light group attack and group defense. Add another 9-tailed demon fox that can charm people's hearts and cause natural disasters. The soldiers and tanks like Fatty Chen are not opponents at all. What's going on with these women? How can there be such a powerful force? Looking at the cracked ground, collapsed buildings, and crumbling tanks after the earthquake, Fatty Chen was really dumbfounded. He never thought that the power of the awakened one could be so strong? And that RV can actually block tank shells? This unscientific. Whoosh. The moment the fat man thought about it, that ice-cold and beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of him. Followed by a dark golden knife light. Fatty, where are you looking? Oops, not good. Go to hell. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 424 Doomsday Chariot vs Rocket Pilots. The blood-stained sunset, like a bowl of bright red blood, sprinkled in the sky. A large number of mutated bugs and mice, starting from the center of Yanjing, fled in all directions. Yanjing City is the capital of Xia Kingdom. If only the city area is counted, it is definitely the largest city in Xia Kingdom. There are not only a large number of troops here, but also a large number of survivors. After the end of the world, monsters will appear in the city from time to time, let alone in the wild. Therefore, humans are still unable to cultivate normally. Without continuous food supply, if people want to live, they can only eat some disgusting insect meat and animal meat to satisfy their hunger. Only a small number of awakened people who have pre-apocalyptic food can have a chance to have a good meal. On the street near the city center at this time, several wide surface cracks are shocking. The crumbling tanks, collapsed high-rise buildings, and the corpses of conscripts and police dogs made the whole street full of disaster. Fatty Chen, whose real name is Chen Han. He used to be Ye Bai's brother. After Ye Bai was killed by Luo in the secret realm, he could only struggle to survive alone in the apocalypse. Later, by chance, he joined the team of Wu Yuemin and Shangguan Linglong. Originally, Luo wasn't in Yanjing, and he didn't have enough strength to avenge Ye Bai. But Qin Feng's powerful background gave him this hope. It's just that he never thought that Luo's team would be so ridiculously strong. Forget about Lu Yueguang, how strong are these women? Facing Luo Kekai's swift and fierce knife, Fatty Chen didn't have time to think about it, and quickly took out a special shield from the ring. Clang! There was a metallic snap. The ancient ingot knife collided with the shield with special runes, sending out a terrifying air wave. In any case, Fatty Chen is also a person next to the protagonist. He may not be good at other things, but his defensive ability is definitely first class. He entered a secret realm with Qin Feng before, and after discovering the shield, Qin Feng gave it to him directly. Shield. Luo Kikai's eyes froze. When there are other soldiers around, it is impossible for her to fight with each other. But just as she drew back and flew back, dodging the bullets and preparing to launch a second attack on Fatty Chen, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These figures carry rocket vehicles on their backs and are fully armed. Holding a special gun in his hand, he gave Luo Kikai a sudden slap. Baiyu! 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 The bullet with strong penetrating power hit the ground, splashing a lot of gravel and dust. Kill them for me! The fat man roared angrily, and quickly retreated behind under the cover of the pilots. Asshole! What the hell are these guys doing? Why is there such advanced equipment? Go back to the car first! Lu Ruobing killed the last conscript with a loud shout, and ran towards the chariot while avoiding bullets. Luo Kikai didn't have time to think too much, and hurried towards the chariot. There are more and more rocket pilots in the sky. But it was difficult for their attacks to hit the two fast women. Even if there are occasional bullets that cannot be avoided, they can still block the bullets with the weapons in their hands. Follow Luo Kikai onto the chariot. Whoa! On the left and right roofs of the doomsday chariot, two metal hidden doors suddenly opened. Two robotic arm barrels full of technological sense protruded from the secret door. Next second, two terrifying laser rays quickly swept across the dusk sky. The laser rays are like sword energy, no grass grows wherever it goes. The rocket pilot who was swept by the laser beam was not only cut into two sections, but the rocket aircraft behind it also exploded. Boom boom boom. A large number of corpses fell to the ground along with the fragments of the aircraft. Fuck. This is... Seeing the power of the laser beam, Fatty Chen was dumbfounded again. The doomsday chariot is not an ordinary chariot after all. It is the greatest reliance of a child of luck. Death gear, high-voltage electric shock, air cannon, laser cannon, bedroom, storage room, resource storage room, these things are all there before the tank. For such a long time, it is impossible for it not to evolve at all. When Lu Ruobing was using it, he had been collecting materials needed to upgrade this chariot. After Liu took over the chariot, he naturally upgraded it. Not only has the number and power of laser cannons been enhanced, but also mechanical arms, titanium alloy shells, small rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, etc. have been added. The titanium alloy casing was unloaded by Lu Ruobing from the plane at Nanshi Airport. Some of the bullets for the heavy machine guns were exchanged from the military, and the other part was processed by the chariots themselves after people searched for materials. Don't ask why the doomsday chariot can hold so much equipment. With space compression technology, everything is possible. As for the crystal nucleus used to upgrade and provide energy, of course it goes without saying. Not to mention Liu's inventory, nor how many monsters Liu killed along the way. He has a lot of crystal nuclei collected and duplicated by killing Tang Cheng's zombie army before. High-level crystal nuclei may still not be enough, but crystal nuclei below the gold level are definitely a terrifying number. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic for Fatty to rely on this little force to capture Lu Ruobing and the others who own the chariot. That's when the two sides began to confront each other with hot weapons. On the other side, Heshi. Wu Di, are you injured? Inside the iron walls of the shelter. Looking at the man in armor with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Chunya was surprised. She is a big star with the title of pure girl. Although everyone in the entertainment industry knew what was going on, she was still the dream goddess of countless boys on the screen. When the end of the world came, she was filming with Kong Jingtian in the same crew. Later, everyone was rescued by Wu De who passed by, and they stayed together in this shelter. Needless to say what happened later. After coming to this base, she also put on the smelly airs of a star. But because of his gender and appearance, he received completely different treatment from Kong Jingtian. In her memory, Wu De hadn't been injured for a long time. The last time I was out exploring, I met a mutant zombie. I didn't expect to get injured when I went out to deal with a few miscellaneous fish this time. Leave me alone, hurry up and activate the defense device. Wu De clutched his chest and said with some discomfort. The Predator suit can be completely bulletproof, but it cannot completely counteract the shock waves of rockets. He took a rocket from Liu before, which made him a little uncomfortable. That is to say, he is now a strengthener, otherwise this rocket bomb alone would be enough to shatter his internal organs. Defense device? Isn't that device always on? Raise the defense level to the highest level. What? Hearing this, Zhao Chunya was even more surprised. Is there some powerful monster outside? The current highest defense level of the shelter has the power to wipe out a modern marine division. Zhao Chunya has never seen Wu De use this base since she came to this base. Didn't expect it till now. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and drive, or it will be too late. Wu De shouted loudly. Magnetic force has a strong restraint effect on metal and electricity, and he doesn't know how strong Liu is. So just in case, he had to be careful. Oh. Seeing that Wu Dishao was angry, Zhao Chunya didn't dare to neglect, and hurried to the control room of the shelter. The refuge has entered a state of special combat readiness, all combat members are requested to be ready. The refuge has entered a state of special combat readiness, all combat members are requested to be ready. Hearing the broadcast from the shelter, Wu Di couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But after a while, he was still a little worried, adjusted his breath and came to the monitoring room of the refuge. The monitoring screen in the monitoring room is turned on. The young man leisurely riding a giant black dog soon appeared on the surveillance screen. This guy really came. Chapter 425 Be My Younger Brother, very promising. The shelter where Wu Di lives was originally an abandoned factory in Heshi. Why do most base protagonists like to use abandoned factories as bases? That's because the general factories are located in remote places. There are not many pedestrians around the factory, which is more conducive to their early development. And the factory occupies a very large area. Not only is there a natural wall as a barrier, but the facilities inside are also very complete. Dormitory, canteen, warehouse, office building. With these things, they can devote all their energy to development. However, Wu Di's refuge is not just a modified factory wall and defensive measures. His real core is the underground shelter inside the factory. After his long-term transformation, this shelter has taken up no less space than this factory. It can be said to be a real doomsday refuge. In addition to Zhao Chunya, there are many other awakened people living in it. When Wu Di sent out the warning signal, in addition to the base's original defense equipment, these awakened people also came out. Young Master Lu, the front is his refuge. Yu Huan pointed to the iron wall in front of him, and said cautiously. In Feng Yanli's base, he is a master. But in front of Lu, he didn't even have the qualifications to be a younger brother. There are not only tight defenses, but also many high-tech weapons. Well, I see. Lu, who was riding on He Shui's back, replied casually. Looking at the radar-like thing on the wall of the refuge, a smile could not help but rise from the corner of his mouth. Life detector, can detect life within a radius of 500 meters. This thing is very similar to the detection function of his perception jade pendant and chariot. So Lu is not surprised. That. Can I stay and take a look? Yu Huan asked tentatively. There are many hot weapons on the city wall, and he really wanted to see how Lu got in. Up to you. Lu didn't bother to pay attention to him, and jumped off He Shui's back. He Shui, Xiaojin, wait for me here. After saying this, without waiting for Yu Huan and the two pets to react, he walked towards the shelter by himself. The city wall is made of steel. When Lu was within 200 meters of the city wall, suddenly, a mechanical sound came from the horns buried in the soil on both sides of the road. Private place, idlers stop. Boom. Lu threw out a desert eagle casually and blasted it with 2 shots. Whoa, whoa. When Lu was within 100 meters of the refuge, 4 metal hidden doors suddenly opened above the steel city gate, with 4 machine gun barrels protruding from them. They didn't stop at all, they just shot at Lu. Da-da-da. Ding ding ding. Machine gun bunker? Hat. Lu chuckled lightly, as if he hadn't seen it, and continued walking forward. A large number of bullets hit his liquid metal battle suit, making metallic brittle sounds one after another. My god, the black armor on this guy can also block bullets. After activating the combat readiness state, Zhao Chunya, who followed Wu Di to the monitoring room, saw the scene on the monitoring screen, and said with a look of surprise. It's not like she hasn't seen bulletproof armor. However, most of the modern bulletproof armors are relatively thick if they want to achieve the effect of complete bulletproof. Such as Wu Di's iron-blooded suit and the previous generations of iron suits in the Iron Man movie. The Venom version like Lu cannot exist in reality. But now Lu's exact clothes can only show that the other party also has black technology. Some tricky. Looking at Lu who completely ignored the bullets in the surveillance screen, Wu Di also looked solemn. If it was before, he would have absolute confidence in his refuge. Even if the opponent has magnetic powers, he is not afraid at all. But now the opponent's ability is a bit beyond imagination, and he doesn't know if his refuge can stop it. Thinking room. Lu had already carried the firepower of the machine gun and jumped onto the steel-like city wall. A large number of mechanical self-destructing spiders rushed towards him head-on. Lu raised his hand casually, and the spiders were immediately attracted to each other by the magnetic force. Then he threw a grenade to detonate it. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions, deafening. This man is terrible, how did you provoke him? Seeing Lu jumping into the wall with ease and joy, Zhao Chunya was a little puzzled. She is very clear about Wu Di's character. He will never do anything he is not sure about. It's obviously unreasonable to provoke such a person. I messed with him? How could I mess with him? Hearing Zhao Chunya's words, Wu Di vomited blood angrily. He attacked me on my own initiative. Ah! Did he also come to snatch this shelter? When Zhao Chunya heard the words, she instantly understood. Of course she also knows the cruelty of the last days. It is normal for human beings to kill each other for various materials and treasures. Wu Di's refuge has been targeted by many people. But everyone was strangled in the cradle by Wu Di using these black technology weapons. But now, Zhao Chunya's thoughts were spinning, and suddenly she seemed to notice something. No, Wu Di, I think you can talk to him. Talk? How to talk? This guy attacked me inexplicably, can he still reason with him? He is so strong, there must be no shortage of supplies and women around him. If he came to rob the shelter, he probably robbed it for his own team. If this is the case, wouldn't it be over if you just let them live in? Anyway, you can still live in a lot of people in this refuge. Zhao Chunya quickly expressed her point of view. To be frank, seeing Lu's exaggerated fighting power, she panicked a little. After all, she is a pretty woman. In the last days, a woman like her generally has no good end. Once Wu Di is killed by the other party, one can imagine her consequences. So even if she was in the entertainment industry before, she didn't want to be pushed around like a commodity by these strong men. You're right. Hearing Zhao Chunya's words, Wu Di thought quickly. Luu doesn't look like those perverts who kill people for fun. All the Zixi in the world are benefited. If you are willing to make concessions, maybe things will have a chance? Thinking of this, Wu Di looked at Luu who was about to come to the entrance of the refuge in the surveillance screen, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, let me try first. The entrance to the shelter is in a warehouse in the deepest part of the factory. Under Wu Di's transformation, this warehouse has also become an iron wall. At this time, the open space outside the entrance is surrounded by all kinds of black technology weapons. Flying mechanical swarm bombs. Robot warrior with a laser gun. Small unmanned combat drone equipped with mini machine guns and mini rockets. And some unnamed steel weapons. Luu glanced around, and the number of these things was at least over 1,000. Gathered together, it is definitely a very terrifying fighting force. But among the vast number of black technology weapons, he didn't see a tank. This discovery made him a little puzzled. Just when he was about to use his magnetic power to kill these iron bumps, he asked Wu Di to ask him for clarification. The leading robot popped out a white flag from its wrist and raised it up. The swarm and fighter jets flew back to the warehouse, and the other robots dropped their weapons. Seeing this scene, Luu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What does that mean? Surrender. I know I'm not your match. Wu Di's voice came out through the leading robot, but I want to know, why did you attack me? Just to rob me of this refuge. You can say that, but you're only half right. Half? What about the other half? The other half? Luu paused when he said this, and then slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Of course it depends on whether you have the qualifications to be my little brother. Little brother. Hearing this, Wu Di was dumbfounded. Not bad. Young man, being my younger brother is very promising, do you want to think about it? Chapter 426 Wu Di Compromise. Birds are singing and cicadas are singing, and thousands of trees are verdant. In the open space of the shelter with iron walls, a group of robots full of metal texture are confronting a young man in black armor. These robots are similar in appearance to those Skynet robots in Terminator. It is a body of steel itself, but it has extremely agile skills. In the face of Luu's magnetic ability, Wu Di was not incapable of fighting. After all, there are many metals that will not be affected by magnetism, such as gold, silver, copper, aluminum, tin, titanium, etc. Wu Di is not a fool. After realizing the awakening of the person with the ability, he has already been guarding against the influence of the person with the magnetic ability. That is to say, whether it is robots or other thermal weapons, he has specially made some to target those with magnetic abilities. Ordinary people with magnetic abilities would not have much influence on him. But Luu has more than just a magnetic ability. The sacred body and the metal battlesuit gave him absolute defense. Windwalk and danger perception gave him a super high dodge ability. All abilities plus black technology weapons, plus full level melee ability, gave him a powerful attack ability. Such a supernatural being who combines powerful attack, super defense, and super high dodge is no longer something he can handle. Wu Di also noticed Luu's abnormality, so he directly raised the white flag at him. But he never thought that Luu would answer like this. He launched an attack on himself with a disagreement, just to see if he was qualified to be his younger brother. Are you kidding me? Hearing Luu's words, Wu Di couldn't believe it. If I was not strong enough before, would I have been suddenly killed by this guy? How am I free to joke with you? But if you think we can talk, then let's sit down and have a peaceful talk. If you think you can still struggle, then it's not impossible for me to call in directly. Luu interrupted him casually. Although the ability has limited damage to these iron lumps without the help of mutant weapons and the power of nature. But Liu also has a lot of hot weapons. With the help of these hot weapons, while rushing in, grabbing the weapons of these robots to support the battle, it is not difficult to push this place to the ground, at most it is a waste of time. You can do it. Hearing Liu's words, Wu Di's thoughts raced. After weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to compromise. He is the hidden protagonist and will not directly become Liu's enemy. How to deal with the relationship between the two parties depends entirely on Liu's own choice. Before meeting Wu Di, Liu met three hidden protagonists, Chen Yang who played with spells, Ye Bai who picked up attributes, and Lin Feng who was summoned by the abyss. Because of the conflict of interests, Liu killed Ye Bai and Lin Feng. Killing Ye Bai was because Ye Bai not only had thoughts about Lu Ruobing, but also increased his betrayal rate to more than 90% in a short period of time. If such a person doesn't kill him, why keep him? As for Lin Feng, because Liu killed his subordinates, there was already a conflict between the two parties before they met. Coupled with the issue of the ownership of the Lang family, that's why Liu took action against him. As for Wu Di, he had never met Liu before, let alone offended Liu. So the first moment he saw him, Liu wanted to subdue him, not kill him. After Wu Di realized that Liu's strength was a bit outrageous, he also wisely chose to admit defeat. Then, whoa! The iron gate at the entrance of the refuge opened, and Wu Di walked out surrounded by Zhao Chunya and a large number of survivors. Wu Di, who took off his helmet, looked more resolute than the other protagonists. He is about the same height as Liu. The short and lean crop made him look energetic. Hehe, the battle is quite big. Let's get down to business, what did you mean just now? Let your people step back first. Liu was not in a hurry, Wu Di hesitated for a moment, and then waved to the captains of the refuge. Judging from the ability Liu showed just now, these people have no effect on Liu at all, and it doesn't make much sense to stay. After everyone retreated, Wu Di spoke again. Now we can talk. What I mean is very simple. Everyone knows the situation outside now. Whether it's the military or the powerhouses in other bases, they are all forming their own forces. The pattern of the world will soon change. Liu talked eloquently, although your ability is very strong and the shelter is also very strong, it is not invincible. At least it is not a big challenge for me. So it is impossible for you to stay in a corner and not care about world affairs. Join my team, not only can you continue to be the boss of this refuge, but you can also get my powerful support, which is absolutely beneficial to you and will not cause any harm. You don't want my sanctuary. Hearing Liu's words, Wu Di was a little confused. Why is this person's purpose different from what I thought? What do I need your shelter for? My TV, air conditioner, refrigerator, and washing machine can all be used normally as before the end of the world. This is fatal to other survivors. You know it's for other people, it's nothing to me. Seeing Wu Di's puzzled expression, Liu explained, don't believe me, my tank basically has everything you have in your shelter. Battle chariot. Not bad. Said that Liu took out the watch of the chariot from the ring and put it on his left wrist. And quickly clicked on the virtual screen on the watch. This is. Seeing this 3D virtual projection, Wu Di was dumbfounded. He also believed Liu's words instantly. What's up with this guy? Is it really the same as yourself, with these black technology equipment? This is a 3D screen projection that only exists in sci-fi movies, the kind that can be operated directly on it with hands. Not to mention the end of the world, even before the end of the world, he had never seen such a thing on the market. Now, give me your answer. Liu didn't bother to talk nonsense, so he turned off the receiver and said. Should I choose to be my little brother or my enemy? Under normal circumstances, the protagonists of technology are not very strong themselves, they are strong in external forces such as technology. Just like Lin Chen, the chariot is much stronger than himself. Therefore, even if Liu didn't have magnetic powers, trying to solve him would be a waste of time at most, and it wasn't particularly laborious in itself. Can you give me a moment to think about it? Looking at Liu who was calm and relaxed in front of him, Wu Di tentatively said. Of course, it is impossible to think clearly about such fate-determining matters in 3 to 2 minutes. So he needs a little time. Liu didn't care either. Yes, but you have to answer one more question for me. What is the problem? Does your base have tanks? Tank? Wu Di was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No, this thing is too useless, and it's not suitable for shelters to defend against monsters. Defense? Monster? Hearing Wu Di's explanation, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It suddenly occurred to me that although the tank looks like a turtle shell, it is actually an offensive weapon. It really doesn't match well with a shelter that focuses on defense capabilities. But the tank doesn't belong to Wu Di, so whose would it be? Thinking of this, Liu quickly used the receiver to contact Lu Ruobing. Are you Bing? Who? Liu. Liu. Lu Ruobing was out of breath, which made Liu look puzzled. I'll go, what's the situation with you? Last night, Mr. Li didn't pant like you do now. Lu Ruobing, Chapter 427 Chu Feng suffered a heavy loss. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing was speechless. But at this time, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Liu, stop joking like this at this time. Lu Ruobing's voice was still panting, but it was much better than before. Obviously adjusted breath. What happened? After Liu noticed the abnormality, he stopped teasing. I killed people, I killed a lot of people. I don't even know now, are these guys people or monsters? They rushed towards us as if they were not afraid of death. On the street in the center of Yanjing City, Lu Ruobing, who was dressed in a strong outfit, supported her body with the Fire Phoenix sword, half kneeling on the ground and said with a complicated expression. Beside her is Luo Kekai who is in better condition than her. Because of the tank blocking the road and the earthquake, they couldn't make the car turn around and leave in time. In order not to be killed by the other party, they could only fight desperately. In addition to the rocket pilots, the opponent also has a follow-up force. This follow-up force is composed of more than 100 soldiers and a dozen tanks. If it weren't for the chariot equipped with a large number of thermal weapons, it could also block the opponent's shells and bullets. Even they have to pay some price before they can leave here. At this time, behind the two of them was the chariot with a somewhat deformed shell, and in front of them were the wreckage of a large number of tanks and rocket soldiers. Thick smoke mixed with various corpses filled the whole street with the smell of gunpowder. Not afraid of death. After listening to Lu Ruobing's explanation, Liu couldn't help frowning. He had guessed before that these guys with tanks might be the children of luck. Now the idea is basically confirmed. Is it a system explosion? If it is not for special beliefs, then only the system can give living people the ability to fear death. How are you doing now? They have been repulsed by us. Yuna and Xiu are here, and our bodies are fine, but our physical exertion is a bit serious, and the chariot is still damaged, so you need to come over and repair the chariot first. Didn't I give you permission to repair the chariot? I have the repair authority, but I don't have the crystal nucleus to repair the chariot. Lu Ruobing explained. What? Hearing this, Liu was really surprised. Because from the time he set off from Shanghai to Yanjing, he had the habit of keeping crystal cores on the chariot for backup. After all, no one knew whether these women would encounter a group of monsters when he went to search for the protagonist. It is also normal to keep more crystal cores on the chariot as spares. The crystal nuclei he left are generally kept at about 200 black iron crystal nuclei, 100 bronze crystal nuclei, and 50 silver crystal nuclei. The number of such crystal nuclei is neither too much nor too small. Now they were all beaten by Lu Ruobing. Although wars are about resources. Before the end of the world, human beings need a lot of money to buy weapons. After the end of the world, when chariots launch attacks and defenses, all the energy consumed becomes crystal nuclei. But this consumption is too exaggerated. Wait for me there. Liu didn't have time to think about it, so he hung up the communicator and looked at Wu Di in front of him. Your name is Wu Di, right? I'll give you a day to think about it slowly, and I hope you don't make stupid decisions. After saying this, Liu jumped into the air directly. After sending an order to Haze Huai Zijin, with the help of wind power and mind power, he flew towards Lu Ruobing's direction rapidly. He completely ignored Wu Di's surprised expression at this time. Fuck, this guy can still fly. Wu Di was dumbfounded as he watched Liu fly away. In fact, Wu Di's ability is of no use to Liu, at most it can be regarded as icing on the cake. But the hidden protagonist is also the protagonist. There are only two possibilities for the relationship between myself and the protagonist. Either become a teammate or become an enemy. There is no saying that there is no such thing as a well water and a river water. If you find him, you still ignore him, then he will definitely become his enemy as time goes by. Therefore, there must be a result between Liu and him. As for whether he will agree, Liu didn't care much about this. If you can't be a teammate, you can only be an enemy. He is an enemy, why should Liu be polite to him? It's a waste of time. As the buildings on the ground rapidly became smaller, the gust of wind whizzed past Liu's ears. While Liu was rushing to the center of Yanjing City, the fat man staggered back to Chu Feng's base with his remnants, shouting as he ran. Chu Feng! Chu Feng! Fatty, you came back just in time, come with me tomorrow morning, what the fuck did you do? Inside the reception room of the base, Chu Feng had just finished discussing the cooperation content with the military when he saw the fat man appearing in front of him with a look of embarrassment. Her hair was burnt, and her face and body were covered in black ash and dust. The clothes, shoes, and socks were also damaged, and I couldn't bear to look directly at them. I'm sorry, Chu Feng, I'm sorry. What's wrong? I have lost a lot of brothers, I have lost a lot of brothers, woo woo woo. Chu Feng made a miscalculation this time, and I am sorry for you." The fat man cried bitterly, and knelt down in front of Chu Feng, crying and apologizing to Chu Feng. He didn't know that these soldiers were cyborgs and clones, he just thought they were all living people. So at this time, he was full of guilt and self-blame. Lost a lot of brothers. Seeing the fat man kneeling in front of him with a runny nose and tears, Chu Feng couldn't help frowning. He quickly checked his system panel. His system panel is the same as Lu's, and it requires concentration to call it. He also heard the earthquake and artillery fire outside before, but he was negotiating cooperation with the military and didn't care about the system changes. At this time, the system was called out and he was shocked immediately. More than 500 pilots, more than 300 people were killed. More than 100 conscripts and soldiers were killed. More than 20 tanks were scrapped. My mother, have you met Godzilla? Brotherzilla? Not Godzilla, but the one I told you about when I left the base. The fat man was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly explained what happened just now. How many women around Luu appeared in Yanjing in a chariot? After listening to Fatty's narration, Chu Feng was also stunned. The other party only had a few women in a chariot, and they annihilated so many of their own troops? What's up with this Nima? It doesn't matter if a few female awakeners are awesome, what kind of chariot can be so awesome? Damn it, why don't you see that you can't do anything, you don't know how to retreat early? Chu Feng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The fat man apologized again in tears. You. Looking at the fat man in front of him. To be honest, Chu Feng wanted to kick him a few times to vent his anger. Because except for the low-level arms such as conscripts, the prices of other soldiers are different from those in the game. The rocket pilot is 600 knives in the game, but in reality it takes 1000 points to make one. 1000 points, so you need 20 bronze monsters or 2 bronze crystal nuclei. More than 300 rocket pilots, more than 600 bronze nuclei, more than 30 points? Almost half of his current possessions. Not to mention, more than 20 tanks with 3000 points were scrapped. Chu Feng was very angry, and the consequences were serious. But after thinking about it, the fat man not only saved his life, but this mistake also made him realize the strength of the other party. So. Forget it, let's take it as a lesson, but you made such a big mistake this time, I have to remove your position, do you have any objections to this? Of course not. Even if you kill me, I won't have any complaints, but what I'm most worried about now is not this, but that guy may come to my door at any time. Come to the door. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled disdainfully, hee, if I don't go to him, would he still dare to come to me? Don't worry, as long as he dares to come, I will definitely let him come and go. Chu Feng finished this sentence. The space in the living room was fluctuating. Bang bang bang. 3 soldiers wearing white spacesuits and holding a special weapon suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them out of thin air. Commander, Chrono Air Corps fighters, come and report. Chapter 428 Overtime Air Force Regiment. Chu Feng's red alert system also has authority settings. It's just that this authority is set unilaterally by him, and does not require the consent of others. Once others get his authority, they can command the soldiers under him. Fatty's current strength is not bad, and he has saved Chu Feng twice. So he became the second commander of this base. It's just that Chu Feng never thought that a fat man's command error would ruin so many of his soldiers. Fortunately, although these soldiers think and act like normal people, they are only biochemical people after all. Therefore, Chu Feng's affection for them is not as kind as that for human beings. There is not much blame on the fat man. Well, you came at a good time. From now on, the 3 of you will be responsible for solving the monsters that other fighters in the base cannot solve. Looking at the 3 soldiers in special uniforms and holding metal-like weapons in front of him, Chu Feng spoke directly. Ordinary soldiers in the base are enough for the time being. In this case, he naturally had to create some special units to deal with monsters and awakened ones that ordinary soldiers could not deal with. Such is the existence of the Chrono Air Corps. The time-space guns in their hands can freeze all the space around the enemy when they hit the enemy, and completely erase the hit enemy from this time and space. It can be said that in one-on-one, they are almost invincible. This is also the reason why Chu Feng can remain calm when he hears that the other party is very strong. However, the strong personal combat capabilities of the soldiers need a lot of points to support them. Overtime Air Force regiments not only need dash points to manufacture. A large number of front buildings such as secondary base vehicles, barracks, tank factories, and combat laboratories are also required. Therefore, these 3 overtime Air Force regiments have exhausted all his current family assets. Yes, Commander. After receiving Chu Feng's order, the 3 saluted a military salute in unison. Go down. Chu Feng waved his hand. Yes. Bang bang bang. The space fluctuated again, and the 3 of them disappeared in place as if being swallowed by the space. Fatty Chen was dumbfounded watching this scene. My god, What's going on? Disappear directly, space ability? It is clear. Compared with the world where Chu Feng lives, this world has some things and some things don't. The history of Xiaoguo and some well-known movies at home and abroad are available, but the game Red Alert does not. Therefore, Fatty didn't know that these three were special units in Red Alert. You don't need to know that, you just need to know that you, Brother Feng, are awesome. But it's too much. Don't talk nonsense. Of course, it was impossible for Chu Feng to explain to the fat man, so he interrupted directly, go back and clean yourself up, and go with me to see the military leader tomorrow morning. Military chief. There are people from the military base, and they want to cooperate with me, just to take you out to see the world. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the fat man was even more confused. He knew that Chu Feng's subordinates did not belong to the official army. Where did it come from? Chu Feng didn't say, and he couldn't ask more. It's just that the leader of Yanjing's military is different from the military leaders in other cities. How can ordinary people see it if they want to? At this time, Chu Feng actually wanted to take himself to meet the military leader? Fuck, are you so awesome? Hurry up. After Chu Feng said this, he stopped talking nonsense with the fat man. After the fat man left, he quickly thought about the countermeasures. The people of this world are natives to him. As a system traverser, he has a great sense of superiority in front of these natives. Having experienced the apocalypse for so long, he has long been accustomed to the rules of survival in the apocalypse. So, now that Fatty has already made a move, he can only move to the end. It's just that the opponent's personal strength is strong, and there is also a black technology chariot with extremely strong defense. What should I do next? Thinking of this, Chu Feng touched his chin subconsciously. Under the influence of the protagonist's halo, a flash of light quickly flashed in his mind. Hey, just do it. The chariot scan is complete. According to the degree of damage to the chariot, the best repair plan has been successfully selected for you. The repair needs to consume 50 kilograms of steel, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 5 kilograms of copper, silver crystal core 2, bronze crystal core 8, black iron crystal core *17. Do you confirm this repair, whether? Yes. When Fatty returned to the base and exchanged information with Chu Feng, the other side, Liu has rushed back to the place where the two sides exchanged fire. After issuing the restoration order, even he couldn't help but frown when he saw the tired women and the messy streets around him. You, why are you beating so hard? It's not all because of you. Because If you hadn't killed Ye Bai in the secret place of Nanxi back then, that fat man wouldn't have done anything to us. Luo Kekai gave Liu a blank look, and quickly told what happened. Originally, Qin Wu was just doing a normal routine inspection, but the appearance of the fat man directly brought the two sides to opposite sides. After listening to Luo Kekai's explanation, even Liu couldn't help being stunned. That fat man next to Ye Bai. Who else but him? Damn it, this fat man is looking for death. When he was in the secret realm, he originally wanted to kill the fat man, but this guy was not only protected by a turtle shell, but also protected by a protective jade pendant. Coupled with the special protection mechanism of the secret realm, Liu couldn't kill the opponent at all. But after the fat man escaped, Liu didn't think anything was wrong, because the fat man didn't have the protection of the protagonist's halo. Even if he wasn't played to death by other survivors, he shouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. It's just that he never thought that this guy would encounter Lu Ruobing and these women in such a short time after he left. This villain's halo is too awesome, isn't it? It's only my first day in Yanjing. By the way, why did you kill that Ye Bai? Luo Kekai asked this question for Lu Ruobing. Qin Xiao also echoed, yes, brother Liu, didn't he save Ruo Bing's grandfather? What do you believe in what he says? Do you have any brains? Liu glanced at the women, and even if he really saved Ruobing's grandpa, that doesn't mean he doesn't have any intention of harming others. You feel it? Otherwise why would I kill him? Hearing Liu's explanation, several women fell silent collectively. They knew that Liu had the ability to predict the future, and could sense the danger in others. Therefore, when Liu said this, they couldn't say anything. Even Lu Ruobing had no reason to doubt Liu. Okay, but what should we do now? That guy, I don't know where he got such a strange army. It's getting late today, they probably won't come here again, but... Liu said as he got off the chariot and quickly glanced at the street battlefield. At this time, the corpses of soldiers on the entire street battlefield have disappeared. There are only some rocket aircraft and tank wreckage, which represent that there was a big war here. The bodies of those soldiers have disappeared. Well, not only the corpses, but also the barely usable weapons disappeared, just like the monsters we hunted and killed in the secret territory of Nanxi. Soldiers flying with rockets on their backs. Liu picked up the wreckage of a rocket aircraft on the ground, and squinted his eyes, is it a rocket pilot? Rocket pilots? What kind of army is that? Why have I never heard of it? Lu Ruobing looked puzzled. Not to mention her, even Luo Kekai is confused. Having lived in the last days for 10 years, her insight is unmatched by anyone. She hadn't even heard of anyone else, let alone anyone else. I'll explain this to you later, let's get out of here and find a safe place first. By the way, Ruobing, what's the name of your father-in-law? Lu Hongjun. What position? Commander. Lieutenant General. Okay. LUU. Father-in-law, awesome. Chapter 429 Lu Hongjun. Luu's reason for killing Ye Bai is full of loopholes. But Ye Bai is a stranger to these women. Therefore, except for Lu Ruobing who felt awkward, the other women didn't have any special expressions. Luu didn't care what Lu Ruobing was thinking. Anyway, Ye Bai was already dead. No matter how uncomfortable she was, it was impossible for her to have conflicts with herself because of a strange dead person. After a brief transfer of information, Luu had a rough guess about the origins of these soldiers. But it was getting dark today, so he decided to find a safe place to spend the night. In Yanjing City, where else could be safer than a military base? At least not before Chu Feng crossed over. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, even if it is a military base, Luu has to inquire clearly before contacting them. Over time, tank restoration was done. With the help of several huge mechanical arms, the chariot quickly disappeared on the central street of Yanjing. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the military base. A soldier in camouflage uniform with oil paint on his face is reporting today's situation in the office. On the office chair, the man's voice was low. Have you found out? Report to the chief, check it out. The soldier answered seriously, their leader is Chu Feng, a young man in his 20s. There are tanks, armored vehicles and their own power plant in the base. The soldiers and police dogs are all well trained. Do you know which unit they belong to? I don't know, their troops are not organized. What? No preparation. Hearing this, the man sitting in the office chair couldn't help but frown. The man's name is Lu Hongjun, he is 180 centimeters tall, and he is 51 years old this year. Well, it was Lu Ruobing's father. He has the unique temperament of a soldier, solemn, calm and restrained. A standard short hair, coupled with his Chinese character face that is full of the characteristics of Xiaoguo soldiers, looks clean and neat. He is the commander and lieutenant general. Although his official rank is very high, it is nothing in this huge capital city of Yanjing. After the end of the world, they also experienced the same fate as other urban armies. Horror, panic, grief, fight back. As the guardians of the Xia kingdom, they have a combat power unmatched by ordinary people. However, the damage of precision instruments and the lack of electrical energy have also greatly weakened their strength. In the case of no other way, even if they can only stand firm and fight steadily. While studying how to make those high-tech weapons work again, they held guns against those monsters in the last days. The scientists they rescued had given up research on electrical energy. Because there is no electric energy, many sophisticated scientific instruments cannot be used. The scientific instruments are useless, so what kind of research are you doing? But just a few days ago, when their soldiers went out to hunt monsters, they encountered a tank army? This discovery made them collectively dumbfounded. There are a total of 4 Yanjing military bases. Shortly after the end of the world, they got in touch with each other relying on their strong combat effectiveness. Lu Hongjun was sure that the tanks in these 4 bases were all unusable. The tanks in the military base can't be used. Why can this tank force be used? So after some inquiring, they decided to get in touch with each other first. Then what happened before? Yes, Chief, I have never seen the uniforms of their soldiers or the models of their tanks, and their leader, Chu Feng, also said that his army is his own, not a military force. Is that so? Okay, I see, you go down first. Yes. Looking at the back of the soldier leaving, Lu Hongjun fell into deep thought. Doesn't belong to the official army? Can you still use electricity? Could it be that these soldiers were summoned by him? Can the Awakened's ability summon modern troops? This is too incredible. Tuk tuk tuk. While Lu Hongjun was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the room again. Come in. A soldier pushed open the door and walked in front of Lu Hongjun. Stand at attention and salute. Chief, there were 2 awakened women who beat someone outside, we brought them back, and one of them claimed to be your daughter. My daughter? How is this possible? Hearing this, Lu Hongjun's first reaction was to not believe it. After all, when the end of the world came, he didn't know where his daughter was. Now that the end of the world has come for so long, if my daughter is still alive and close to me, she should have come here long ago. If it's too far away, she can't come over. But no matter whether the other party is his daughter or not, he still has to go and have a look. Go, Take me to have a look. Lu Hongjun got up and said directly. The correspondent was also unambiguous, and led Lu Hongjun to the office of the base law enforcement team. Ruobing? Is it really you? When he came to the base law enforcement team's office, Lu Hongjun was really surprised to see that familiar figure. This female awakener, is really her daughter? Dad? Haha, I have found you. Let me introduce you first. Her name is Qin Xiero, my friend. Hello, Uncle Lu. Ah hello. Lu Hongjun glanced at the little girl with ponytails next to her, nodded slightly, and then said, I heard that you beat someone. He was not in a hurry to talk about the past with his daughter, but asked such a question first. In the face of big right and wrong, for a soldier like him, personal emotions always come last. It's those guys who don't have eyes. What happened? Is such that? Qin Xiero quickly told what happened. Before the end of the world, there were only soldiers in military bases. After the apocalypse, the military base has not only become much larger, but there are also many ordinary people in it. These ordinary people are mixed with good and bad, and it is not unusual for anyone to appear. Seeing beautiful women like Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero, it's normal for them to tease and embarrass them a bit. This was the case at Feng Yanli's base before. However, with Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero's strength and tacit understanding, even if the battle in the afternoon is extremely exhausting, it is not something ordinary awakened people can deal with. So those who molested them were abused by the two of them. Old Zhou, is that so? Lao Zhou was the captain of the law enforcement team, so he hurried to speak when he heard what Lu Hongjun said. Yes, Chief. Old Zhou, don't distort the facts just because of me. Chief, don't you know who I am? Hee, that's right. Lu Hongjun nodded with a smile, and looked at his daughter again. Let's go, what's the matter, let's talk about it when we go back. Dad, wait a minute. Lu Ruobing stopped her father when she came outside the office building of the law enforcement team. What's the matter? Are you still reluctant to leave? Your mother has been talking about you in front of me all this time. No. Lu Ruobing quickly explained, my friends are still outside the base, I just came here to see if you are there, since you are here, I have to let them in first. Shall I send someone to bring them in? No, they're a bit far from here. As Lu Ruobing said, she put her hand on the Bluetooth headset behind her beautiful hair. Kikai, drive the car over here. Found your dad? Well, I'll ask my dad to tell the base guard that you just drive in. Be there in 5 minutes. After Luo Kikai finished speaking coldly, she hung up the communication. Seeing this scene, Lu Hongjun was dumbfounded. Dad, what's wrong with you? Did you use wireless headphones just now? Yeah, what's the problem? Why does your wireless headset work? Also, you just asked your friend to drive in. That's what I'm going to tell you next, Dad, don't you mind your daughter being raised by others? Lu Hongjun, Chapter 430 Chu Feng and number 039, S cooperation conditions. The sudden words stunned Lu Hongjun and Qin Xiero. Qin Xiero is better. After all, along the way, Lu's abilities and preferences are obvious to all. In her mind, without Lu's help, even if the women could survive, they could only live in dire straits. It is simply not possible to have the ability and carefree life we have today. So it's not surprising that Lu Ruobing has such thoughts. But Lu Hongjun felt differently. Who are you? Tang Lieutenant General Xiaoguo, one of the commanders of the Yanjing military base. My daughter not only received higher education, but also received strict psychological quality training. With such a life experience and background, how could such an idea arise? Ruobing, do you know what you're talking about? Lu Hongjun's voice was low, and he didn't immediately blame Lu Ruobing. Because he knows his daughter very well, and knows that his daughter will not shoot for no reason. Of course I know, Dad, don't be angry and listen to me. Lu Ruobing didn't hide anything either. After Lu Hongjun ordered the base guards, he followed Lu Hongjun back to his office. And told Lu Hongjun everything that happened after the end of the world. Trapped at the Yanjing police station and rescued by Luu, they went to Nanxi to find Lu Xiudong together, and finally drove back to Yanjing together. Needless to say the difficulties and dangers along the way, the key point is the power possessed by Luu. In addition to that chariot, the power of its own awakening is also enough to subvert people's cognition. Therefore, whether it is for repaying kindness or righteousness, she feels that she has to do this. You mean, the man named Luu not only saved you, but also the owner of the black car? Yes. Lu Ruobing nodded. You've been together for so long, and he hasn't forced you? No. Hearing this question, Lu Ruobing couldn't help blushing. Although Luu likes to mess around, he did not do anything excessive to her from the beginning to the end, Lu Ruobing can be sure of this. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Lu Hongjun didn't immediately agree or object. Just nodded slightly. Okay, I understand, but this matter is not in a hurry, wait until I discuss it with your mother. After saying this, Lu Hongjun didn't say any more. Although he is old, his thinking is not pedantic. The world has become what it is now, and the inherent thinking of human beings should also change accordingly. As long as his daughter likes it and the other party's character is decent, he doesn't care about it. Therefore, investigating this young man named Liu is what needs to be done most at present. However, Lu Hongjun still overestimated his ability to bear. When Liu showed up in his dormitory with several women with their own merits, he couldn't hold back anymore. Isn't this kid a little too arrogant? Well, compared to Liu, the fact that Lu Ruobing was able to return home safely and brought back news of Lu Xiudong made Lu Hongjun even more concerned. After all, humans are emotional animals. In these last days, what could be more gratifying than the safety of immediate family members? So when they met for the first time, he didn't give Liu any warning. It's just that after entertaining Liu and everyone for dinner, he called Liu to the study alone. Your name is Liu, right? What advice does Uncle Lu have? Looking at the middle-aged man who was not angry and arrogant, Liu nodded slightly. Although it was also the first time for him to meet such a big man with such a high position, his villainous heart and his experience in this life had already given him the ability to face a mountain collapse without changing his face. You sit down first. Lu Hongjun pointed to the chair opposite the desk. Liu sat down, and Lu Hongjun cut to the chase. I heard from my daughter that you are only 22 years old this year. Well, before the end of the world, I'm in my 3rd year of college. You can make my daughter worship you at such a young age? It's not easy. This may be related to my awakening ability. Where did you get that car? After Lu Hongjun finished being polite, he was straightforward. He was obviously not as interested in Liu's awakening ability as he was in the car. Snatch it. He snatched it. Lu Hongjun was a little unresponsive. Is this product so direct? Okay. Liu also simply stated some things he knew. Following the question and answer between the two, Lu Hongjun also learned some basic information about Liu. In the last days, which one of the prosperous people who can live up to the present has no means? And the young man in front of him is obviously the best among them. But... You mean, that chariot is alien technology? Yes, if you want to study it, I think it will be a bit difficult. You don't have to worry about that, we have special awakeners here. The chariot still has some effect on Liu. So even if Liu agreed to Lu Ruobing and gave them the chariot to study, it was impossible to give it to them directly. Letting them study outside is already exhausting their benevolence. What more bicycles do they need? Lu Hongjun didn't care about this, and the two chatted for another half an hour before Lu Hongjun arranged a place for Liu. But in order to live more comfortably, Liu took everyone back to the chariot. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Lu Hongjun and other senior military officials went to meet Chu Feng at the agreed place. Since the two parties are not familiar with each other, for the sake of safety, the meeting place cannot be the base of either party. This is an empty and wide shopping mall hall, and the surrounding monsters have been cleaned up by the soldiers. The two sides met here with their respective guards. I have to say, the first time we met, Liu gave Lu Hongjun the impression that there was nothing wrong with him except that he was half-hearted. Overall it's okay. But this Chu Feng. Originally, he thought that Chu Feng could control an army at a young age, and that he should beat Liu in all aspects of quality. But after the two sides met, it was discovered that this guy named Chu Feng didn't behave like a soldier at all. Mr. Qin, tell me about your cooperation conditions. My condition is very simple, you are responsible for helping me collect gold and jewelry, and I will ask my troops to help you hunt monsters, but before that, you have to do one thing for me. What's the matter? Yesterday, a black bus came to Yanjing. My people found that the direction of this bus is the location of your base. I don't know the owner of this bus. What is the relationship with you? Is this important? Of course it's important. Chu Feng said as a matter of course, this car has killed so many soldiers of mine, it is impossible to just let it go. If you want to cooperate with me, you must first hand over this car and its owner to me. What? Chapter 431. The sun was scorching, and the heat wave was overflowing. Lu Hongjun's base is in the west of Yanjing City, and Chu Feng's base is in the north of Yanjing City. The two parties met at a compromise location, Jinyuan Shopping Center. Since this meeting was between the high-level military and Chu Feng, Lu Hongjun did not tell Liu about it. This time the military leader was not Lu Hongjun, but a man named Ji Chongming. Ji Chongming, General, Commander of the military region. Two military leaders came to a negotiation, which can be said to have given Chu Feng enough face. It's just Chu Feng's words that made the two big men frown at the same time. Although Yanjing City is very large, when Liu's chariot and Chu Feng's troops fought, they also felt the movement. Not to mention whether they can hear the sound of tank shells, the spread of the earthquake alone is enough to attract their attention. It was just because it was getting late at that time, for the sake of safety, they did not send people to the center of the battlefield to investigate the situation. In other words, Lu Ruobing didn't say that both Lu Hongjun and Ji Chongming only knew that Liu was the owner of the chariot, and didn't know that Qin Feng and Liu's chariot made the movement. Hearing what Qin Feng said at this time, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Mr. Qin, is there any misunderstanding in this matter? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding can there be? Qin Feng said very casually, I have a personal grievance with him, there is no misunderstanding or misunderstanding, anyway, my conditions are like this, you can figure it out. Still the same sentence, people in this world are aborigines to Qin Feng. No matter how high your level is, Qin Feng also has his own sense of superiority in his heart. What's more, he now has power over the military base, so he naturally doesn't take Ji Chongming, Lu Hongjun, and others seriously. As for the relationship between Liu and the military, he didn't care anymore. Mr. Qin, is there no room for negotiation? No. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, this is my only condition. If you have any concerns, then go back and think about it. Saying that, Qin Feng waved his hand towards Ji Chongming and others indifferently. Negotiations require chips. Now it is the military that needs Qin Feng's technology and troops to deal with monsters and reduce the casualties of soldiers and awakened ones, while Qin Feng only needs gold and silver treasures that are of little use. If there is no help from the military, at most he will collect slowly, which will not affect his interests too much. So the initiative is completely in Qin Feng's hands. Mr. Qin. Okay, you don't need to say any more, I have something to do and I will leave first, you can come to the base to find me anytime you think about it, goodbye. Ji Chongming wanted to say something, but Qin Feng interrupted him directly, and got up decisively to leave. I don't want to spend too much time talking to everyone, strength gives confidence, Qin Feng is like this. This Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng disappear into the shopping mall building under the escort of the fat man and some soldiers, Ji Chongming and others frowned. The process of cooperation has also fallen into a dilemma. Qin Feng's purpose is obvious, which is to use his own advantages to force the military to surrender. And the military side. On one side is Qin Feng, a powerful supporter, and on the other side is Liu. How would they choose? It's fine if Liu is an ordinary awakened person with bad behavior. For the sake of righteousness, they may turn a blind eye and close one eye, or even secretly give Liu to Qin Feng with their own hands. Don't think that this is impossible for soldiers. Sacrifice the ego and complete the big ego. This is the spirit engraved in their bones. But Liu. Leaving aside the relationship between Liu and Lu Hongjun, just the fact that Liu was willing to give them the chariot to study was enough to shake their hearts. In any case, Liu can be regarded as a hero. For Lu Hongjun, it was the benefactor who saved his son and daughter. Therefore, it is not clear how Ji Chongming and other high-level military officials will discuss, at least Lu Hongjun will not hand him over directly. How do you do it now? Go back and call Xiao Liu to ask about it. The two generals have something to do with me. The soldiers acted vigorously and called Liu over just after returning to the base. Little Liu, sit down first. Military base, conference room. Liu, who was about to take So Qingyu out, was called over, saw the seriousness on their faces, and sat down with some doubts. Lu Hongjun didn't write any ink, and said directly, Xiao Liu, what is your relationship with Qin Feng? Qin Feng? Who is Qin Feng? You don't know him? He said you have a personal grudge with him. Lu Hongjun roughly told Liu about Qin Feng's situation. After listening to Lu Hongjun's narration, Liu couldn't help laughing. Oh? Hehe, so his name is Qin Feng. Yes, I do have a personal grudge with him. Liu didn't hide anything, and revealed his relationship with Fatty. As for the details of yesterday's battle, you can ask your daughter. Is that so? That would be a little troublesome. What happened? It's the way it is. Lu Hongjun looked solemn, and gave a general account of the negotiation between the general and Qin Feng today. With one chariot, my daughter killed more than 300 tanks and more than airmen of Qin Feng. This alone proves that Liu's value is not inferior to Qin Feng's. In other words, no matter how they choose, they will create a powerful enemy. Since it is an enemy, it is possible to start a war. Once a war starts, there will be some unnecessary casualties. This is what leaders like them do not want to see. What's the trouble? Hearing these words, Liu couldn't help but feel a little funny. According to my observation, Qin Feng is only a very powerful army, and he shouldn't be too powerful. Why don't you find someone to assassinate him? Assassination. As soon as these words came out, Ji Chongming and Lu Hongjun twitched their mouths at the same time. Why does Liu dare to say anything? Can soldiers do such things as assassinate others? Well, sometimes tasks require them, and they are indeed given such tasks, but you can't say it on the bright side? That's it, Xiao Lu. Qin Feng's ability is very special, let alone whether he can be killed. Even if we can kill him, it will not do us any good. You want his abilities, right? Liu was straightforward, and Ji Chongming smiled awkwardly, but he didn't try to hide it. Hehe, if his ability is really to summon modern troops, it will be of great use to us. Then I can't help you, but if you want a modern armed force, I can introduce you to another person. Of course Liu would not reveal his secret. Oh? Who? There is a man named Wu Di in the river city to the east of Yanjing. By the way, you have been in Yanjing for so long. Haven't you been to the river city to the east? He city? There are 4 military bases. We are responsible for the security defense of the west, and have never been to the east. That's no wonder. This Wu Di also has alien technology, and its future technology. His combat power should not be much lower than this Qin Feng. With him, you don't need to cooperate with Qin Feng. Is there such a thing? Why lie to you? But before that, you should hand me over to Qin Feng. Why? Little Lu, do you think uncle and I look like that kind of ungrateful person? Not like. After Lu finished this sentence, a sneer rose from the corner of his mouth, but the personal grievances between me and him always have to be resolved, right? Chapter 432 Dimensionality Reduction Strike. Except for the infantry, the troops at Qinfen base are obviously different from modern troops. Therefore, the military believes that these soldiers may have been summoned by Qin Feng. This ability is biased towards the team type. The contribution of light theory to the future of mankind is definitely much higher than that of a single powerful awakener. This is also the reason why Lu Hongjun chose to obey the order and cooperate with Qin Feng when he learned that Fatty Chen wanted to arrest his daughter. However, the information given by Liu is also very valuable. Wu Di in Chendongyi City also has alien technology? How can this be? In fact, let alone them, even the military base near the east of the city doesn't know the situation in Heshi. You know, Yanjing City is huge. Regardless of whether it is east-west or north-south, any one spans a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. They also only visited once in about 3 or 4 months after the end of the world. At that time, Wu Di only had one underground shelter, and all kinds of high-tech gadgets were also hidden in the shelter, without the steel fence outside the cordon. Therefore, they did not know of Wu Di's existence. Later, when the beast horde came, they were too busy to deal with the monsters in the city, let alone go to Heshi. Originally, according to the normal plot, it would take at least a month for the military to discover Wu Di's refuge and reach a cooperation agreement with Wu Di. At this time, they were naturally surprised to hear Liu tell Wu Di's information. But Liu's request. Little Lu, don't mess around. Lu Hongjun was not a fool, so he naturally heard what Liu meant. Do you want to use this false compromise method to kill the other party? Are you kidding me? Although my daughter said that you are very strong, there are many capable people and strangers around Qin Feng. If you do this, it will easily intensify the conflict between the two sides, and it will be troublesome if a war is triggered. But I'm a person who will take revenge. After yesterday's battle, the war between me and him is inevitable. Liu said politely, "Two generals, I am very pleased that you can choose to discuss this matter with me, but this is a personal grievance between me and him, so you don't have to interfere. But, well, forget it." Hearing what Liu said, Lu Hongjun wanted to say something more, but his words turned into a helpless sigh. I can only feel in my heart that the world is changing too fast. Fists can be used at any time to reason. In peacetime, the things used to reason are thermal weapons and nuclear bombs. But now it is the supernatural power that is used to make sense. They didn't know where Liu got the courage to confront Qin Feng's army head-on. But if Liu really has this kind of power, why don't they turn a blind eye? In fact, in this world, if a person is killed by another person, except for the immediate family members who are related by blood, and the kind of lovers who love each other to the bone, it is impossible for others to avenge you. Friend, relative, colleague? These people are pretty good if they didn't hit you, and you expect them to avenge you? But Chen Han is obviously a special case. He was saved by Ye Bai. Without Ye Bai, he would not be where he is today, so he wanted to avenge Ye Bai. Originally, there was no conflict between Liu and Qin Feng. Even after yesterday's battle, it was still a matter between Liu and Chen Han, and had nothing to do with Qin Feng. But Qin Feng's attitude today is clearly standing on Chen Han's side with confidence. He is not only the protagonist of the Red Police system, but also stands on the opposite side of himself? How could Liu keep him? No matter what type of protagonist he is already an enemy in Liu's heart. Qin Feng, if we do this, will the military compromise? When Liu decided to solve Qin Feng, Chen Han was also discussing this matter with Chu Feng in Chu Feng's Red Police Base. He was very excited when he met the leader of Xiaoguo's military for the first time. But Chu Feng's attitude towards the military made him a little flustered. Compromise? What are you kidding? Chu Feng smiled disdainfully. Let's not talk about my attitude towards the military, which made them lose face. Just because they drove that car directly to the military base is enough to prove that they have an unusual relationship with the military. Whatever the reason, they are not so easy to compromise. Then you still talk to them with that attitude before. If I speak well, they will obediently hand over that guy to me. Chu Feng didn't answer the question instead, making the fat man speechless for a moment. Yes. People who are good are bullied, and horses who are good are ridden by others. This sentence is applicable everywhere. It is even more so in these last days. When negotiating with a behemoth like the military, the weaker your tone, the less right you have to speak. That's right. But aren't we forcing them to form an alliance? Alliance? That's even more impossible. Once the military intervenes, it will cause war. Chu Feng said as a matter of course, the consequences of the war, ordinary people can't bear it. It's not worth doing it for Luu. Therefore, there is only one consequence for us to do this. What? Look at it. It won't be long before that man named Luu will come to us by himself. Speaking of this, Chu Feng paused for a moment, and then a confident smile rose from the corner of his mouth. A top-level strong man, who is provoked to such an extent, shouldn't be able to bear it. It has to be said that after awakening the system, Chu Feng's IQ seems to have improved. Both Zhang Feng and Luo's mentality guessed that they were inseparable. Again, strength gives confidence. The technology he now possesses can definitely be regarded as a dimensionality reduction strike against a military without electric power. It is impossible for the military to start a war with him, let alone for Luu. So his goal was Luu alone from beginning to end. According to Fatty's description, Luu is a top-level awakened person. Such a person will never let it go if he suffers a disadvantage. As long as the other party dares to come to the door, Chu Feng has a chance to kill the other party. Chu Feng has his own confidence, and Luu is also fearless. So the two sides hadn't met each other before, and the atmosphere had already become tense. The final result was not as Chu Feng expected, Luu really came. And still alone. It's just that Luu came here 2 days after the negotiation between the two parties. This morning, when the young figure entered the detection range of Chu Feng's radar and electronic eyes, all the soldiers in the entire Red Police Base were on alert. Looking at the young man in black armor on the monitor, Chu Feng looked at the fat man beside him and spoke slowly. Fatty, is that him? It's him, I recognize him even when he turns into ashes. Very good. Chu Feng nodded slightly, and then pressed a communication button on the headset. Jarvis, help me analyze his fighting style. Yes, Master. Qin Wu. Commander. When he enters the encirclement, activate the light prism tower and magnetic storm coil to kill him. As ordered. Chapter 433 Goodbye, everyone. Although Chu Feng was just a dick before. But a dick like him, once he becomes a child of luck, no matter whether he has strengthened his intelligence or not, his brain will be better than when he was a dick. Therefore, he knows the gap between himself and the awakened people in this world. Go head to head with these awakened ones? With so many modern weapons, who the hell still confronts you? It is Chu Feng's pursuit to be able to take the head of an enemy general 800 miles away. Facing a powerful awakener like Luu, he didn't even want to give him a chance to meet. As the orders were issued one after another, Chu Feng's entire base entered an unprecedented state of combat readiness. Do we really not care? On the top of a tall building in the west of Yanjing, a middle-aged general with a telescope asked casually. Beside him are Ji Chongming, Lu Hongjun, and some military guards. Luu wants to start a war with Chu Feng, but they, as soldiers defending their home and country, can only stand on the sidelines? It's a bit out of line with their style of doing things. Control? How? Ji Chongming couldn't help but smiled wryly. Take a gun and put it on his head to make him stop fighting Chu Feng? Lao Gao, this world is no longer what it used to be. There are some things we can't control. But when the gods fight, mortals suffer. If they fight, what will happen to the other survivors? That can't be helped. You have met Lao Liu's daughter and that girl named Luo Kikai in the past 2 days. They are not even this kid's opponents. What can we do to stop them? Right. The middle-aged general named Lao Gao paused at this point, thinking of the chariot of Wu Di and Luu again in his mind, and then sighed helplessly. Oh, I hope that this time, less innocent people will die. After the end of the world, the number of human beings has declined sharply. If you want to survive in this monster-infested apocalypse and rebuild the human homeland, it is not enough just to have the awakened ones. Ordinary people need a lot too. Therefore, human beings are able to die a little bit less. It's just that Luu can't care so much. It's okay for Chu Feng to be the son of luck, but he just can't do it against himself. So he has to die. As a modern earthling, Liu has also played the game Red Alert. There are many units in it whose abilities are no worse than those with supernatural abilities, so he didn't take it lightly. Apart from meeting Wu Di in the past 2 days, the rest of the time was spent investigating Chu Feng's base. He didn't drive over today, but rode on He Shui's back as usual. He Shui, who has stronger muscles than a tiger, carries Liu on his back, and his steps are more steady than a horse. Brother Liu, the people in their base have entered a state of high alert, be careful. Before going outside the Qinfen base, Xiao Xiu's voice came from Liu's mind. Well, I see. Hearing this, Liu nodded slightly, and then quickly glanced at the surrounding tall buildings. On the rooftops of several of the buildings, there are some tall cylindrical metal towers. On the top of the metal tower, something like a revolver roulette slowly rotates. The roulette is covered with prisms, and these prisms are particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Is this the legendary light prism tower? Haha. Seeing these metal towers, Liu raised a smile, leaned over and rubbed He Shui's dog's head. Originally, I should let you fight side by side with me, but now it seems that I can only go in by myself. Ow! He Shui whimpered when he heard Liu's words, obviously reluctant, but Liu's words were imperial edicts. It could only bring Liu to a stop 20 meters away from the cordon of Qinfen base. Liu jumped off He Shui's back, covered in black armor, and walked slowly towards the base. Stop, what are you doing? Death. Although he had received the order a long time ago, a soldier wearing a gas mask and responsible for vigilance still checked it routinely. It's just that what greeted him was not Liu's polite answer, but a powerful wind blade. Swish! Liu squeezed his sword finger and waved it casually. A translucent cyan sword energy split the conscript into two. The bloody intestines spilled all over the ground, leaving the other soldiers dumbfounded. Liu's current power of the wind blade can cut through trees as thick as buckets. How can a normal human body handle it? My Nima! What does this guy want? We're under attack. Kill him. Keep him away. The other mobilized soldiers and soldiers in charge of security no longer need Chu Feng's orders at this time. He directly picked up the AK in his hand and started shooting at Liu. Flames were sprayed from the muzzle of the gun, and bullet casings kept ejecting from the gun body. Da-da-da-da. Ding ding ding. A large number of bullets hit Liu's body, as usual, dense sparks came out, and there were bursts of metal impact sounds. Liu didn't want to pay attention to them at all. He also threw an AK from the ring and fired at these soldiers in reverse. Goodbye, everyone. The AK weapon has zero lethality in front of Liu's sacred body and liquid metal suit. But for this group of mobilized soldiers, it still has almost crushing power. So this is a massacre of full-level bosses entering novice village. 100 soldiers with guns can't even break Liu's defense. And Liu only needs a flat A, and they have to surrender their big moves and flash to run away, and they are easy to die. This guy, what's the situation? Just started? Still invulnerable. Through the monitoring screen, Chu Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the man with sparks all over his body, who seemed to be in the land of no one. He thought that Liu came here alone and wanted to negotiate with him. After all, there is only one person on the other side, and there are so many troops. The best way for the other party is to find ways to do something to themselves during the negotiation. But now Liu directly attacked his soldiers? And can the abilities of the supernatural being be so strong? You know, although Fatty's tortoise shell can now block bullets, his hands, feet, and head will still be hurt by bullets. How can an awakened person like Liu ignore bullets? There is something wrong with the black armor on his body. Seeing this scene, the fat man was also a little confused. When I saw Liu last time, he didn't have any armor on him yet. Regardless of whether there is a problem or not, he must be killed now, and the light prism tower should be activated quickly. Commander, the opponent hasn't entered the encirclement yet. Activating the light prism tower is very likely to allow the opponent to escape the attack range. Don't worry about it so much, start it directly. Yes. Commander. Light prism tower target locking. The terrifying energy rises from the bottom of the light prism tower to the top of the light prism tower, and condenses at the top of the light prism tower under the action of the prism. Call out. The laser cannon, powerful enough to penetrate the tank, shot towards Liu under the precise calculation of artificial intelligence. It's a pity that although Liu's speed is not as fast as light, but relying on his understanding of the light prism tower and his prejudgment of danger perception, he easily dodged it with a wind walk. So fast. Boom. A military armored vehicle next to it was instantly burned with a huge hole by the laser. The part of the entire armored vehicle that was not melted by the laser was also burned red with terrifying energy. Jarvis, can you predict his position? Calculating, please wait. The calculation is completed. Since the target moves too fast, to block all his movements, at least 5 light prism towers or 5 magnetic storm coils are required. At least 5 light prism towers are required. Qin Wu. Commander. Lead him to a position where the 5 defense towers can attack. Yes. Wu Di. What's your order? Blow me up those light prism towers and magnetic storm coils. Roger that. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 434 Technology vs Ability. The light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil are both defensive devices in the Red Alert. One emits a high-intensity laser, and the other emits a high-voltage current. The power is astonishing, not to mention humans, even tanks can't withstand their attacks. However, both defenses have the same 2 disadvantages. One is that the attack range is limited, beyond a certain distance it will not be able to lock the target. The other is that it cannot be air defensed. The 2 defensive towers that Chu Feng is building now perfectly inherit these 2 shortcomings. Hearing Lu's order at this time, Wu Di immediately took action. A large number of mechanical spiders and bees, under the cover of tall buildings, swept towards the Cangyun base densely. There is always a difference between reality and games. In the game, if you want to destroy the defensive equipment such as the light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil, you need to completely destroy them. But in reality, it is enough to destroy the launching devices of these 2 defensive towers. What is this? Looking at the densely packed red dots on the radar screen, Chu Feng's pupil shrank. Hurry up and switch to the electronic eye to take a look. In the red police base, every soldier is a professional, and the answer came within a moment after receiving the order. Report to the commander, a large number of movable bombs have been found ahead. Mobile bombs? Where did these things come from? Unable to detect target source. Chu Feng was a little confused, but it didn't stop him from giving an order. Damn it, quickly let the rockets and tanks cover it with firepower and block these things. Yes. Brother Feng. This guy named Liu knows how to think, those soldiers can't stop him at all. Just after Chu Feng issued the order, Fatty's voice brought his attention back to the monitor screen. On the edge of his entire base's cordon, the bodies of soldiers and police dogs lay on the ground. Liu was moving towards the depths of the red police base at an even speed, as if playing a game with invincible mode turned on. 6 or 7 assault rifles floated in the air under the influence of Liu's thoughts. Whether it's conscripts, soldiers, or police dogs. As long as you dare to show your head, you will be hit by a shuttle of bullets. It's okay, no matter how strong he is, there is only one person. Ordinary bullets won't work, so I use armor-piercing bullets, and it's not like I'm unprepared for everything. Chu Feng still said calmly. He is the son of luck, how could he have no cards at all? It has to be said that technology and abilities are 2 completely different forces. The direction of development of the 2 is also diametrically opposite. Ask them who is stronger and who is weaker, there's really no definitive conclusion to this. After all, one is more focused on external forces, and the other is more focused on personal ability. When both are developed to the extreme, they are both too strong to die. But as far as the current level is concerned, Chu Feng will definitely not be Liu's opponent. No matter how strong his red alert system is, it has only developed in less than 2 months. Not to mention lightning storms, nuclear bomb silos and other super weapons, even some powerful special arms have not yet been created. So. Shield, shield. Quick. Everyone. Don't worry, push slowly and kill him. After a large group of soldiers died, some soldiers finally rushed out with bulletproof shields. Ballistic shields are not riot shields. 161346. Military bulletproof shields can not only block bullets, but also block the impact of shells. At this time, these soldiers were using military shields. Hehe, I finally got something decent, but it's still not enough. Liu grinned, and raised his right hand casually, and all the bulletproof shields lost their effect instantly under the action of magnetism. Some soldiers didn't even have time to let go, being pulled aside by the powerful magnetic force. Ding ding ding. Several grenades fell among the crowd. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, blasting the crowd flying around. A moment later, Liu stepped on the street full of gunpowder smoke and corpses. Shiyu, where is that fat man now? It should be in the monitoring room of the base. You can go straight to the road ahead on the left, and turn right at the white building. Oh? A white building. Hearing this, Liu raised his head and looked forward to the left, and suddenly a building full of technological sense appeared in his sight. This building is the combat laboratory in the game. Although it is not too tall, the electronic equipment upstairs and the silver metal shell on the outer wall make it look particularly conspicuous. Liu didn't think much about it, he lifted his foot and walked forward to the left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he lifted his foot, he stopped reflexively and threw his head back. Boom! An armor-piercing projectile pierced into the concrete wall in front of Liu from the rear left, close to his temple. The strong penetrating power punched a hole in the earth wall. Seeing this scene, Liu could not help but sneer. Armor-piercing bullets? Hehe, there are snipers. Wang Defa. On the windowsill of the penultimate third floor of a high-rise building, a man covered in an auspicious suit, with disbelief written all over his face. He is a sniper created by Chu Feng with points. The soldiers and tanks in the Cangyun base can all be upgraded to stars. 0 to 3 stars. Every time 1 star is raised, a certain amount of combat power can be strengthened. He is a 3-star sniper trained by Chu Feng. After the sniper is upgraded to a star, the sniper range and the power of the sniper rifle are enhanced. Although it is difficult to find a sniper environment of more than 500 meters in the city, the distance is at least 300 meters away. Hiding 300 meters away, he sniped the opponent's head from behind, but was actually dodged by the opponent consciously? Are you kidding me? He couldn't believe his own judgment, but his strong psychological quality made him calm down quickly. He wanted to fire a second shot to confirm his judgment. But when he looked at Liu in the scope again, he found that Liu seemed to be okay. Didn't mean to dodge the bullet, haven't come here to find your own ideas. This guy, what do you mean? Seeing this scene, the sniper immediately became vigilant. Next second. Call out. A black feathered arrow suddenly flew over from the side. He is not a strengthener, and Yu Jian's speed is abnormally fast. So in the face of such a sneak attack, even if he reacted physically, he couldn't dodge it. Puff. He barely avoided the vital point, and the feather arrow hit his shoulder. The specially made arrows had strong penetrating power, pushing his body backwards. The blood soon stained his skirt red. Honey, I hurt him. Although I didn't kill him, he is no longer a threat to you, and Xiaojin is already on his way. Good job. Does the ground need fire cover? No need, just continue to help me keep an eye out for other snipers. After Liu finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Snapped. The pitch-black spatial crack slowly opened. 2 skeleton war horses, one large and one small, carried 2 soldiers shrouded in black smoke and armor, and walked out from the space crack. General. Marshal. A deep ethereal voice sounded. Open the way ahead. Liu nodded slightly, and wrote lightly, those who block the way, kill without mercy. Take. Order. Chapter 435 She Dozed and number 039, T want to. There is resentment for resentment, and there is revenge for revenge. When Liu dealt with the Son of Luck before, he usually read the opponent's information first. Then formulate different battle plans based on different protagonist information. This kind of operation process can make him invincible and have a high kill rate at the same time. But this Chu Feng is obviously an exception. Although Liu has not met Chu Feng himself, he is already sure that the other party is a child of luck, and he is from the same earth as himself. The most important thing is that the two have not met before, and because of Fatty Chen, they have established a hostile relationship. If the person who offended him can't disappear in front of him like Xiao Fan and Tang Cheng, then it can only be ruthlessly obliterated like Lin Chen. So this time, Liu didn't read Chu Feng's information, and directly turned on the massacre mode. Hiss. After receiving the master's order, the huge skeleton warhorse stood up, let out a long hiss, and drove away with the decapitated cavalry general. Another cavalryman followed closely behind. Da-da-day. The skeleton warhorse is like a ghost rider, running wildly on the streets of Doomsday. The soldiers on both sides of the road saw the two monsters rushing towards them, picked up their submachine guns and fired at them. But when the powerful bullet hit Liu, a few sparks could still be seen. But when it hit the armor of the two cavalrymen, it was as if nothing had disappeared, and there was no reaction at all. A bunch of annoying flies, die for me. The headless cavalry general rushed into the crowd of soldiers, snorted coldly, pulled the reins of the skeleton warhorse violently, and swept the giant lance in his hand to the side. Call. Spirit. Soul. Judgment. Judgment. After Ma Chan swept across, a large amount of cold black smoke flew out from the body of the severed general. The black smoke seemed to gather countless innocent souls, turned into a large number of skulls, and flew to the heads of every soldier with precision. Chu Feng's soldiers fell to the ground in less than 3 seconds after being enveloped in black smoke from skulls. This blow was actually not a physical attack, but a soul attack? Name, Headless Cavalry General. Vitality, 790. Mental power, 654. Power, 996. Agility, 734. Level, Sapphire High Level. Soul Judgment, it is a unique power of the Severed Head Cavalry General, which can judge all creatures with more than 10 vitality within a certain range. Spiritual power greater than or equal to 90% of the Headless Cavalry General will arouse the strong fighting spirit of the Headless Cavalry General. If it is lower than 90% of the general, it will receive a certain amount of mental damage, if it is lower than 50% of the general, it will receive double mental damage, and if it is lower than 20%, it will be directly executed by the soul of the general. Note: the executed soul will be absorbed by the general's body and become the general's source of strength. Most of the power of dark creatures is blood, fear, curse, summoning, weakening, and devouring. The headless cavalry general is no exception. All living beings within the range will be judged, and will be directly executed if the mental power is lower than 20%. Soldiers like Chu Feng are not strengtheners, they can have 30 to 40 points of spiritual power at most. What can they use to support 20%? What? Fake. No. No. The screams of the soldiers came one after another. What monster is this? Is it too exaggerated? In the monitoring room of the base, he watched the decapitated cavalry general who charged into the crowd of soldiers riding a skeleton warhorse under heavy army firepower. Fatty and Chu Feng were dumbfounded at the same time. The soul attack ignores the physical defense, rushing into the crowd and killing everyone in seconds? I am Nima. What about Chu Feng? I've never seen this kind of creature before. Seeing the scene on the monitor, Fatty found himself feeling a little apprehensive. Although the decapitated cavalry, whether it is a general or a small soldier, is a heavy cavalry, its agility is not as high as expected. But the fact that this soul attack was real made them hard to guard against. If you let him rush in like this. Don't worry, this thing must have a weakness, it must have a weakness. Hearing this, Chu Feng came back to his senses, looked at the monitor in front of him and forced himself to calm down. Ordinary soldiers attacked him with guns, but there was also no response. But can he be like the big boss who entered the novice village? A group attack can kill a player in seconds? To some extent, he is more terrifying than Luu. Because although Luu's attack is also very strong, there are traces to follow. And the attack of this thing completely ignores any physical defenses such as shields and concrete walls. It doesn't matter if you are in an upstairs room, hiding behind a vehicle, or even hiding in a tank. None survived. Correct. After all, Chu Feng is the protagonist, so he quickly thought of a way to deal with this decapitated general. Although his defense is very high, and his attack method is also very strange, but the attack range and attributes are flawed, as long as he keeps the distance and uses electricity and light attributes. Looking at the screen, each time you need to bear a large number of bullets and get close to the soldiers to release the soul trial. And under the sunlight, the headless general whose movements are obviously not smooth enough, Chu Feng said quickly. All soldiers retreat, magnetic storm infantry and light prism tanks to deal with them. Yes, sir. Remember to keep the attack distance. Understand. The severed head cavalry general, no matter how awesome he is only a melee cavalry, and he is a dark creature of the abyss. So on this sunny ground, attack range and darkness attributes are indeed his weaknesses. It's just that Chu Feng wanted to solve him with magnetic blast infantry and light prismatic tanks. How could Luu give him this chance? Looking at the two tanks coming out from the flank, Luu smiled coldly. Even the prismatic tanks? Wu Di, has your robot army arrived yet? It has arrived. Very good, Luo Kikai, get ready for your anti-tank missile. It's already ready. You have to be careful, the opponent should also have missiles. I know, isn't your chariot invisible? Is it so easy for him to spot me? You have to be careful with invisible ones, if you are killed by the bomb, I will be very sad. Come on, you have so many women, how could you feel sorry for me? Who said I won't? Luu replied with a smirk. The chariot is indeed invisible, but the invisibility here is just that the radar cannot detect it, and it is not invisible in the true sense. So once the anti-tank missile is launched, the opponent can easily capture her position. Fortunately, Luu has a lot of attack methods. So much that Chu Feng couldn't handle it at all. A Luo Kikai, a doomsday chariot, a doomsday refuge, and a decapitated cavalry general. Plus Luu himself. Boom boom boom. SHHHHHHHH. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. Gunshots, explosions, shouts of killing, and screams joined together. This semi-modernization war has also entered a fever pitch. Over time, the rocket pilots and rhino tanks were defeated by the robot army dispatched by Wu Di. Without the interference of flying soldiers and tanks, a large number of mechanical spiders and bees also successfully blew up Chu Feng's light prism tower and magnetic storm coil. With the help of Qin Xiao, Qiao Manli helped Luu kill those snipers. The prism tank was also blown to pieces by the anti-tank missiles on the doomsday chariot. Damn, what's the situation? Why are there anti-tank missiles, kid? Seeing the rapid decrease in the number of buildings and troops in his system, Chu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't there no electricity in this world? Why does Luu have so many technological weapons? Chu Feng, what should we do? What should we do? The fat man was also in a panic. Chu Feng is so awesome, so many people can't beat Liu. Is there still a law? Is there still Wang Fa? No, I don't have many cards left. For safety's sake, you and Uncle Wu leave here first. Uncle Wu and I will leave first. The fat man was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head. How is this possible? This matter started because of me, so if you want to leave, let's go together. Stop talking nonsense, just leave if you are told. I still have some cards that are useless. How can I admit defeat until the last moment? Hurry up, don't hold me back here, I can evacuate safely only if you leave. That's all right, Brother Feng, take care. Hearing what Chu Feng said, the fat man no longer hesitated. Gritting his teeth quickly, he turned and ran out of the monitoring room. You take care too. Seeing the fat man leave, Chu Feng picked up the communicator and connected to a number. Hey, Ling Long, would you like to come with me? She doesn't want to. The other party paused for a moment, and suddenly such a voice came. As soon as these words came out, Chu Feng froze in place. Because the voice from the communicator was not Shangguan Linglong's, but Liu's? Chapter 436 Liu vs Shangguan Linglong. Chu Feng's base is huge. The previous factory building was only used for him to deploy the base vehicle, and there were also mines, tank factories, barracks, air command headquarters and so on. With so many buildings and so many soldiers and tanks, it is naturally impossible to all stay in one factory building. In addition, those soldiers also need rest and energy to maintain their state, and a large number of dormitory buildings are also essential. Therefore, the area around the factory building is basically within the jurisdiction of the Qinfen base. At this time, the base monitoring room. Hearing the voice from the communicator, Chu Feng was shocked. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze to the monitor screen in front of him. There are many display screens in the monitoring room, at least hundreds of them at a glance. But these display screens can no longer see any pictures. Because whether it is electronic eyes, anti-aircraft guns, or magnetic storm coils and light prism towers, they all need a certain amount of electricity to maintain operation. In the Red Alert game, if you want to win the opponent, the best tactic is to blow up the opponent's power plant first. So in the war just now, under Liu's command, Wu De had already blown up his electronic eye and power plant. You caught Ling Long. Catch? Can't talk about it. You let her go. Before Liu finished speaking, Chu Feng roared angrily. The only answer to him was a sharp and ear-piercing electrical sound. The communicator is a unique thing in his base, and it looks like a walkie-talkie. Apart from Chu Feng, only Fatty and Shangguan Linglong are the core members of the base. This electric current sound, obviously the other party crushed the communicator. Shit, the bastard! Chu Feng cursed angrily, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly threw the communicator aside and ran towards where Shangguan Linglong was. In another world, he is a waste, a dick. But in this world, he is a system traverser. As a poor man who can travel back and forth between two worlds, he shouldn't have any sense of belonging to this world. It's like a person leaving his hometown and going to work in other big cities. No matter how much money you make, you will eventually return to your roots. However, the appearance of Shangguan Linglong changed his thinking. This woman is not only outstanding in appearance and temperament, but also considerate. After getting along for such a long time, he has a good impression of Shangguan Linglong, and he can also see that Shangguan Linglong has a good impression of him. In this world, how many things can make you happier than the person you like also likes you? Not many pieces. Most importantly, the other party also saved himself. So when he heard that Shangguan Linglong had been arrested, he was a little flustered. On the other side, I looked at the woman in front of me with her hair tied up in a bun, wearing a long white dress, with a little panic on her face. The corner of Liu's mouth raised a playful smile, and he threw the crushed communicator on the ground. Beauty, hello, it's the first time we meet, please give me your advice. Who are you? Although Shangguan Linglong was shocked, she forced herself to calm down. Although she didn't go to the negotiation with the military, she also knew that Chu Feng and Fatty had an enemy. Today's deployment is to deal with this enemy. Originally, in her cognition, Chu Feng wanted to deal with a person, but it was a matter of hand. No matter how much background the opponent has, he will not be Chu Feng's opponent, and he will not have any resistance at all. But now, not only was this guy able to fight Chu Feng head-on, but he also directly killed his own dormitory building? And used magnetic power or mental power to steal his communicator. My name is Liu, I won't say the purpose of coming here. Liu was straightforward, don't think about resisting, just listen to me obediently, and you will suffer less physical pain. You want to catch me and threaten Chu Feng. Shangguan Linglong had a delicate mind, so she could naturally guess Liu's purpose. But as a powerful awakened, if the enemy told you not to resist, would you just catch him without a fight? This is not very realistic. Yes, but unfortunately there is no reward. Liu seemed to see what she was thinking, and snapped his fingers after saying this sentence. Snapped. The dark space crack behind him suddenly opened. You. Shangguan Linglong was vigilant. While the whole body flew back, he threw out a gukkan from the storage ring. The left hand held the piano, and the right hand quickly pulled the strings. She discovered this gukkan in a secret realm, and it perfectly matches her ability. When she uses it, the power is amazing. But the moment she landed, when she was about to use the gukkan to attack Liu, she couldn't see Liu anymore. Standing there, was a woman with wheat-colored skin wearing a sexy leopard print wrap dress. Hee, you react very quickly. A playful voice sounded behind her. Shangguan Linglong was inexplicably terrified, so she quickly turned around and used the gukkan to defend herself. But how can she prevent Liu's attack? As soon as she turned around, she felt a feint in her brain. She had quite a lot of combat experience, and before her brain returned to normal, she distanced herself from Liu again. Only this time, when she regained consciousness, the sharp bone knife was already on her neck. Beauty, don't move around anymore. If I accidentally cut your beautiful face with this knife, it will be a bit of a loss. Caroline has been Liu's subordinate for a long time, so Xiaoguo's language is already very standard. This threatening tone, coupled with the bloodthirsty expression, and the wheat-colored skin, fully expressed the wild beauty of her body. With Caroline holding the bone knife against her neck, Shangguan Linglong didn't dare to move. Yes, that's it, throw the things in your hands to my master, now. Shangguan Linglong's awakening ability is very special, and her spiritual power is also very strong. Ordinary awakened people are really no match for her. But her ability was not enough in front of Liu. Liu not only has a high level and many abilities, but also has the mind control he got from Tang Cheng. This mind control is long distance and does not need to look at people. Tang Cheng used this ability to control zombies, and Liu used it to control humans. Even if it takes a certain amount of time to control a supernatural being of Shangguan Linglong's level, it will only take a few seconds to make her faint. So Shangguan Linglong lost. Lost badly. He didn't fight Liu, and was subdued by Caroline. Caroline's figure was exaggerated, and there were some muscular contours on her body that ordinary women didn't have. Those towering two balls pressed against her back, making this woman a little blush. I told you not to resist, so why bother? Liu walked up to Shangguan Linglong, took her gukkan, and smiled jokingly. There are some ancient patterns engraved on the gukkan, and the material of the strings is also very special, it is not ordinary at first glance. Humph, do you think you can threaten Chu Feng if you catch me? You think too much. Although Shangguan Linglong didn't know how much information Liu knew about Chu Feng, she had seen too many intrigues in the last days. Even if they liked each other, she didn't believe that Chu Feng would risk his life to save herself. Have you thought too much? You will know later, me. Liu, that fat man wants to run away. Just when Liu was about to say something, Yan Yun's voice suddenly reached his ears. Liu didn't care, picked up the receiver of the chariot and said, he can't escape, let Wu Di block the street, and you can instruct Ruo Bing and He Shui to kill him. Well, I see. Bastard, let Linglong go. Yo, here you are? Are you Chu Feng? So what? Give you two choices, either she dies or you die, choose one. Chapter 437 This woman is a fairy. Xiao Xiu's ability is very good. Especially in the aspect of inquiring about intelligence. In the case that the other party has top-level technology and cannot be detected with other scientific instruments. Her soul clone can come in handy very well. Soul clones, dreamers, and undead shadows summoned by necromancers are all existences that cannot be deciphered by science. Therefore, even if Liu had never met Chu Feng and Shangguan Linglong, he already knew what these two people looked like. Originally, at the very beginning, Liu was going to kill Fatty Chen first. But before dealing with the protagonist, he usually first finds out if the other party has a heroine. If so, then of course we have to attack the heroine first. On the way to the monitoring room just now, Xiao Xiu suddenly told him that this beautiful woman is not far behind the combat laboratory. Without much hesitation, he turned directly to look for Shangguan Linglong. I have to say, this woman is really beautiful. If only one word can be used to describe Liu's women. Then Yan Yun is sweet, Qiao Manli is cool. Li Wanning is lust, Luo Kikai is cold. So King Yu is Mei, and this woman is a fairy. Fairy. All over her body, she has a special temperament that emerges from the mud but is not stained. It will make people who see her feel ashamed involuntarily. Hearing Liu's words at this moment, Shangguan Linglong and Chu Feng widened their eyes at the same time. What do you mean? What do I mean, don't you understand? Or, do you think you can save her from me? Looking at Chu Feng, who was standing in the distance with a group of people and dared not come over, Lu's mouth raised a hint of amusement. Shang Guanlinglong's appearance is definitely the heroine. Although we don't know how far the two of them have developed, but this kind of familiar threat play will not kill you once you use it. Ha, do you think you've won? Is not it? Your name is Luu, right? I admit that you are very strong, but there are some things that you bumpkins can't understand. When Chu Feng said this, he suddenly shouted angrily, go to hell. Bang bang bang. Buzz. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in the open space around the street. After they appeared, they did not hesitate at all, and directly fired 3 space-time cannons. One shot flew at Luu, one shot at Caroline, and the last shot flew at the decapitated cavalry general who was still plundering among the crowd. The Overtime Air Force Regiment is Chu Feng's biggest hole card now. Although this kind of soldiers are teleporting, the space-time wormhole will affect their bodies. After the teleportation is completed, it will take a certain amount of time to recover the ability to move. The farther the teleportation distance is, the longer it will take to recover. However, this distance within the base still does not require recovery time. And their attacks cover a wide range. As long as you are not moving at high speed the moment they release the space-time cannon, no matter how fast you react, you cannot escape. So their attack hit Luu and the cavalry general with severed heads precisely. As for Caroline, since Caroline was standing with Shang Guanlinglong, the time-space cannon hit Shang Guanlinglong instead of her. When Chu Feng saw this, he was not surprised but happy, and hurriedly shouted. Get rid of that cavalryman and that wild woman for me. Chu Feng knew that Luu brought many combat units today. But Wu Di, Chariot, and other women, he can hand them over to the remnants of the base to resist. The only thing he couldn't deal with was Luu and the cavalry general with a severed head. Now both Luu and General Duan Shao were frozen by the Overtime Air Force Regiment. As long as he kills the remaining cavalryman and Caroline, Chu Feng can turn defeat into victory and hold the victory in his own hands. Owner. It's slow to say, but it's actually just a flash. Caroline dodged the space-time cannon for a moment, and when she saw Luu was frozen, she subconsciously screamed. He didn't have time to think about it, so he rushed towards Shang Guanlinglong. But the next second... Shang Guanlinglong, who was frozen by the space-time gun, suddenly released the control, while Caroline, who was charging forward, was frozen in place instead? This is... You still want to save people? Chu Feng sneered, what do you think you can save? Chrono Air Core, although it can attack regardless of the opponent's level. But it doesn't mean that after a hit, the opponent can be eliminated immediately. Rather, the stronger the size and strength of the frozen unit, the longer it would take them to kill each other. Moreover, after the enemy is frozen by the time-space gun, a time-space barrier will be formed around it, and other people will have no way to attack the frozen person. So this ability can be used not only to kill enemies, but also to save people. That is to say, the space-time cannon that flew towards Caroline just now, whether it hits Caroline or Shang Guanlinglong, Chu Feng can save Shang Guanlinglong. Asshole! Luu was charged. Just kidding. The victory of this battle belongs to me. It has to be said that Chu Feng was in a good mood to freeze the 3 of Luu in an instant. It only needs to delay for some more time to wipe out Luu, and the others are nothing to worry about. As for the remaining cavalryman with severed head, it is enough for Shang Guanlinglong to cooperate with one of his own tanks. It's just that Chu Feng didn't know that Luu was also a traverser. Not only underestimated Luu's caution, but also underestimated Luu's strength. Just when Chu Feng felt that he had the chance to win, Luu's joking voice sounded again. Victory belongs to you? Did you drink fake wine last night? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. You. Chu Feng turned his head slowly. Looking at the young man who was hit by the time-space gun and was still able to move freely, his face was full of disbelief. This guy is still able to move after being frozen by the Chrono Air Core? How is this possible? Before Chu Feng could react, Caroline, who had been frozen by the space-time gun, and General Cavalry with the severed head also recovered their ability to move. Almost at the same time, Luu's figure disappeared in place. Appearing again, he had already arrived in front of Shang Guanlinglong. Shang Guanlinglong looked terrified, subconsciously wanting to fight back. But melee combat ability is not her strong point, and it is useless in front of Luu. Boom! Luu smashed her crossed arms with the whip leg of the wind and lightning. The powerful force instantly kicked her flying more than 10 meters away. The thunder and lightning also paralyzed her entire arm. Exquisite! Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly shouted. Clap clap! Luu caught up with Shang Guanlinglong, and he had already pinched her fair neck in the blink of an eye. Hearing this shout, a sneer rose from the corner of his mouth. Do you still have time to care about others? What? Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then saw the cavalryman with the severed head rushing towards him, and quickly reacted. Oh shit! After all, he has stayed in the last days for so long, it is impossible to say that he has no actual combat ability. But just as he was about to go to the nearby building to dodge the attack of the severed cavalry, a cloud of black smoke from the skeleton suddenly flew over from the side. Chu Feng's complexion changed, and he wanted to dodge. But the soul trial of the headless cavalry general has a powerful mental lock, and it is impossible for him to avoid it. Call. The black smoke of the skeleton hit accurately, and Chu Feng's brain suddenly went into a trance. Pfft. Under the impact of the skeleton horse, the giant horse pierced into Chu Feng's body with strong penetrating power. This feeling is like wearing a grasshopper on a bamboo stick. After leading Chu Feng to run for a certain distance, the general on horseback draws out his saber from his waist. No. Swish. Black light flashed, and blood spurted wildly. Chu Feng's head drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Hiss. The skeleton horse of the decapitated cavalry general let out a long hiss. Regardless of galloping his horse, the general used his superb equestrian skills to pick up Chu Feng's head from the ground. The ethereal and deep voice also spread to everyone's ears. Your head, I take it. Chapter 438, Jin Chan escapes? The war is in full swing, and the battlefield is changing rapidly. From Chu Feng's appearance, to the overtime Air Force Regiment's attack, to Chu Feng's beheading by the headless cavalry general. No more than 3 minutes before and after. Looking at the blood dripping on the ground, and the head held by the headless cavalry general, Shang Guanlinglong was so shocked that she stood there speechless for a long time. Chu Feng is dead? That young, energetic, and high-spirited young commander just died like this? How can it be? How could such an excellent young man like Chu Feng die so easily? Recalling all the things the two experienced together during this period, Shang Guanlinglong couldn't believe it was true. But the facts are in front of her eyes, why can't she not believe it? Caroline. Owner. Come here and hold her. Yes. Compared to Shang Guanlinglong's unbelievable expression, Lu's face did not show any emotion. After giving Caroline an order, she looked at the 3 out-of-function Chrono Air Corps soldiers. Why was he able to get out of the hands of the overtime Air Force Regiment just now? In fact, when he knew that Chu Feng's ability might be the Red Alert system, he calculated all possible accidents. Explosive trucks, radiation engineers, Iron Curtain devices, Chrono Legionnaires, Chrono Commandos, Chrono Evon, Chrono Transformers, and more. After a detailed investigation by Xiao Xiu and the Shadow of the Undead, Liu learned that there was no Iron Curtain device in Chu Feng's base, and there was no trace of self-destruct trucks and radiation engineers. Even if there is, it will not affect your own sacred body. So what I need to deal with are these hyperspace warriors. Liu has never seen the fighting methods of these time-space fighters, and he is not sure whether his space blockade can work on these time-space fighters. However, he knows that when the time-space Air Force Regiment obliterates the enemy, it needs to let the time-space gun continue to output energy, and the main body cannot move. Therefore, Liu's original plan was to summon those abyssal creatures in advance after destroying the Qinfen base power plant. Take advantage of the number of people to kill them. Only later, the space blockade took effect, and those abyssal creatures summoned in advance were useless. What do you want to do? After a brief silence on the battlefield, Caroline controlled Shang Guanlinglong, and Liu walked towards one of the hyperspace fighters. Seeing Liu walking towards him, the time-space warrior fiddled with the time-space gun in his hand while backing away in panic. I didn't expect that my space blockade would also have an effect on your technological space abilities. Liu didn't answer the question, said this sentence to himself, and then continued. Since that's the case, then you can answer my question honestly. What's the problem? The space-time warrior asked subconsciously. He is just a soldier made by Chu Feng, except for the equipment and weapons on his body, he does not have any strong combat power. So when his own ability was restrained by Liu, he had no power to resist at all. Where is the real Chu Feng? What? The space-time warrior behind the helmet has an incredible expression on his face. I ask you, where is the real Chu Feng? Liu's voice was cold, and he sneered and said, although he played the golden cicada shelling well, he couldn't fool my eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay if I don't know. Liu said in a calm manner, go back immediately and tell Chu Feng to bring that fat man to appear in front of me within an hour. If he doesn't come within an hour. As Liu spoke, he looked at Shang Guanlinglong behind him. I will let this beauty experience the joy of being a woman. After saying this, Liu snapped his fingers. Snapped. The space blockade is lifted. After the 3 space-time fighters reacted, they looked at each other, then nodded and disappeared together. The entire battlefield regained its calm. Liu glanced around and couldn't help but took a deep breath. Walking slowly in front of Shang Guanlinglong, looking at the woman in fluttering white clothes in front of her, A playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Your name is Shangguan Linglong, right? Do you think Chu Feng will come to rescue you? Humph. Shangguan Linglong gritted her teeth lightly, suppressed her sadness and turned her head aside. Chu Feng has already been killed by you, how can you save me? She was not far from where Liu was just now, so she naturally heard the conversation between the two. It's just that Chu Feng is not dead? It doesn't matter whether others believe this kind of nonsense, but she doesn't believe it anyway. Although she didn't want Chu Feng to die like this, the head in the hand of the headless cavalry general belonged to Chu Feng. She had to face reality. No, he's not dead. Seeing Shangguan Linglong's expression, Liu kept smiling. If you don't believe me, let's take a gamble. Gamble. If he is dead, I will let you go. If he is not dead, you will follow me. How about it? You. Hearing Liu's words, Shangguan Linglong froze in place again. Why is this guy in front of him so sure that Chu Feng is not dead? What else does he know? Don't you dare? Forget it. Seeing her hesitation, Liu didn't bother to ink with her, so a thought moved in his heart. A huge crypt spider suddenly burst out of the ground not far away. Immediately afterwards, the Black Light Panther and the Dark Demon Bear, also led by the Dark Warrior, rushed out from the building not far away. Liu turned a blind eye, took out the chariot receiver and said, Kikai, what's the situation outside now? It's almost done. Get the car in. It is good. How did this happen? Why did this happen? At the back gate of the base, 3 kilometers away. Under a mutated tree, a silver multi-purpose infantry vehicle was parked. This kind of car is also unique to Red Alert. It not only moves extremely fast, but also has various unique functions. At this time, in this infantry vehicle, sat a young man with an incredible face. Not only does this guy have so many subordinates, he is also incredibly strong. He even has the ability to block space. Isn't this too awesome? That's right. This young man is Chu Feng after using the golden cicada to escape his shell. As a system traverser, it is naturally impossible for him to be stupid enough to confront a strong man like Liu head-on. In Red Alert, there is a very special unit, spies. In reality, a spy is a master who breaks into the enemy and steals other people's state secrets. In the game, their abilities have been greatly strengthened. Not only has the ability in reality, but it can also destroy the enemy's power supply and temporarily paralyze the electric energy of the enemy's base. You can even transform. No matter the enemy or us can change. He had turned into Chu Feng's appearance before, imitating all of Chu Feng's words and deeds, and helping Chu Feng deal with Liu. In the whole process, it can be said that there is no flaw. But Liu's villain's eyes see through everything. Let's not talk about not being able to read his protagonist's information, and there is no reward for killing him? If this is the case, Liu doesn't even know that he is fake, then I am afraid it is not just a question of IQ. But what should we do now? The spy is one of Chu Feng's trump cards, and he didn't tell anyone. Even if it was Shangguan Linglong, wouldn't she tell the other party only after the two parties confirmed the relationship? And he could have taken Fatty and Shangguan Linglong away. Who would have thought that Liu would suddenly turn around and catch Shangguan Linglong? He now knows that that is my double, and has captured Linglong. So, am I going to save Linglong? Chu Feng said to himself, feeling like his head was going to grow big. If you go to rescue, the other party can block the space. If I can't teleport back to Earth, will I die there? If you don't go to save her, then Linglong won't be. Damn it! This bastard! Chapter 439. After learning the latest information on the battlefield from the hyperspace warrior, Chu Feng couldn't help but want to curse. This guy named Liu is really difficult. When he knew that Liu had a high-tech chariot, he was already very cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found a way out for himself in advance. But he had calculated thousands of times, but he never calculated that Wu De would join the battlefield. Where did this Wu De come from? Why are there so many high-tech weapons? What's more, he didn't expect that Liu would not only block the space, but also be able to accurately find the location of himself and Shangguan Linglong without a detector. At this time, Shangguan Linglong was captured by Liu, and Chu Feng also fell into a dilemma. Save or not? This is a problem. Save, with the ability Liu showed just now, there is more than 90% probability that he will die there. Do not save? So what should Shangguan Linglong do? One must know that this woman, Shangguan Linglong, is not only beautiful, she is also his savior. A normal person may be able to kill decisively in the face of the cruel end of the world. You can also do nothing about yourself and hang yourself high, and you can even harm others for resources and treasures. But under the environment and conditions with sufficient supplies, let him refuse to save the savior he spends day and night with? People who can choose to give up without hesitation are not normal people. System, what should I do? This question is not within the scope of the system's answer, and the host should handle it by himself. Hearing this, Chu Feng was not surprised at all. Because of this system, it can only help him read the information of this world and answer questions about the red alert system. It will not help the host to deal with emotional problems. What am I? Chu Feng hesitated to speak, and after thinking for a moment, he could only grit his teeth. Forget it, let me think again. When Chu Feng was thinking hard about whether to save Shangguan Linglong. On the other side, inside the red police base. The hot weapon duel between the two sides is basically over. With the help of two alien technologies, Wu Di and Chariot. Liu only paid a small price to flatten Chu Feng's base. At this time, in the Chu Feng base, all the creatures of the abyss disappeared except for Caroline. Wu Di is in control of his robot army, dealing with the aftermath. Xiaojin and He Shui lay in the shadow of the chariot to enjoy the shade. A large number of buildings around are billowing with thick smoke, and the air is also filled with the smell of gunpowder. On the doomsday chariot, Xiao Xiu used the avatar to inquire about detailed information in the base. Li Wanning controlled the drone, monitoring every move around the chariot. Caroline handed all of Shangguan Linglong's weapons and storage rings to Liu, and stood behind her to prevent this woman from doing anything wrong. Liu hugged Cangyun and sat opposite Shangguan Linglong. It seems that you are not important in Chu Feng's heart at all. Sitting on the sofa of the chariot, looking at the woman opposite, Liu frowned and said, "It's been so long, why don't you come to rescue you? What you say is what? You still don't believe that Chu Feng is still alive? Who would believe such a thing?" Faced with a strange young man like Liu, Shangguan Linglong certainly would not have a good face. After all, Liu is Chu Feng's enemy, and she happens to like Chu Feng. The person I like is killed in front of me? No one will be better off. Haha. Liu didn't care either, and chuckled when he came back to his senses, picked up the red wine glass on the table, and shook it lightly twice. Forget it if you don't believe me, but in the last 10 minutes. If he doesn't show up again, you will be mine. You cut. Shangguan Linglong gritted her teeth lightly, and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. King and loser. The same is true in peacetime, not to mention in this last days where the strong are respected. She didn't know why Liu was so strong. But she knew that nothing she said at this time could change the outcome of the matter. Liu, I found something here. Just as Shangguan Linglong was thinking wildly, Luo Kikai's voice suddenly rang out from the receiver of the chariot. What's the situation? I don't know the details, you just come and have a look. Hearing this, Liu was a little puzzled. He didn't have time to think about anything else, so he immediately brought a group of people together with Shangguan Linglong, and under Xiao Xiu's guidance, they came to Luo Kikai's location. This used to be the warehouse of the factory building, and now it has stockpiled a large amount of daily necessities. Clothing, footwear, towels, soap, shampoo, drinks, seasonings, rice, flour, and more. What happened? Look at these supplies. What happened to these supplies? After reading it, Liu became even more confused. Although there are indeed a lot of supplies here, is it strange to hoard so many supplies with Chu Feng's ability? The supplies are not surprising, but look at the production dates on those bags. With a solemn expression, Luo Kikai pointed to some food packaging bags piled up in the corner of the warehouse. Liu looked over subconsciously. Obviously, Chu Feng didn't have time to deal with these bags. There are snacks, rice, sugar, and flour. On several of the packaging bags, the words 2023/6 are impressively printed. The production date. Was it 2 months ago? Seeing these scenes, Liu, who was aware of the abnormality, was stunned immediately. As we all know, it is a very normal thing to print the production date on the food packaging bag. But the end of the world is almost a year away. How could there be food that was processed 2 months ago? Even if there is a place that is temporarily safe and can produce these foods, then there is no need to print the production date? How did this happen? Damn! Thoughts were spinning in Liu's mind, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Immediately turned to look at Shangguan Linglong. Where does Chu Feng usually live? Me. Say it. The sudden cold shout made Shangguan Linglong a little at a loss. Fortunately, Xiao Xiu made a timely rescue. Brother Liu, I know where Chu Feng lives. Hurry up and take me there. Okay. He Shui, come with me. Wang. He Shui understood and quickly became bigger. When Liu turned over and came to He Shui's back, he also pulled Xiao Xiu up on the side. The girl's body fragrance made Liu feel refreshed. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much, and after quickly finding Chu Feng's residence, he locked the target with a hunter. You are here to protect her, and I will come as I go. After Liu finished speaking, before Xiao Xiu and He Shui could react, he jumped off the building. The strong air current made his light body float in the air. Call out! Under the influence of the wind ability, Liu galloped towards the direction pointed by the hunter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Feng, who had just thought of a countermeasure, suddenly received 2 consecutive system prompts. Warning, the target life body you set is approaching rapidly, please prepare for the host. Warning, the target life body you set is approaching rapidly, please prepare for the host. What do you mean? Did that guy find out where I am? How is it possible? Seeing these 2 system prompts, Chu Feng was stunned. Then he seemed to think of something again. He found my location? Can he still block the space? Grass. Fatty, Ling Long, I'm sorry, let's go to our own destiny. After saying this, Chu Feng directly clicked on the system. System, start teleportation, return to Earth. Quick. System transfers are very rapid. With a burst of space fluctuations, Chu Feng's figure disappeared on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle in an instant. Only a pair of spies turned into Chu Feng and Fatty were left looking at each other. Chapter 440 Ling Long, I will avenge you. It has to be said that Chu Feng's mind is still very careful now. The moment Liu first appeared in the surveillance, he used high technology to scan Liu's information into his system. So Liu approached him quickly, and he could react immediately. Originally, he wanted the spy to look like himself and Fatty, and then try to see if he can deceive Liu. But Liu's operation caught him off guard. Thinking of Liu's power to block space, he didn't have time to think about it, so he started the teleportation directly. Shangguan Linglong is indeed very beautiful, and she is also her savior, but after all, the 2 parties have only known each other for about 2 months. He is not Liu's opponent now, and staying has no meaning except to give away one more head. So he went very decisively. With a fluctuating space, Chu Feng disappeared in place. And less than 15 seconds later, Liu's figure appeared in midair. Damn, are you still late? Looking at the Chu Feng and Fatty who stayed in the shade of the tree, and the hunter who had returned to Compass, Liu said with a frown. Originally, he thought that after he captured Chu Feng's base and captured Shangguan Linglong, he was already sure of victory. Because even if Chu Feng doesn't come back for Shangguan Linglong, he can easily lock the opponent's position through the hunter. With Chu Feng's ability, he can't run far at all, and it's only a matter of time before he wants to catch him. But he really didn't expect that Chu Feng not only has the red police system, but also has the ability to travel back to the city plane? This Nima, is it too unreasonable? The red alert system is awesome enough, can it also travel through planes? Why don't you go to Rishan? If he had known that the other party had this ability, Liu wouldn't have exposed his space blockade, wouldn't he? Use this ability to catch the opponent by surprise, maybe you can keep the opponent behind. Well now, the lack of intelligence made the cooked duck fly away. You too, put this on yourself. Liu didn't think for too long, returned to reality and threw 2 pairs of handcuffs at the 2 spies. Spies have little combat effectiveness in the game, and their combat effectiveness is not high in reality. At this time, their commander-in-chief had all run away, so naturally there was no need to resist Liu. Chu Feng can travel between planes at will? What should we do now? Seeing that the 2 of them put on the handcuffs honestly according to the instructions, Liu's brain also started to think quickly again. Judging from the way Chu Feng disappeared and the situation of the hunters, there is a high probability that the food was brought by Chu Feng from the urban plain. Now Chu Feng has returned to the city plain, and he has no ability to travel through plains. It is very difficult to kill him. Liu subconsciously glanced at the 2 spies, but did not ask them what happened to Chu Feng. Because he knows that these 2 people are absolutely loyal to Chu Feng, even if he kills them, he can't find out why. It seems that I can only try it before I say it. After thinking for a moment, Liu had an answer in his mind, and pressed a few times on his left wrist watch casually. Kikai, I sent you a location, you bring everyone in Shangguan Linglong to me. Okay. Luo Kikai was not ambiguous, and directly agreed. Liu hung up the communicator and narrowed his eyes. Freely shuttle planes, should they be able to fix the coordinates? I don't believe that this red alert system will allow him to stay in another world forever. After talking to himself, Liu suddenly thought of something again, and quickly clicked on the chat interface of the live broadcast system. Nangong, are you busy now? In less than 2 minutes, Nangong Ling from Motor replied to Liu's message. Not busy, what's the matter? Send me a message in broad daylight. Is there something urgent? How is your connection with the people in that world? Liu didn't have any ink marks, so he went straight to the point, and Nangong Ling didn't talk nonsense. Good. Help me with something. Say. It's the way it is. What? Can someone travel between planes? After listening to Liu's narration, Nangong Ling was dumbfounded. Who? The other side. Parallel world, Yanjing. In a high-end apartment near the Third Ring Road, Chu Feng was lying on the sofa panting heavily. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, making him feel like he was exhausted. Although he didn't have any physical exertion just now, the speed of Lu's movement in the system radar really scared him. Fortunately, the detection distance of my system is far enough, otherwise I might be in danger just now. Damn, this guy, why is he so awesome? I thought that the Timeout Air Force Regiment could kill him, but I didn't expect this to happen. Thinking that he was crushed by Lu in the war just now, Chu Feng was very unconvinced. I am the owner of the Red Alert system, how can I lose to the natives of the last days in team battles? Even he almost died? But at this time, he had no time to think too much, because his situation was the same as what Lu had guessed. The Red Alert system is only for him to use in the last days, not for him to use in the city. Although he can travel back and forth between the two worlds freely, he can stay up to 7 days each time he returns. After 7 days, he had to go back to the last days to develop the base. Otherwise, there is no need for the system to exist. System, what should I do now? The other party seems to be able to lock my location? If he finds out that I suddenly disappeared, will he stay in place and squat me? Now I can't transfer the remaining points a few times. Chu Feng needs 2,000 points to go back and forth between the two worlds. Although 2,000 points is not much, but with another 1,000 points, you can build a tank. Moreover, most of his previous points were used to develop the base, and he only left 2,000 points to save his life. The remaining points in the current system were returned after he realized that the situation in the battle was not good and sold all the damaged buildings. So he doesn't have many points left now. The host doesn't have to worry, the teleportation coordinates can be slightly modified, the host just needs to leave quickly before the other party reacts. But in this case, the other party will still lock me. Chu Feng was still a little worried. After judging the situation just now, Chu Feng clearly knows that it is useless to run far without solving the opponent's strange tracking ability. So changing the teleportation coordinates is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. If you want to solve the problem fundamentally, you have to deal with the tracking ability. It has to be said that a system is a system after all. The host's life is in danger, of course he has to help find a solution. In just a moment, it gave its own answer. Ding, it is detected that the host is locked by a special force. After detection by this system, this force has threatened the life of the host. 2 solutions are specially provided for the host. 1. Buy a helmet of the same style as Magneto to block all psychic tracking. 2. Buy a clone card and copy a target that is exactly the same as the host to distract the opponent. Note, clone cards can be used in the duplication center. Magneto helmet? Clone card. Hearing the 2 options of the system, Chu Feng couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The spies just imitate, but the people replicated in the replication center not only have exactly the same appearance, but can even completely replicate their DNA and abilities. If I use both solutions, then the other party must not be able to find me, right? Thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help feeling relieved. Okay. Subconsciously, he took out the mobile phone in this world from the storage ring and pressed the power button. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! As soon as the phone was turned on, a large number of WeChat messages rang. Click on WeChat and see that most of the messages are from a girl in a small suit with a sweet smile. Chen Yuxi. Seeing a lot of messages sent to him by this former college belle and now a female employee in the company, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. It's really comfortable to be able to travel between 2 worlds. Just lost a Shangguan Linglong, and now a Chen Yuxi. But Linglong, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Chapter 441 Slap in the face, it must be cool enough. The Red Alert system is essentially an explosive system. The characteristic of the explosive soldier system is that it develops quickly and has many subordinates. As long as he is given enough development time, he can even create an army to rule the world. However, in the battle just now, Chu Feng lost to Luu. This feeling of being defeated in his field of expertise made him very unhappy. After knowing that Shangguan Linglong was captured by Luu, it was more like 10,000 ants crawling on his body. It's not just a question of failure, it's a question of a man's dignity. If a man can't even keep the woman he likes, what qualifications does he have to be a man? But he also knew that no matter whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, he was no match for Luu. If you want to defeat a top-awakened person like Luu, you can only develop first. After the technology develops and grows, use high-tech weapons to strike Luu at a super long distance, so that it is possible to win. Chu Feng, are you there? Why don't you talk? Can't get through the phone? Are you on a business trip? Remember to call me when you come back. Looking at the pile of WeChat messages that Chen Yuxi sent to him, Chu Feng took a deep breath. Shangguan Linglong was captured by Luu, this revenge must be avenged. But the strength of the two sides is very different now, and revenge is not something that can be done in a short time. So after Chu Feng thought for a while, he called Chen Yuxi. Chen Yuxi, female, is 24 years old this year. It was Chu Feng's classmate in college, and also his school belle in college. Needless to say, the figure and appearance. Slim, dignified, and generous. Compared with the youthful and beautiful Yan Yun, she is more mature and less immature. Delicate facial features, soft hair. Coupled with an OL professional attire, she has a kind of intellectual beauty that ordinary girls don't have. Arriving at the agreed place, Chen Yuxi hurriedly greeted Chu Feng across the street. Hey, Chu Feng, this way. She and Chu Feng are classmates. When I was in school, because Chu Feng was not bad, his grades were not bad. So she has long had a good impression of Chu Feng. It's just that she is a thin-skinned girl, and she has never been embarrassed to express her love to Chu Feng. After graduation, the two never saw each other again. Until a month ago. She and her best friend went to a jewelry store to look at jewelry, and happened to see Chu Feng wandering around in it. She was surprised by Chu Feng's appearance, and immediately went up to say hello. Unexpectedly, before the two of them chatted, they saw his ex-girlfriend Feng Jingjing. So the classic pretending to slap the face appeared. Feng Jingjing brought her current boyfriend over here, and first mocked Chu Feng for not being able to afford jewelry, and came here to pretend to be fat with a swollen face. Chu Feng backhandedly bought an 88,888 bracelet and gave it to Chen Yuxi. This behavior flattered Chen Yuxi and made Feng Jingjing dumbfounded. The most important thing is, not only can Chu Feng afford jewelry, but he also has a close relationship with the store manager of the jewelry store. This made Chen Yuxi look at her with admiration, and Feng Jingjing lost all embarrassment. Later, Feng Jingjing left in despair. Seeing this, Chen Yuxi wanted to return the bracelet to Chu Feng, but Chu Feng didn't care at all. It's just a little money, take it. These are the original words of Chu Feng at that time. Such an understatement for more than 8 jewelry, this made Chen Yuxi very curious about the current Chu Feng. Yuxi, I've been waiting for a long time. Looking at the beautiful girl in black silk high heels who was holding a folder in front of him and waving at him, Chu Feng put the unhappiness of the apocalypse behind him for the time being. No, where have you been these days? I can't even contact you. This. Let's talk about it later. Of course, Chu Feng will not reveal his whereabouts. Will you accompany me to a place first, and then we will have dinner together? Okay, but let me tell you in advance, I'll treat you to this meal. How can this work? There is no reason for a woman to pay for a meal when a man and a woman eat together. I don't care about it. Last time you gave me such a precious bracelet, I didn't have a chance to repay you. Hehe, okay, since you say that, then I'm not going to be polite. Hearing Chen Yuxi's words, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Chen Yuxi's behavior made Chu Feng subconsciously compare her with his ex-girlfriend. The same as a woman, why is the gap so big? One is vain and the other is smart and generous. It's not a heavyweight at all. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that the girl named Feng Jingjing also ate instant noodles with him and helped him pay the rent, water, and electricity. If it wasn't because he had no ability and didn't seek to make progress. In addition to reading novels after get off work, they even play games, and the two sides will not develop to where they are today. But now, it's too late to say anything. As a poor man who can travel through 2 worlds, Chu Feng certainly cannot develop power in only one world. The colorful world where he can live comfortably also requires him to conquer it. You know, there are not only gold, silver, and jewelry in the last days, but also many black technology gadgets. And Chen Yuxi is not only beautiful, but also very business-minded. As long as we have a good relationship with her, not only can I have another beautiful wife, but I can also move all the things from the last days to build a business empire of my own. So the place Chu Feng took Chen Yuxi to was none other than the sales department where he and Feng Jingjing worked. Yes, the protagonist of Diaozi needs to buy a villa, and also needs to pretend to be tough. The manager who fired him, his ex-girlfriend Feng Jingjing, and those colleagues who looked down on him before, all of them will be beaten back severely. He also returned to Earth twice before. However, at that time, he spent most of his time selling jewelry and purchasing supplies, and it was only by chance that he met Feng Jingjing and Chen Yuxi. Slapping the face is not cool enough. This time, he planned to stay for 2 more days to return all the grievances he had suffered before. Have to say, without the villain Liu making trouble, the plot where he pretended to be a face-slapping face went smoothly. Deliberately making things worse, and then asking the store manager to fire the manager and Feng Jingjing. The whole process is smooth, in one go. When Feng Jingjing cried and said sorry in front of him, Chu Feng finally felt at ease. The word roll blurted out, leading Chen Yuxi to disappear from Feng Jingjing's line of sight. Pretending to slap your face? Cool. After having dinner with Chen Yuxi, the two watched a movie, and then went back to their respective homes. Lying on the sofa in his living room, Chu Feng closed his eyes comfortably. Phew, life in the city is more comfortable. If I am rich and powerful in this city, who the hell is willing to go to the end of the world to suffer the crime of that bird? Forget it, it's meaningless to say these things now, let's rest for a few days and wait until that guy relaxes his vigilance. Chu Feng stretched his waist and muttered to himself. In his mind, he was absolutely safe when he returned to the city. No matter how awesome Lu is, it is impossible for him to cross planes and affect his life. It's just that he never expected that on the afternoon of the third day after he returned to the city plane, 2 police officers and 4 soldiers with guns suddenly found him. Hello, may I ask, are you Chu Feng, Mr. Chen? What is wrong with me? Please come with us. 2 police officers, what did I do? Why did I go with you? We have received a report that there is a large amount of funds in your name with unknown sources, please go to the police station with us immediately to cooperate with the investigation. What? Chapter 442. Hearing the words of the 2 policemen in front of him, Chu Feng couldn't believe his ears. It was reported that a large amount of funds came from unknown sources. At this time, there were 6 people in total, 2 police officers and 4 armed soldiers were all men. The location of the people is also at the entrance of the villa that Chu Feng just bought. The villa is furnished. Don't ask why there are renovated villas, and don't ask whether the renovated villas are easy to sell. Anyway, when the protagonist buys a villa, he likes to buy one that can be moved in with his bags. The protagonist wants to buy it, how can he not? And that's not the point right now. The point is... Someone report themselves? Chu Feng couldn't understand. You know, under normal circumstances, no matter how rich a person is, he will not be reported by others. Because the other party is neither a high-level official, and you don't know what the other party has experienced during this time. It is normal to do some business, come to some opportunities, and make a lot of money. When meeting rich people, the logic of normal people is to envy and fawn on them. Who the hell would go to report them out of boredom? But now, please cooperate with the investigation. The leading police officer repeated his words. The voice is calm, neither humble nor overbearing. Did you make a mistake? Chu Feng still had a fluke mentality, and quibbled, I am just an ordinary citizen, how could someone report me for such a thing? Chu Feng, male, 24 years old this year, was working in a sales department 2 months ago, and had a girlfriend named Feng Jingjing. The leading police officer did not answer Chu Feng's question, but reported Chu Feng's information like a few treasures. Now, Chu Feng was completely dumbfounded. Have they checked their profile, that is, they were not mistaken? He came here for himself? How can it be? Aware of this, Chu Feng had no time to think about other things, and his brain began to spin rapidly. Who reported themselves? There is no need to think about this question. Whether or not to go with them is the most important thing to consider at present. With Chu Feng's current physical fitness, even if he doesn't know any fighting skills, it is still very easy to escape from the hands of these people in front of him. But the problem is, the city is not the end of the world. After escaping from them, he would be charged with assaulting the police and absconding in fear of crime. So unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not escape. Thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go with you. Anyway, let's figure out the specific situation first, what if this is just a misunderstanding? It has to be said that in Chu Feng's situation, anyone would be lucky. No matter how smart Chu Feng becomes, he is still just a mortal, completely unaware of the seriousness of the current problem. Why is there an army here? When Chu Feng came to the police station, he found that there were only police officers and ordinary people who handled cases on a daily basis. There were more military soldiers standing guard, and they immediately noticed that something was wrong. Forget it, since it's here, it's safe. Chu Feng took a deep breath and could only comfort himself in his heart. Following several police officers to the interrogation room, under the surveillance of numerous cameras, the police asked their questions. Mr. Chen, please sit down. Presumably our investigators have already told you the general situation, and now we need an explanation. What explanation? 2 months ago, you were just an ordinary real estate salesman. Your parents in your hometown belonged to the working class. Although they were not particularly poor, they were definitely not rich. How did you manage to have so much cash in the bank in such a short period of 2 months? The leading police officer looked at Chu Feng and asked with a strange expression. They didn't know if they didn't check during this time, and they were shocked when they checked. In just 2 months, this guy can not only buy a luxury car worth several million, but also buy a villa in Yanjing, a first-tier capital city? They have only seen this kind of miraculous plot in novels and TV. It's the first time in reality. Hearing the police's questioning, Chu Feng frowned. My mind also started to become a little confused. The other party investigated himself so deeply, how so? And how do you ask him to explain this kind of thing? Said that his money was earned by traveling to the end of the world and selling jewelry? Are you kidding me? If he really said that, he would either be treated as a neuropathy by the other party, or he would be reported to the national section for research. No matter what kind of result, Chu Feng can't accept it. This is my private matter and I have nothing to comment on. If you want to ask, you can ask my lawyer. Lawyer? Mr. Qin, every citizen has the obligation to cooperate with law enforcement. Even if you want to find a lawyer, you must first explain clearly the source of the money. If you still refuse to cooperate, we will freeze all your bank accounts according to law, and seize all real estate and vehicles under your name. Who the hell reported me? Chu Feng gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, if he still doesn't notice the problem, then he is not worthy of being the child of luck. According to the network around him, the person who is most likely to report him is Feng Jingjing. But Feng Jingjing didn't have such great energy, allowing the police to investigate herself so clearly in a short period of time. So he doesn't understand and doesn't understand. Mr. Qin, what you need to do now is to cooperate with the investigation. The police officer gave a reminder when he answered the wrong question. Can Chu Feng say it? Of course not. Confess in a broad way, sit in prison and wear it. Someone who can investigate him so clearly will definitely not be a fool. So, there is no point in lying. To be honest, that would be even more pointless. Even if the police believe that they can cross, then do they have to ask themselves how to cross? So can I just supply the system? Asshole, you forced me to do this. After weighing the pros and cons for an hour, Chu Feng immediately had the answer in his mind. Since he was only reported and not considered a criminal suspect, the police did not handcuff him. He quickly put his hand under the table, and wiped the storage ring with his right hand. The faint light of the storage ring was fleeting, and a special sunglasses and a flash bomb appeared on his right hand. Hey, what do you want to do? Sensing Chu Feng's change, the policeman's complexion changed drastically and they quickly drew their guns. Get away from me! Chu Feng decisively pulled the pull ring, threw the flash bomb on the ground, and put on the sunglasses. The flash bomb exploded instantly. Chu Feng jumped up against the crime, flew to grab the gun, and kicked the two interrogating police officers away. The powerful force caused the two well-trained police officers to pass out without holding on for 2 rounds. The staff responsible for monitoring him, as well as the gunman standing outside the interrogation room, sensed the abnormality and quickly pushed the door open. But as soon as the door opened, several smoke bombs were thrown out of the interrogation room. Immediately afterwards, a large number of gunshots rang out again. Everyone didn't have time to think too much, so they could only quickly find a bunker. Thick smoke covered the entire police hall, and bullets shattered all the surveillance cameras in the interrogation room. When the smoke from the smoke bombs and gunshots disappeared, Chu Feng's figure also disappeared in the interrogation room. Seeing the empty interrogation room, the police were dumbfounded. The first person quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call. I'm so sorry to let him go. Ran. Well, it seems to have evaporated out of thin air. Ro. The person on the other end of the phone didn't seem surprised at all, just nodded slightly, I see. After saying this, he hung up the phone, and then looked at the computer in front of him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he clicked on the background chat interface of a live broadcast room. As you might expect, he ran away. The other side. The glamorous lady in the long leg bearing Cheongsam was surprised when she saw the news, but she still typed back. Thank you for your help, Chief Huangfu. After saying this, she didn't even wait for the other party to reply to the message, and directly opened another chat interface. Luu, he's here. Chapter 443 Chasing Chu Feng. Director Huangfu, whose real name is Huangfu Qingtian. People from the urban plain. I am over 50 years old this year. Don't look at him as just a director, but he is not the director of a public security bureau. It's the head of the NSA. After Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast system was robbed by Luu, he broadcast live from the first perspective for a while. At that time, Huangfu Qingtian didn't know Luu. Because in the early stage of the live broadcast system, it was not live broadcast on the entire network. The people of Xia Kingdom are not low-minded who stare at the live broadcast every day. No matter how popular the Doomsday live broadcast is, there are still many people who don't know it. Just like the popular stars in the entertainment industry, there are many people who don't know them. He knew that this live broadcast room was after Luu gave the live broadcast system to Nangongling. At that time, someone told him that this live broadcast room might affect national security, and asked him to deal with it quickly. Then he found out about the existence of Nangongling. He used his identity to have a cross-plane dialogue with Nangongling, so that Nangongling would broadcast as few bloody scenes as possible. Regardless of whether the other party gives him this face or not, there is only so much he can do. Needless to say, Nangongling agreed without much hesitation, following the principle of making money with kindness. Anyway, live broadcasting the daily life of beauties in the last days will increase points faster than live broadcasting bloody scenes. Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, Huangfu Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time chatted a few more words with Nangongling. After coming and going, the two became familiar with each other. But this time to help arrest Chu Feng, although he did want to return some of Nangongling's favor, but more for the country. Because Nangongling didn't hide the truth from him, letting him know that Chu Feng came back from the last days. Will a person who comes back from the last days carry the doomsday virus? Even if not, catching him can dig out the secret of time travel from him. Therefore, under the suggestion of Nangongling, he investigated Chu Feng to the bottom, and found an excuse of a large amount of funds with unknown sources to arrest Chu Feng. So there was this scene just now. Okay, I see. Seeing the system message that Nangongling came back, who was lying on the chariot sofa, raised a smile. Chu Feng and Zhang Xiaodong are on the same plane? Hehe, this saved me a lot of trouble, but didn't it appear in the place where it disappeared before? Before that, Lu was not sure where Chu Feng came from. After all, the world is big and full of wonders. No one knows how many such parallel worlds there will be. But Chu Feng's ability to travel through planes is really unreasonable. Even if Lu guessed that Chu Feng's system would not let him stay in the city, he could only choose to stay where he was and wait. After crossing the plane, there are many uncertain factors in it. So Lu decided to give it a try. Did not expect. Lu picked up the walkie-talkie produced by Wu De base on the table. Wu De. Young Master Lu. Check your detector. Okay, get it done now. Drafting it. Which bastard reported me? If I let me know who it is, I will kill him. In the last days, on a certain street in Yanjing, Chu Feng, who had just crossed over, couldn't help cursing angrily. At this time, he was already wearing the same helmet as Magneto, but he looked a bit embarrassed. He couldn't figure out why he was reported, but at this moment he had no time to think about it. Because he had just finished saying this, the warning tone of the red alarm system sounded. Warning, the target life body you set is within 3 kilometers of you, please leave your current location immediately. Warning, the target life body you set is within 3 kilometers of you, please leave your current location immediately. Oh shit! Hearing what the system said, Chu Feng cursed again, and quickly threw a motorcycle out of the system. As a downtrodden who can cross two worlds and offend the officials of the urban world, the impact on him is actually not as great as imagined. Because when he returned to the city for the first time, he had already prevented this from happening. So he has a large part of the cash in the storage ring. If you offend the official people, at worst, you will buy and sell in cash in the future, and you will control others to buy houses and cars. The police want to catch him, completely belong to the Arabian Nights. Boom! The engine of the motorcycle let out a roar, leading Chu Feng to gallop away. Originally, Chu Feng felt that he had modified the coordinates of the teleportation between the two worlds, and the Magneto helmet helped shield the mental power. Lu shouldn't be able to track him down. But less than a minute after he left the spot, the system prompt popped up again. Warning, the target life body you set is approaching rapidly, please prepare for the host. What? System, didn't you say that if I wear this helmet, he can't lock me? How could this happen? Ding, a large number of electronic cameras that are normally operating nearby have been detected. Electronic camera. The system's answer was very cold, but it made Chu Feng suddenly realize. Yup. Since Lu has black technology weapons such as doomsday chariots and robots, it is reasonable to replace a large number of cameras on the road, right? Grass, why is this guy so difficult? Ho ho ho! While cursing, a bronze-rank Gale Wolf discovered Chu Feng's existence and jumped out from the side of the street. This sudden scene startled Chu Feng. Although Yanjing City is relatively safe compared to other cities, some monsters still appear in the city from time to time. If it was normal, Chu Feng would not pay attention to such a Gale Wolf. But now, Chu Feng didn't have time to think too much, so he braked quickly and drifted. He quickly pulled out the gun on his waist. Bang bang bang! Although the bullets fired by the Desert Eagle had strong penetrating power, they quickly repelled the Wind Wolf. But in the chaotic streets of the last days, motorcycles could not outrun Lu, who was flying in the sky. At this moment of stagnation, he also saw Lu's figure. Come so fast? System, what should I do now? Seeing a black spot appearing in the sky in the distance, Chu Feng straightened the motorcycle and became anxious. Because he bought the Magneto helmet, his points now only have more than 2,000 points left. This points, that is, a back and forth thing. It was okay to go back to the city to avoid the other party's pursuit. Save your life, Don't be ashamed. But the crux of the problem is, in the city, has he already attacked the police? And I can't stay for long. If you don't solve Lu's problem, it's useless to go back by yourself? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the system was a little down. He only helped the host become stronger, not to help the host escape. Now that I have told you all the methods, you still ask me what should I do? How the hell do I know what to do? It's too late, let's go back to Earth first, the system will modify the transmission coordinates. Ding, the operation failed, and the teleportation coordinates of the urban plane cannot be modified. What? I'm Nima. The space fluctuated. Looking at the interrogation room of the police station, a large number of special soldiers with guns pointed at him, Qin Feng was stunned. And at this moment, a question suddenly came to his mind. That guy Lu, why did he come to chase and kill him less than 5 minutes after he first arrived at the end of the world? It is impossible for a person to remain vigilant at all times, and his own system is also very powerful, and it is impossible to transmit himself within the line of sight of the electronic camera. So even if the other party uses black technology to restart a large number of cameras, they will not be able to capture their position in the first place. This guy Lu obviously knew about it right away, as if someone reported the letter. Hey? Reported the letter. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the person who reported himself has something to do with him? How? How is it possible? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 444 We finally meet. Qin Feng couldn't believe his own judgment. But at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. Facing countless special soldiers with guns, he thought for a moment before slowly raising his hands. The city is not the end of the world. In Xia Kingdom of this world, as long as you are not threatening the lives of others, the police will not pull the trigger on you. So after failing to try to break out, he gave up resistance directly. It is better to be taken away by them than to die in Lu's hands. This is Qin Feng's inner thoughts at this time. Ran. Looking at the motorcycle lying on the road in front of him, Lu said with a frown. Wu Di, what's the situation now? Wu Di is the protagonist of the shelter. Although no matter what the protagonist is, it is difficult to be inferior to others, but there are always some breakthroughs in hiding the protagonist. Facing Lu's absolute strength, he had no choice but to become Lu's vassal. At this time, he was in an office building in the city center, surrounded by high-tech equipment brought by his refuge. Hearing Lu's voice, he hurriedly replied. He disappeared in an instant. I also detected space fluctuations here. He should have jumped away through a space wormhole. Qin Feng has black technology, and so do Lu and Wu Di. Knowing that Qin Feng can travel across planes, Lu will of course make some preparations. The space probe is just one of them. This thing has no other function, but it can detect spatial fluctuations, and it has a miraculous effect on monitoring monsters and secret realms that suddenly appear within a certain range. Lu used him to monitor Qin Feng, and the effect was very good. Damn it, can this product be teleported infinitely? Lu couldn't help cursing angrily, and quickly clicked on his own system. Nangong, please contact there again. Qin Feng? Explain. The urban plane, the National Security Interrogation Room. A large number of armed fighters surrounded the surrounding area for vigilance. Looking at the young man with shackles on his hands and feet and strange abilities, Huangfu Qingtian also looked serious. So far, I have nothing to explain. Qin Feng said calmly, you guessed right, I can indeed go to another world, but this ability is unique to me, and it is also my secret. In order to keep this secret, of course I can't catch it without a fight. Do you really have this ability? It's incredible. After listening to Qin Feng's truthful explanation, the faces of several high-level officials who were in charge of the interrogation, even if they had information about this, were full of surprise. Can Qin Feng cross 2 worlds? For people in this world, this news is definitely more shocking than the Doomsday live broadcasting room. For Huangfu Qingtian, it was even more remarkable. If one can master this power of crossing planes, Xia Kingdom will surely become the best in the world. I also find it incredible, but these are not important now. What I care more about now is how do you know me? Qin Feng looked at Huangfu Qingtian with doubts on his face. It stands to reason that no matter how abnormal the bank account is for a small person like me, you shouldn't notice me, but now. Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Huangfu Qingtian could understand what he meant. Being targeted by the National Security Department was what he couldn't understand the most. Not to mention a small person like him, even some high-ranking political officials who have embezzled money can easily hide themselves for more than 10 or 20 years. And he was targeted by them in just over a month? This is a bit counterintuitive. Said to be reported, anyway, Qin Feng would not believe such nonsense. Do you usually watch the live broadcast? Huangfu Qingtian suddenly said something faintly. Live broadcast. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't know why the other party asked this question suddenly, but he still smiled bitterly and said, "Hee, how can someone like me who is tortured by life to the point of death have time to watch the live broadcast?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Huangfu Qingtian didn't say much, and asked someone to bring in a laptop. The computer turns on. A live recording video appeared above. This is... Seeing this video, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. That monster, that power. Although the video is not very clear, Chu Feng, who has stayed in the last days, can tell at a glance that this is a scene of the last days. Following Huangfu Qingtian's short explanation, Chu Feng suddenly realized. Doomsday live broadcast room? It turns out that he is not the only one with special powers. I was discovered by Huangfu Qingtian and the others. Could it really be related to Luyu? There are more and more strange things in this world. Huangfu Qingtian didn't care about Chu Feng's surprise, and continued to say in a low voice, "First, there appeared a live broadcast room of the end of the world that could not be shielded, and then you, a person who can travel through the end of the world, appeared." After saying this, Huangfu Qingtian looked at Chu Feng solemnly. "Chu Feng, although I don't know who you offended in that world, I hope you can use your strength to serve the motherland. It is clear." Compared to killing Chu Feng, Huangfu Qingtian's heart is more inclined to cooperate with Chu Feng. Because of this ability, it has subverted everyone's cognition. And from the perspective of the plane, Ling is just an outsider to them. Chu Feng is his own. Therefore, if Chu Feng can serve the country willingly, they will definitely not embarrass Chu Feng. Just serving the motherland? If it was a week ago, you would have said this to me without any problem, but it is too late now. What do you mean? Is such that? Chu Feng concealed the system and briefly explained his affairs. He offended Luyu, and Luyu was hunting him down. The opponent not only possesses great strength, but also has a lot of high-tech equipment to help monitor. Now that he has nowhere to go, he wants to rely on his own strength to survive from Luyu's hands? The difficulty is not ordinary. Can't you stay in this world forever? Okay, I see. After listening to Chu Feng's narration, Huangfu Qingtian had some thoughts in his mind. No matter what it was for, he also felt that he should keep Chu Feng alive. So he quickly found Ling. "Sister Nangong, can you let him go for my sake?" "Let him go?" "Director Huangfu, he offends not ordinary people. I can't decide this kind of thing. Then can I trouble you to intercede for me, and we can discuss the conditions and so on." "All right, let me ask for you." "Thank you." In a moment, Ling's news came back. "Director Huangfu, he asked me to tell you that there is no problem letting him go, but Chu Feng must take that fat man with him before dark tomorrow and apologize to him face to face." Ling's answer made Huangfu Qingtian heave a sigh of relief. "Just an apology, little thing. As long as you save your life, everything else is fine." But when he told Chu Feng the answer, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. "What? Let me apologize to him? It's just an apology. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" "No, Director Huangfu, you don't understand the situation in that world." Chu Feng panicked. "In the last days, promises are the most worthless things. If I really appear in front of him and he wants to go back and kill me, I have nothing to do. Then do you have any other options now?" Hearing this, Chu Feng was speechless. "Yes, is there another way? Maybe not. No matter how powerful the system is, it is only for him to explode in the last days. If the base didn't develop, it was his own fault to offend a behemoth like Luyu just for fatty's sake. Now that the opponent has blocked the exit of the end of the world with a lot of black technology and cameras, his points are almost used up again. The chances of escaping on your own are almost zero. Let me think again." Chu Feng's forehead began to sweat. It's about his own life and death, so he can't help but think about it. As time passed by every second, Chu Feng filtered all the methods in his brain, and in the end he had no other choice but to grit his teeth. It seems that this is the only way to go? Damn it! At noon the next day, in a certain street in Yanjing City in the last days, the space fluctuated for a while. Chu Feng appeared in the center of the street. This time, he knew he couldn't run away, so he didn't run away. Things were just as he expected. In less than 3 minutes, Luyu flew to a position about 30 meters above his head. "Chu Feng? We finally met." "Luyu." "Yes, die." Chapter 445 Red Alert System Binding. "You said that if I brought Fatty to apologize to you, you wouldn't kill me." Seeing Luyu flying towards him quickly, Chu Feng said in panic while looking for cover. The rules of the world in the last days have been changed by special powers. Those who can use nuclear energy and electric energy in this world are the children of luck. The Red Alert System, shelters, and doomsday chariots all belong to this category. After realizing that Chu Feng had returned to the city, Liu contacted Nangongling and notified Wu Di in time. Relying on the black technology of the chariot and the shelter, the two of them covered the area of the street where Chu Feng disappeared with cameras. Some of these cameras are temporarily manufactured, and some are modified by nanorobots. The previously unusable camera lines were changed to wireless ones, and all energy sources were changed to crystal nuclei. Not only that, but he also contacted a large number of survivor bases around him. With his strength and the bargaining chips he possessed, it would be no problem at all to spread his eyeliner all over the area for several kilometers within 2 days. Even if Chu Feng can use the system to avoid a large number of cameras, it will not take Liu a few days to find him. Therefore, if Chu Feng wants to survive, he can only compromise with Liu. If you still go back to the last days in a sneaky way, after being found by Liu, there will be no room for negotiation. It's just that Chu Feng never thought that it's okay for Liu to be untrustworthy, but he doesn't even have a little hypocrisy? Haha. Hearing this, Liu landed on the ground 10 meters away from Chu Feng, and smiled playfully. When did I say such a thing? You. Chu Feng, although we are meeting for the first time today, from the moment you choose to side with Fatty, you are my enemy. Before Chu Feng could speak, Liu threw out the King's E-sword and interrupted him. Come on, call out your system, if your system doesn't save you, then you will die today. System. Hearing this, Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then said in surprise, how do you know that I have a system? What do you think? You are also a time traveler? That live broadcast room is completed by the system. Coming to these two conclusions in a blink of an eye, Chu Feng was in a daze. In fact, when he saw the live broadcast room, Chu Feng already knew that it was the system. But even so, Liu shouldn't know that he has a system? The ability to travel through planes is not necessarily a system. The ability to summon modern troops is not necessarily a system. Moreover, there is no red alert game in this world, so Liu shouldn't have guessed like this. So the only explanation is that Liu is also a time traveler? It's too late to know. Liu snapped his fingers after saying this in a cold voice. The dark demon bear, the black light leopard, and the crypt spider came out from the space crack. Kill him. Wait a minute, since we are all time travelers, then we should help each other and not kill each other like this. Chu Feng still wanted to make a final struggle. Liu, brother Liu, I was wrong before, I apologize to you, as long as you are willing to let me go, let me do anything. Kill. Liu's voice was cold, and he didn't give Chu Feng any chance to discuss. The black light leopard got the order, roared and rushed towards Chu Feng first. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one male and one female. Although the protagonist of the system has left the system, he is generally a waste. But for Liu now, the protagonist of the system is also the most uncontrollable. What's more, the two of them had married before, so how could Liu feed on tigers? Therefore, Wu Di's ability and Liu don't have to, but Chu Feng's ability, he must grab it. As for Chu Feng, although he had expected it, he had no other way. The previous war destroyed many of his base buildings. The points obtained for recycling buildings are not many. It takes 2,000 points to go back and forth to the earth. Now that he has gone back and forth twice, plus a helmet of the same style as Magneto, he doesn't have any extra points for fighting. So he can only pin his hopes on Huangfu Qingtian. It's just that the two sides are separated by a plane. Does Liu need to show Huangfu face? No need, no need. The benefits brought by the Red Police system are beyond Huangfu Qingtian's reach. In the face of absolute interests, it doesn't matter what face is not. System, what should I do? This guy seems to know your existence? Please save me. Chu Feng's personal combat power is not strong, even if he still has some hot weapons on his body, he is still no match for Liu's 3 summoned objects. In just a short round, he began to ask the system for help. I'm really sorry, host, this system has done its best. This is the answer the system gave him. Although things like systems are unreasonable, they also have their own rules. If you want to gain power from them, you have to follow its rules. Either accumulate popularity, complete tasks, or collect negative emotions. Even Liu has to kill the protagonist to gain power. Want the system to give you invincible power and unlimited money without doing anything? Why? With your salary of 3 or 4,000 a month, or with your messy face. As for those systems that don't require you to do anything, but give you invincible power, that's complete nonsense. The system is so invincible, why choose a trash as the host? What is the system diagram? Therefore, facing Liu's one parent system, 2 subsystems, and 2 alien civilization black technologies, Chu Feng's red alarm system has reached the limit of what he can do. What do you mean? Are you going to save me? I'm really sorry, host, this system has done its best. The system repeated his own words. I'm stupid. Hearing this, Chu Feng cursed directly, isn't the system omnipotent? How can you say you're best at this time? I don't care, anyway, you brought me into this world, you have to guarantee my safety. In Chu Feng's mind, if there is no system, he is still living on the earth. Although it is a little bit bitter, it will not lose your life. So, all of this is the system's fault. It's just that when he was dodging the attacks of 3 monsters and asking for help from the system ignored him? This made Chu Feng doubtful. System, quickly give me a solution. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and give me a solution. System? System. Facing Chu Feng's series of reprimands, the system seemed to become dumb, and did not give Chu Feng any response. At this time, Liu, who was watching the battle from a distance to prevent Chu Feng from using the system to explode, had a strange expression on his face. Because. Ding, the red alert system is binding, please wait. Ding, found the same source of power, the source of the same source of power is consistent with the power of this system, whether to swallow the same source of power to increase the system. Whether. Ding, it is detected that the power of the same origin is an illegal intrusion, and the system will automatically enable the swallowing function. Ding, it is detected that there is another system in the host body, and the name of this system is Doomsday Villain System. Apocalyptic Villain System? Red Alarm System. Chapter 446. Systems that can directly exist in the space of human consciousness are generally more intelligent. As Chu Feng's system, the Red Police system has followed Chu Feng through everything that Chu Feng has experienced during this period. Chu Feng, this person, became a little bit drifting after his strength became stronger. Knowing that Liu is so awesome, why not hesitate to stand on the opposite side of him? Although most of the protagonists have a character who hates the sky and the air, with the help of its system, it is no problem to deal with ordinary aborigines in the end of the world. But Liu's powerful power, even it can't understand. Therefore, good birds choose trees to live in. Now that Chu Feng is powerless, he must choose a host that is more suitable for him. It's just that it never thought that Liu's consciousness space already has another system? How can it be? Realizing this, the red alert system was immediately stunned. The system prompts just now, the first one is the red alarm system. The second and third items were popped up by Liu's system. What do you mean? It means that the red police system wants to give up Chu Feng and bind it to Liu. As soon as the result showed that a binding was in progress, Liu's system responded with a swallow response. Then the red alarm system detected the existence of the villain system. This is a game between systems. The whole process sounds slow, but in fact it just happened between lightning and flint. Not to mention Liu, even the red alarm system itself didn't react. Automatic devouring starts, devouring starts. Woohoo, help, I surrender, don't swallow me. The intelligent optical brain of the red alarm system is obviously short-circuited, and it actually started crying and begging for mercy. But Liu's villain system didn't give it this chance at all. You must know that Liu's villain system originally did not give Liu too much strength. The main function was to devour the power of the Sun of Luck. It can be said that it is related to the subsystem of luck, which is the relationship between water and fire. Water can overcome fire, and fire can also overcome water. Liu's system originally had a certain restraint effect on the system of the Sun of Luck, but now it has devoured the two systems of live broadcast and treasure chest to increase its power. The restraint effect on other systems has reached an unprecedented level. So the red alert system appeared in Liu's consciousness space in this way. Not only did it not require any devouring conditions, but it also had no chance to uninstall it. Ding, the devouring is complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the red alert system. Hehehe, this system is interesting. The red alert system was swallowed by the villain system in this way, which made Liu couldn't help laughing. I have heard of weasels giving New Year greetings to chickens, but I have never heard of chickens giving New Year greetings to weasels. The food has been fed to his mouth, so it's okay to let him not eat? System, should I draft it? When Liu had just devoured the red alarm system. Middle of the street. Chu Feng was still fighting 3 monsters with some secret treasures and hot weapons. Although his red alert system can also exchange points for some weapons and equipment, its main function is to use points to build bases and recruit soldiers. So those equipments are very expensive, and he can't afford to buy replica cards. Even if he could afford it, there was no copy center for him to use. So facing Liu's siege, he thought about it all night, but he didn't think of a better way. At this time, he didn't know that the system had changed hands, but he knew that his combat effectiveness was not strong. Facing Liu and the 3 summoned beasts, he had no chance of winning at all. If there is no system, I will really die. Roar. While cursing in his heart, the black light leopard rushed towards him again. Chu Feng's complexion changed, and he quickly dodged the black light leopard's attack, and the black magic bear immediately received a palm. Boom. The light blue energy shield was activated, and the dark demon bear slapped the shield with a palm. This energy shield was also given to him by the red alert system, and its function is similar to that of a chariot receiver. However, although it blocked the blow for Chu Feng, the powerful palm of the black demon bear still sent Chu Feng flying with his shield. At this time, Chu Feng had already suffered some internal injuries, and the blow from the black demon bear consumed the last energy of the shield. Chi chi chi! The crypt spider saw the opportunity and jumped in front of Chu Feng, with its poisonous mouthparts and corrosive mucus. It's over. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng looked desperate. Seeing that the crypt spider was about to bite his neck with its poisonous mouthparts. Beep. A series of beautiful flute sounds containing special power suddenly sounded. The sound of the flute was continuous and long, like the sound of heaven, which made the three summoned beasts stop their attacks immediately. Shangguan Linglong. Seeing this, Lu's eyes froze slightly, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Dian. The woman in the fluttering white dress, like a fairy, was walking slowly towards the center of the battlefield with a jade flute. What do you mean? Shangguan Linglong did not answer Lu's question, but continued to play her own tune with a calm breath. After walking in front of Lu, she put down the jade flute in her hand, and looked at Lu beside her with her vivid eyes. Can you spare his life? Why? As long as you are willing to let him go, I am absolutely willing to follow you from now on. Are you talking about conditions with me? Hearing this, Lu sneered, are you qualified? I beg you. In Shangguan's exquisite eyes, there was a trace of tears and begging, Lu, the winner and the loser, originally I have nothing to say. But no matter what, Chu Feng used to be my friend, so, please, let him go. He abandoned you in disregard of your safety before, but now you are begging me for him? Shangguan Linglong, are you licking a dog? Hearing Lu's words, Shangguan Linglong was speechless. Before Lu told her that Chu Feng was not dead, she still didn't quite believe it. But after seeing the two spies who turned into Chu Feng and Fatty, she immediately believed Lu's words. Although she had been psychologically prepared for a long time, Chu Feng chose to escape regardless of her own safety, which still made her very sad. Of course. Let her watch Chu Feng die in front of her, she also can't do it. So after Lu Fei left, she immediately asked Lu Ruobing to follow her by car. Did not expect. Lu didn't bother to pay attention to her. Seeing that Chu Feng had no power to resist without the system, he didn't let the three summoned beasts continue to attack. Instead, I took a quick look at the character relationship diagram of Chu Feng's plot data. When he saw an ex-girlfriend named Feng Jingjing and a woman named Chen Yuxi in the city plain, he immediately had an idea in his mind. With Shangguan Linglong, slowly walked towards Chu Feng. Linglong. Chu Feng lay on the ground, looking at the beautiful face in front of him, guilt was written all over his face. Shangguan Linglong looked complicated, but she didn't speak. Instead, Lu spoke first. Chu Feng, you should have heard what I said to Linglong just now, right? There was a hint of amusement in Lu's eyes. If I let you go, Linglong will be willing to sleep with me. If I don't let you go, she may hate me, but you will die. Do you think I will let you go? Or should I not let you go? I will give you 1 minute to make a choice. You should think about it yourself. Chapter 447 Return the system to me. The biggest reliance of the protagonist of the system is the system. So after the red police system was swallowed by the villain system, Lu was not in a hurry. But Chu Feng, who heard Lu's soul torture, froze in place. The meaning in Lu's words is very simple, nothing more than letting him choose life and death. When normal people are asked this kind of question, most of them will choose their own life. Because for ordinary people, life is the most precious thing. Without life, everything is empty talk. But there are also a small number of people who have something they want to protect. For example, glory, faith, family, friendship, love. In order to protect these things, they would not hesitate to lose their own lives. Chu Feng is the son of luck. Under normal circumstances, it should be the kind of person who doesn't care about his own life to protect Shangguan Linglong. But this is the end of the world, he had already given up on Shangguan Linglong once for his own sake. Shangguan Linglong also stayed in Lu's hands for several days. Under such circumstances, how could he still choose Shangguan Linglong? I choose myself, will you let me go? Chu Feng's tone was calm, and he was not angry with Lu. Because he knew that the anger at this time would only make him die faster. But Chu Feng's answer once again made Shangguan Linglong's heart suffer 10,000 points of real damage. The meaning in his words seems to be asking, but in fact he has already expressed his position. Although it is human nature for Chu Feng to choose this way, it does not mean that she will not be sad. Lu still ignored her, but looked at Chu Feng's eyes more playfully. Of course, I will not only let you go, but also tell you a secret. I'm not interested in your secrets. After Chu Feng said this sentence in a cold voice, he turned his eyes to the woman beside him, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little dodgy. Ling Ling Long, I'm sorry. It's okay, I'm used to it. This time, Shangguan Ling Long's tone became much calmer, and the look in Chu Feng's beautiful eyes was no longer as bright as before. She originally thought that Chu Feng was different from ordinary young talents. But now it seems that even if he is as proud as him, he can't escape the word human nature? Go back to the chariot and wait, I still have something to tell him. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Liu didn't say any more. Shangguan Ling Long came back to her senses, looked at Chu Feng, then at Liu. Before she could speak, Liu's voice sounded again. Don't worry, I promised you that if you don't kill him, you will definitely not kill him. Thank you. Shangguan Ling Long gritted her teeth lightly, squeezed out these two words from between her teeth, and then walked away without looking back. If she had hoped for Chu Feng before, now she has completely given up. Call. Shangguan Ling Long left, and a miniature soundproof tornado appeared. Chu Feng, do you know why you lost to me? Do not know. The back view of Shangguan Ling Long leaving resolutely made Chu Feng feel like a knife cut his heart. But when he thought that he could still survive Liu's hands, he also put all these behind him. It's just that the next scene made him freeze in place again. Look at what this is. Boom. As soon as Liu finished speaking, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space behind him. A space-time fighter suddenly appeared in the space fluctuation position. After he showed up, he didn't do anything else, but gave a military salute to Liu. Commander. Immediately lead the remaining fighters to gather at the base where you were before. Yes. Commander. Go. Boom. The space-time warrior didn't say anything, just disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng was stunned. I don't understand what's going on now. Why do these overtime Air Force regiments listen to Liu's command? Why? This is not scientific at all. The destroyed buildings in the Qinfen Red Police Base were all recovered by Qinfen with the system. But those soldiers and tanks that did not die cannot be recovered. Therefore, after Liu took over Chu Feng's Red Police system, those remaining troops also belonged to Liu. Knowing this, Liu was also speechless. If I knew it earlier, I would have killed fewer people before. How could I have thought that these soldiers would directly become my own? Now it feels like a lot of subordinates are missing. But Liu also knew that he was just thinking about it. Because it is impossible to catch Chu Feng without killing those soldiers and tanks. Red Police System. Liu didn't care about Chu Feng's surprise, and asked directly in his heart, is it you who helped Chu Feng go to the city plane before? Yes, host. Although the red alarm system has been swallowed, the data stored by the artificial intelligence has not been formatted. So it retains some previous memory. What are the requirements for going to the urban plane? Each transmission requires 1000 points. In order to ensure that there are enough points to return to the current world, 2000 points need to be deducted at one time. Points? How do you get this thing? The host or the monsters recruited by this system to hunt and kill can get points, and the crystal core can also be exchanged for points. Crystal core can also be exchanged for points. Liu casually glanced at the exchange list. Black iron non-attribute crystal core 100 points, bronze 500 points, silver 1000 points? Also okay. Liu quickly wiped the storage ring, and 10 silver non-attribute crystal nuclei appeared in his hands. Exchange 4 points to play. Red alarm system. The red alarm system that detected Liu's situation suddenly went down. A total of 736 black iron crystal cores, a total of 1264 bronze crystal cores, a total of 468 silver crystal cores, and a total of 175 gold crystal cores? Why does this host have so many crystal nuclei? 10,000 points have been redeemed successfully. When teleporting the plane, can you teleport other people besides me? Yes, host, every time the base car is upgraded to a level, it can bring one more person. The current level of the Red Police Base vehicle, 2. The number of people that can be carried, 1/2. Not bad. Liu glanced at Chu Feng who hadn't recovered yet. Yueguang, take him away. After saying this, without waiting for Chu Feng to react, Liu forcibly took him to a ruin on the side of the street. Snapped, a snap of the fingers. So all the creatures from the abyss disappeared. Turn on the transmission and send me and Chu Feng to the earth together. Liu couldn't wait, and didn't even tell Lu Ruobing and others what they needed to pay attention to next, so he started the teleportation. Anyway, I have plenty of points, so I will go to the city plane to see the situation first. If it doesn't work, just send it back. Plane teleportation starts. Listening to the notification sound from the system, Liu couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is traveling through planes, not traveling through space. Although Nangongling's live broadcast system can also be transmitted to the urban plane, that system not only requires at least 10 billion online users, but also requires the host to upgrade his body to the legendary level. Where is the convenience of this system? With a sense of weightlessness, Liu and Chu Feng appeared in a high-end residential building. Outside the window, there is an endless stream of people. The sound of car horns sounding from time to time on the street made Liu feel a sense of intimacy in his heart. At this moment, Chu Feng, who was beside him, finally came to his senses. You stole my red alarm system? Bastard, return the system to me. Chapter 448. In an urban plain, the sun is shining brightly. Outside a high-end residential building. The endless stream of people and the occasional car horns made Liu feel emotional. This peaceful urban atmosphere is really nostalgic. There is a feeling like a world away. Because Chu Feng confessed to the military before crossing, so his room was also provided by the military. When Liu came to this plane, he could only appear in this room. Hearing Chu Feng's words, and seeing Chu Feng's angry face, Liu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. First use the magnetic force to destroy the monitoring and listening equipment in the room, and then speak. Return the system to you? Hehe, I want to return the system to you, but your system came to me by yourself. What can I do? You are talking nonsense. Is it nonsense? You know it in your heart, and now I'm not in the mood to tell you this. Call out, boom. Liu kicked his feet like lightning, and suddenly raised his feet and swept towards Chu Feng. What Chu Feng improved his strength was not the crystal nucleus, but the genetic enhancement liquid produced by the Red Alert system. With his current physical fitness, it is equivalent to the middle and high level of gold. A mid to high level gold enhancer, treasures and high-tech equipment were also used to deal with the three pets. It is impossible for 100 of them to block Liu's attack. Seeing Liu's foot sweeping towards him, he relied on his own reaction and barely crossed his hands to block. Boom! Chu Feng was thrown flying by Liu's kick. The terrifying force of the impact caused his body to crack the wall. Before he could recover, Liu had already pinched his neck and pressed him against the wall. What are you? Blood overflowed from the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, and he was about to curse subconsciously, but the moment he opened his eyes, a pair of eyes with a strange red light appeared in his sight. In less than 3 seconds, his world became pitch black, and his brain gradually became a little fuzzy. Immediately afterwards, Liu's ethereal voice echoed in the space of his consciousness. Give me all the treasures on your body, including your storage ring, forget about the existence of me and the system, and tell me the information of Feng Jingjing and Chen Yuxi by the way. As time passed, Chu Feng fainted in the room. The military soldiers who noticed the abnormality rushed over, but Liu was no longer in sight. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a financial building. Chen Yuxi is a very business-minded girl. In Chu Feng's script, relying on the apocalyptic wealth and technology provided by Chu Feng, she built a terrifying business empire for Chu Feng in just a few years. It is Chu Feng's most powerful female assistant in the city. However, she herself is relatively thin-skinned in terms of emotions. So it was at the finale of the script that I was with Chu Feng. At this time, her relationship with Chu Feng is still developing, and she has not resigned yet. Sitting in the office, typing on his computer keyboard quickly. UXI, someone is looking for you in the living room outside. Someone looking for me? Who? A handsome guy, handsome. Yuxi, isn't that your boyfriend? My god, when did you find such a handsome boyfriend? Hide it deep, Yuxi. Don't be so talkative there. Listening to the chattering and teasing of a group of women in the company, Chen Yuxi cursed with a smile, feeling a little puzzled in her heart. It's not even time to get off work, who would come to the company to find me? Could it be Chu Feng? Should not be. If Chu Feng is coming, he should call himself first? Why did you come directly to your company? Confused, Chen Yuxi came to the company's living room on those black high-heeled shoes. A handsome young man in a casual suit came into her eyes. Hello, may I ask, are you looking for me? You are Chen Yuxi. Liu carefully looked at the woman in OL business attire in front of him, and said without answering the question. This woman is prettier than expected, like a girlish version of Qin Weiwei. Both she and Qin Weiwei belong to urban professional women. Although she doesn't have Qin Weiwei's attributes of being a wife, she has the same sweet smile as Yan Yun. You are. My name is Liu. We didn't know each other before, but from now on, I will leave a very deep impression on you. After Liu finished speaking, he waved his hand directly. Click. The door suddenly closed automatically. Chen Yuxi was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, Liu's voice sounded again. Ms. Chen, do you believe in God? Boom. As Liu said, he raised his right hand, and a flame suddenly ignited in his hand, the omnipotent one. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuxi was taken aback for a moment, and then 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. Sir, although your method of chasing girls with magic is very novel, but I am not interested in strange men, so I can only say sorry to you. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I still have a lot of work to do here, and I don't have time to mess around with you here. After Chen Yuxi finished speaking, she didn't give Liu a chance to reply, and wanted to turn around and leave. She is very good looking and has a good figure. There are countless people chasing her. There are not a few rich second generations who find companies to show their love to her. So seeing Liu's move, she subconsciously regarded him as one of her suitors. Only this time, her judgment was obviously wrong. When she walked to the door and was about to raise her hand to grab the doorknob, she clearly felt an invisible resistance in the air. This resistance prevented her from even grabbing the doorknob. At the same time, Liu's playful voice sounded. Magic? Hehe, do you think magic can do what I do? As soon as Liu finished speaking, the flame in his hand went out, and the air resistance disappeared instantly. Chen Yuxi quickly turned her head to look at Liu, her eyes were full of shock. What did you do to me? There's a coffee shop next door, let's have a drink together. Although Liu was handsome, he was a stranger to Chen Yuxi. A man, when there is no shortage of beautiful women around him. Unless he can meet a girl he is very interested in, he will not take the initiative to attack. The same goes for women. There is no shortage of young and handsome suitors around Chen Yuxi, but Liu's behavior has obviously subverted her cognition. What's the situation with this person? Is he really a god? Are you kidding me? How could there be a god in this world? Fortunately, Chen Yuxi is a social elite, so she quickly forced herself to calm down. Just drink coffee, just talk here if you have anything to say. What was that just now? Why do I feel like I can't move? Mind power, a kind of supernatural power. Liu was straightforward. Can you show it again? Liu didn't answer either, but just glanced at the teapot on the table in the living room. In the next second, the teapot floated up under the influence of thoughts. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuxi was dumbfounded. My god, is this really a supernatural power? How did you do it? Liu smiled playfully, and asked without answering, make a friend first. Chen Yuxi's gaze was still on the floating teapot, and she didn't turn her head when she heard this. You came to my company to find me just to make friends with me. Of course not, I did it to make you my wife. Oh, let me be, what? Let me be your wife. Chapter 449 Within 3 days, I end number 039, LL fix you. Such straightforward words made Chen Yuxi, who was already in shock, even more surprised. The look in Liu's eyes has also become much more complicated. If someone had talked to her like this before, she would not only take it for granted, but would also sneer at him. Because by convention, young and beautiful women like her are all prepared for the protagonist. No matter if you are a wealthy second generation or some young talent studying abroad, you can't fall into her eyes. Not to mention those ordinary men who have no ability and do not seek to make progress. But someone like Liu? Why? Although we are meeting for the first time today, your external image is in line with my criteria for choosing a spouse, and before that, I have also asked about your personality and hobbies. Liu looked at the surprised Chen Yuxi, smiled and explained, calm, wise, strong sense of responsibility, strong work ability, and strong execution ability. For such a girl who is both internal and external, I should not be the only man who wants to find you as his wife. Don't you have a girlfriend? Chen Yuxi asked subconsciously. Perhaps in her mind, Liu was just joking with herself when she said this. Liu pondered for a moment, then shook his head, no. At least not in this world, this is what Liu said in his heart. Real or fake? Chen Yuxi pouted. Liu is not only young, but also handsome and extraordinary. It also has such a magical power. Will there be any pretty girls like such a boy? Why am I lying to you? But this is not a place for conversation. If you don't want to drink coffee with strangers, just leave a phone call first. When you are free, I will ask you out again and let's have a good chat. That's fine, give me your phone. Hearing this, Chen Yuxi nodded without hesitation. She did not have the habit of eating or drinking coffee with strange men. Even if this person is Liu who has aroused her strong interest, it can't change her habit. But just leave a phone number, or no problem. However, when Chen Yuxi asked Liu for his mobile phone, he was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to go out today. I don't have a mobile phone with me. You can just say it. I'll record it with the receiver. Said that Liu pressed the button of the tank receiver in his left hand, and a 3D holographic projection screen popped up instantly. Mobile phones are useless scrap products in the last days. After giving the live broadcast system to Nangang Ling, Liu did not have the habit of carrying a mobile phone with him. Although the money in the two worlds is the same in shape, there are some differences in size. So now Liu not only has no mobile phone, but also belongs to the penniless poor. Although there are tens of millions of cash in Chu Feng's ring. But Chu Feng is not dead, and Liu wants to take his storage ring as his own, and it will not be possible for a while. Go, receiver. Seeing Liu operating directly on the holographic projection screen, Chen Yuxi froze in place again. What's up with this man? Ability plus black technology? Chen Yuxi's original life was very ordinary. Live the life of ordinary people from 9 to 5 every day, 2 o'clock in one line. On weekends, I go shopping with my friends, eat, research cosmetics and so on. After meeting Chu Feng, her life remained unchanged. The only thing that made her a little curious was why did Chu Feng become so rich. She didn't have a chance to find out about the others. But the appearance of Liu directly overturned her perception of the world. Ability, receiver? Are you sure these are things the world can have? However, Liu, who had finished recording her phone call, had already left. It was useless for her to be curious, so she could only return to her desk and type on the keyboard. As a result, Chen Yuxi found sadly that every time he typed 2 words, the voice of Liu asking her to be his wife would come out of his mind. It made it impossible for her to concentrate at all. Oh, this guy is really annoying. On the other side, on the street outside Chen Yuxi's company. I'm used to fighting and killing in the last days, and suddenly returning to this peaceful city, I really don't feel used to it. Looking at the faint smog floating in the air and the endless stream of people on the road, Liu muttered to himself. In the last days, power is paramount, and human life is worthless. A city that pays attention to human rights and puts life first. The two completely different lifestyles made Liu feel a little panicked. But at this time, he didn't have time to care about these. Since I can travel through the two worlds at will, I must adapt to the rhythm of life in this world. Forget it, let's go buy a mobile phone card first. The chariot receiver can also be used as a mobile phone after plugging in the mobile phone card of this world. Therefore, Liu does not need to buy a mobile phone, but only needs to buy a mobile phone card. Just. To buy a mobile phone card, you need real name authentication? I have to get an ID card first? Crap. Realizing this, Liu couldn't help but complain. This world is the world of Zhang Xiaodong and Chu Feng. But not the world that Liu originally lived in. And Liu's ID card has long been gone, and there is no information about Liu in this world. Although Liu has 100 ways to live in this world without an ID card. But this world will become one of his bases in the future, so it is naturally more convenient to get an ID card. Thinking of this, he came to an empty corner of the street and called up his own system. Nangong, can you see the message I sent? Okay, what's the matter? Seeing the news of Nangong Linghui, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. This system is awesome, and it can communicate without any obstacles across planes. If you can't contact Nangong Ling directly, do you still have to register a guest account in the live broadcast room? However, the main function of the live broadcast system is to broadcast live and chat across planes, so Liu no longer struggles with this issue. It's nothing, you tell the high-level officials of the urban plane to quickly send someone to pick me up at the gate of XX building. What? The city plane? Pick you up? Did you go to the city plane? Hearing Liu's words, Nangong Ling couldn't believe what she saw. Okay. My god, how did you do that? Now is not the time to talk about this, you first do what I say. It is good. An hour later. A military green jeep appeared in front of Liu. Are you Liu? Yes. Boarding. Liu opened the door, and the army green jeep led him into the streets of Yanjing. At the same time, in an unoccupied room in a residential area outside Yanjing 4th Ring Road, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space. A man with dark skin and a scar on his cheek appeared in the living room of the room after the space fluctuated. The height of the man is not very high, about 173 or so. The centipede-like scar from the left corner of the mouth to the bottom of the right eye looks hideous and terrifying. After he appeared, he sat directly on the sofa, tilted his head back, and moved his neck in an extremely comfortable position. It's like returning to your own home. After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to sense something, and quickly raised his left hand. On his left wrist, he was wearing a high-tech watch that was the same as the receiver of Liu's chariot. At this time, the signal light on the watch flashes rapidly. Without hesitation, he directly pressed the answer button on his watch. Hey, Scar, have you returned to the real world? Well, I just received a mission related to a young man in the real world. When Scar said this, he stretched his waist. If you want to kill him, you must come back first. There is still 1 week to go, what task are you taking on at this time? Don't worry, 1 week is enough, I bought his materials. Scar said triumphantly. Bought the materials. Hearing this, The person on the other end of the communicator was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. Hee, Scar, you are such a picky person, you actually buy materials before you act? Isn't it like you? Don't worry about it, anyway, I will definitely be able to catch up with this operation. Alright then, be careful yourself. Understood. Scar casually said something perfunctory, then hung up the communication. After thinking for a while, he called up the photos and information of his hunting target from the high-tech watch. Above the photo is a young and handsome man. Name, Luu. Gender, male, 22 years old this year. It's just a yellow-haired boy. How can he be so awesome? When Scar saw this, he leaned back on the sofa and stretched his muscles indifferently, try to finish you within 3 days. Chapter 450, a project of hundreds of millions. Scar's expression was extremely relaxed, and he didn't take this hunting target seriously at all. Because for him now, as long as the social order is not disrupted on a large scale, he can do whatever he wants in this world. Killing people like Luu is completely easy, and it doesn't take much effort at all. As for the materials he bought? Excuse me. No one can buy Luu's real information. Even he can only buy some basic information about Luu. The function of this information is not to help him understand the opponent, but to help him lock the target. Just like Luu's hunter. Only responsible for helping to track, not responsible for helping to kill the enemy. Whether he can kill the opponent or not depends on himself. At this time, Luu certainly didn't know that there would be people who wanted to hunt him down in the city. After all, he only came to this plane this afternoon, and he was unfamiliar with the place, so how could he be targeted by people? And now he is sitting in Huangfu Qingdian's security department drinking tea. Mr. Lu, are you really from that plane? Looking at the young man sitting across from him, calm and relaxed, with his legs crossed, Huangfu Qingdian's eyes were full of strangeness. Because when Luu broadcasted live, most of them were from the first perspective. The content of the live broadcast room can only be recorded by mobile phones and cameras, and cannot be disseminated on the internet. So he had never seen Luu's appearance. I suddenly received news today that someone is coming from the end of the world, this shocked him. If it's a fake replacement. Can you prove it? Call out. Boom. Luu raised his hand casually. A wind blade-like sword energy cut a deep sword mark on the concrete wall next to it. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Qingdian's senior officials were dumbfounded. OMG, this is... It's incredible. Although Chu Feng can also travel through the two worlds, he has only strengthened his body with strengthening potions and cannot use supernatural powers. So they were really surprised to see Luu use the wind ability with their own eyes. Mr. Lu, first of all we welcome you, but we still want to know how you came to our world? What is the purpose of contacting us? For them, Luu's arrival was not a surprise, but a warning. Because although Chu Feng can travel through, he is a person from their world after all. No matter how you look at it, it won't have much impact on them. But Luu came from the last days. If he can come to this world, will other people and monsters also come? At that time, a large number of supernatural beings and monsters will flock to them, which will be a devastating blow to their world. There is no comment for the first question, but you can rest assured that no one else can get through it except me. Luu seemed to see their worries, and explained directly, as for the purpose of contacting you? Actually, there is no other reason. I just want to ask you for some money and a legal identity. A world has its own rules. If I don't have a legal identity, it will be very inconvenient for me to do things. You don't want me to be unscrupulous outside with this power. With Luu's current strength, people in the urban plane have nothing to do with him. Let's not talk about his invulnerable body, nor his vast number of abilities. Just in a city with a large population, the military dare not fight him with hot weapons. And Luu can now travel through two worlds. Even if he stood in the desert and asked the military to use a nuclear bomb to attack, if he couldn't prevent the nuclear bomb from exploding, he could still avoid the damage caused by the nuclear bomb by crossing planes. Anyway, his sacred body can repair the damage caused by nuclear radiation. Therefore, he is qualified to negotiate with the leaders of big countries. Well, this request is very reasonable, and we thank you for not directly taking actions that disrupt social order. Hearing Luu's words, Huangfu Qingdian nodded slightly. According to the tradition of Xia people, peace is the most important thing. Unless it is a last resort, they will not use force to suppress outsiders. What's more, Nangongling also reminded him that Luu's power is very strong, so he should not try to use force to control the other party. Since that's the case, then hurry up and give me the money. I don't want too much, just give me 3 to 5 billion in cash. Billion, cash. Hearing Luu's words, Huangfu Qingdian couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. This guy is really not polite at all. 3 to 5 billion at the first opening, or cash. Have you kid ever seen so much cash? Although this amount of money is nothing to Xiaoguo now, it is not something that can be transferred with a single sentence. Don't worry, I won't take your money for nothing. Seeing Huangfu Qingdian's expression, Liu said lightly, in our world, there are many herbs that are not available on the earth. I am going to dig up those herbs and start a pharmaceutical company here. The money will be regarded as your shares. Huangfu Qingdian. I've seen porters, but never such a straightforward one. Is it really good that you will cross the two realms so easily? No doubt. Chu Feng without the system is completely useless. It is impossible to travel through the end of the world, and it has no use value. Therefore, after Liu came to his door, whether it was for maintaining social order or for the national interest, they can only agree to Liu's conditions. Not only that, at Liu's request, he also confiscated all of Chu Feng's illegal gains. Let him return to before liberation overnight. With the help of Huangfu Qingdian, the work efficiency of all departments has been raised to the extreme. That night, Liu stayed in the guest room arranged by Huangfu Qingdian. The next morning, Chu Feng, who recovered his physical condition, turned back into that poor dick. On Liu's side, legal ID card +1, bank card with 5 million cash stored ***. Huangfu Qingdian even thoughtfully sent a special mobile phone card. With these things, Liu saved a lot of time. Hehe, this is the first time I feel that money is so easy to earn. Looking at the several bank cards in his hand, Liu couldn't help but smile. It has to be said that although the city is not as simple and rude as the end of the world, but the strength is still very useful. Just like Liu now. If Liu is just an ordinary person who can cross the two worlds, then don't talk about taking money. It is estimated that the moment the other party finds out, they will be caught and sliced for research. How can there be capital to negotiate with the other party? But now, with legal status comes a lot of money. What Liu had to do next was simple. Put the phone card into the receiver, then called up the communication interface, and quickly sent a message to Chen Yuxi. Beauty, do you want a date? I have a project of hundreds of millions here, and I want to talk to you. Chen Yuxi. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.